P Alpha and D Alpha no 10. The sun was starting to set outside, so it was just the right time for Vorden and Quinn to head back to the academy, and when they did, they immediately went over to the VR room. Just like the capsule in the shop, it was a room filled with rows and rows containing capsules, and off to the side was a small shop and counter where students were able to buy snacks and refreshments. The room was currently packed with students. Just as Vorden and Leo had said, the game was incredibly popular. Looking at the excitement in the students' eyes and faces, Quinn started to feel upset. It felt like there was a world he never got to experience growing up just because he was poor. The two of them went up to the front counter that was stationed next to the small cafe. "Hi, we would like to rent out 2 capsules please," Vorden asked. "A single capsule will cost you 10 credits per hour," the female replied. Hearing that number made Quinn gulp. For some reason, he had expected the capsules to be free, but of course, they would have to pay to rent them. With Quinn's 10 credits he received a day at most he could play the game for was an hour a day. He didn't need the money for anything else. After all, the school provided the accommodation and 3 meals a day for them. "All right, are you ready?" Vorden asked. "Huh, what did you pay?" "Yeah, don't worry about it. Come on, let's go." The woman behind the counter had handed Vorden 2 tags numbered 23 and 24. The two of them walked around the room until they had found 2 capsules next to each other. They both had large numbers displayed on the front of the capsule in big bold ink. "Here we are," Vorden said. "With these capsules they're only able to link to the military servers. You can fight with others from other schools, but you won't be able to connect it to the normal servers. You will need to buy your own capsule for that. When you log into the game you can play as a guest for now and just search for the ID VB copy and join my room when you can." With that, the two of them slowly climbed into the VR capsule. When the machine sensed they were both comfortably inside, the capsule lid slowly started closing on the both of them. Then before they realized it, their minds were completely transported to another space. Quinn was now in a large empty white room. There were no walls in sight and it looked like the room was endless. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of him. "Welcome to Power Fighter, would you like to log in, register, play as guest?" As Vorden had suggested, for now Quinn decided to play as a guest. Then he went on through the system and started to search for Vorden's gamer ID. Once he had selected to join the person's room, he patiently waited for Vorden to accept. Room invite accepted, transporting in 3, 2, 1. Then in an instant, Quinn had been transported to another empty white space room. Only this time Vorden was there as well, but Vorden didn't look like himself. He looked like a completely different person. Both his hands had been wrapped in bandages and on his face, he wore a scarf. He looked like an ancient ninja. Vorden, is that you?" "Oh sorry," Vorden said, and the next second he looked like the ordinary Vorden at school. "What was that?" Quinn asked. "That, the game allows you to customize your character so you can make it look like whatever you want. The clothes I was wearing a type of skin, although they cost credits so I wouldn't worry about that." The sound of the game was just getting even better for Quinn. Allowing the users to create a character to be used in the game meant that no one would know it was him, unless they knew his username. "Do you want to watch me play a few games so you know how the game works?" Vorden asked. "Sure." Vorden then created a party, where Quinn was able to spectate. Suddenly in the white space, 4 stands appeared forming an arena-like shape and Quinn was teleported to the seating area in one of the stands. The game tried its best even for spectators to make it feel like the real thing. Once Quinn was comfortably seated, Vorden went to search for a match. Vorden selected the power level of 2. This way he would only be matched up with level 2s. There was also a quick match option, where it would match you with anyone who had selected the same option regardless of power level. The ability he currently had his character set to was Earth. He chose this because Vorden himself had been trying to learn the Earth ability better so that way when Peter got stronger with it, Vorden would be able to help him use it. When an opponent was found he too was teleported into space where Vorden stood. The two of them started out on the opposite side of the room, then Quinn could see a big countdown appear over the arena. When the countdown reached 0 the match immediately began. Vorden was going up against another Earth user. Earth users were the most common ability to be found. The match didn't last long though, as it was clear that Vorden had the greater experience when it came to fighting. The match had only lasted a total of 5 minutes, but while watching the game Quinn started to figure out how it worked. Above each player's head was a health bar, but there was no way to show how much health each player had. Judging by what Vorden had said, this was most likely because everyone had a different set of health depending on what the VR headset was able to read from the body. Quinn himself knew this because of his inspect skill. Every time he would look at the stats of a different person, some of them had different amount, and that included him. The next thing he noticed was the fact that there wasn't actually any damage done to the player. When Vorden would strike or stab a person, the system would cause the player to react to these by startling the player, but it wouldn't permanently damage the person like it would have done in real life. Similar to a game, it would treat hits on vital parts as a critical hit, but the player could continue to fight like normal as long as their HP didn't hit 0. After that, Quinn continued to watch Vorden play a few more games, and before they knew it their time was up. Although Quinn didn't have the time to play today, he couldn't wait to try out the machine tomorrow. It was getting late and it was almost time for their curfew, so Quinn and Vorden decided it would be best to head back to the dorm rooms. When they arrived, they noticed that the lights were out and Peter was already in the room fast asleep. "Does he look okay?" Quinn asked, as he noticed Vorden was looking around to see if he could see any markings on his face or body. Yeah, he seems fine, but even if he was getting bullied, he could have gone to the doctor's office before coming here, Vorden replied. Well, I still think we should keep an—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
eye on him. There's no way higher levels would just become friends with a lower level for no reason, Quinn said. Vorden cleared his throat loudly and started to look at himself. Of course, there are some exceptions, Quinn said smiling. With the other two now fast asleep, Quinn was still awake messing around with his system. He was busy watching the tutorial videos of the hammer strike. He didn't have enough points in agility to learn the flash step, but with the gauntlets, he did have enough for the hammer strike. The video contained the blonde man demonstrating what to do step by step. It was incredibly detailed, showing everything in slow motion to the point where it also described the feeling the user should have, every step of the way. Quinn repeatedly watched the video, as he wanted to learn and test it out in the game tomorrow. After finally remembering all the steps and believing he had a confident grasp on the skill, he shut his eyes and went to sleep. The next day Quinn had woken up earlier than the other two. He immediately wanted to go to the game to create his character and test out the skill he had been learning all night. Just in case the others wondered where Quinn was, he left a note before leaving. When he finally arrived, the VR room was emptier than it was yesterday, most likely because it was early in the morning and not a lot of students had woken up yet. Quinn then went on to do the same as Vorden had done yesterday. He went up to the pretty lady who stood behind the counter and asked to rent a capsule, only this time for 2 hours. There wasn't much use for his credits other than buying late-night snacks, and at the moment, not even that satisfied him. Ever since he had his first taste of blood, food was starting to taste bland. He still got hungry like everyone else, but the taste of ice cream and sweets just didn't have the same rush effect it once had. To get that feeling again, he could only get it from blood. But Quinn made sure to only consume blood when he needed to or to get himself stronger. He was afraid that he might become addicted to the feeling, and if he did, it would only cause more problems for him. Before entering his capsule, Quinn looked around the room and noticed some students carrying their beast weapons with them. Not all students used one like Vorden, but after watching the games Vorden had played yesterday, he did see a few of his opponents have one, which meant most likely that the students bringing their weapons with them meant that the game was also able to recognize the power of beast weapons. Just on the side of the capsule, there was a large rectangular box, and underneath were the words written, Beast's Weapons. So it looked like Quinn was right after all. After taking off his gauntlets and placing it into the box, the capsule started to scan the weapons. Scan complete. The beast weapon may now be used with the capsule. He then hopped in and logged into the game. Only this time, instead of logging in as a guest, he decided to register an account. Please create a user ID. Quinn thought long and hard. He didn't want anything that could give away his real identity away, but at the same time, he wanted a name that would express his newfound self. Something like Vampire God just wouldn't work and gave too much information. Plus the idea of putting vampire in his name just sent cringe tinkles running down his spine. Finally, he had settled on a name. User ID created Blood Evolver. The name was chosen for a few reasons. Quinn could feel his body getting stronger with each person's blood he drank. It was as if his body was evolving into something else, and in the future, he knew he would be stronger than he was now. He thought the name was very fitting for himself. The next step was to design his character. The body proportions of his character were the same as him, but he was able to choose what hairstyle and simple clothing he wanted on it. Quinn had always been born with black curly hair and wanted to change it but never got the chance to. Now it felt like he could be someone else. After going through all the options, he finally decided on a red spiky-haired character who wore simpler villager clothing. It looked like a farmer from an old fantasy world. Once the character had been completed, Quinn was once again teleported to the large white empty room. That's when Quinn noticed something. While in the room, Quinn was able to walk around freely and move his body just like he could outside. He was currently dressed as the character and even had his gauntlets on. Then when Quinn tried to open up his system, to his surprise it appeared like usual, showing all of his current stats. Quinn looked down at his gauntlets and immediately wanted to test something out. Blood swipe. And in that instant, a red claw-like line left Quinn's hands and scratched the ground. For whatever reason, it seemed like Quinn's system and abilities still worked inside the game. Please remember to vote using your stones for another mass release next week. After finding out that his blood swiped worked in the game, Quinn immediately opened up his system to check his stats again. Only unlike the outside world where his HP would have gone down by 1 HP, everything had still remained the same. Was it because using it didn't actually use any blood? When Quinn would use blood swipe outside, the red claw-like shape would leave his hand, and at the same time, he felt like a piece of energy inside him had left with it. The minus in his HP would indicate that it took part of his life force or his blood. But inside the game world, the attack did no such thing. It was just replicating what his mind told it to do, while scanning the body inside the capsule to see if it was possible. To test this, Quinn swiped his hands non-stop, swipe after swipe. Red lines left his fingertips in a flurry, but at the same time, no HP was lost. Just in case, Quinn opened up the game system and checked, and right next to his name where there was a section to fill in your ability, there were the words written none in the box. However, another thought came to Quinn's mind. If he didn't lose any HP when using the skill, this also meant that his skill Blood Bank would have no effect in the game. When he would get attacked it would do no physical harm to his real body on the outside. He wasn't actually losing health, so inside the game, he wouldn't be able to rely on his Blood Bank to save him out of tough situations. But the fact that Quinn was able to use these abilities in the game made him think. Was his system really an ability? At first, he assumed so. After all, he had received the power from what had looked like an ability book. Of course, he had never heard of an ability before like this, but there were many abilities in the world that originals had hidden and kept for themselves. Then he thought back to his status change. Next to race, it stated he was no longer human. Perhaps his abilities were more a side effect of changing race, rather than an ability itself. That's why the skills that he unlocked through the system didn't really follow a pattern. What the Blood Bank could do differed greatly to what his blood swipe did. If Quinn's theory was right, did this mean he could also learn an ability? He hadn't tried so far because he thought it simply wouldn't have worked, but now if he was to test this, he needed to think long and hard about what ability to learn. Before going into his first game, Quinn wanted to test out the hammer strike. He had been watching the video all last night and felt like he was ready. Place your foot forward like this and at the same time rotate your body. The energy should flow through your toes upwards, then as you pull back your hand, stomp on the ground and at the same time release the energy through your fist. Quinn mumbled as he went through the steps. At first Quinn did all of the required steps slowly, making sure he did all of the steps perfectly, not using any of his energy or strength. He did everything step by step as the video had explained. After going through it a few times he was ready. In one motion he did all the steps as fast as he could, and just like the video had stated, he could feel the energy rising from the bottom of his feet into his fist. The powerful strike left his hand and a loud bang was heard. A small shockwave in the air was created. "I did it," Quinn said. Although the shockwave was nowhere near the size of the man in the video, Quinn was still happy with the result. There was no longer any need for him to delay anymore, and he went and clicked on the search function. For his first match, Quinn wanted to go against the same power level user as him, a level 1. Technically Quinn himself knew he was beyond level 1, if he was to take a guess, he would say he was around the same power level as a 2.5, but for his first match, he just wanted to make sure of a few things. The game had found him an opponent and he was immediately teleported to an arena. When the countdown had finished, it was time for the match to start. The student in front of him had no beast weapon, so Quinn was cautious at first and at the same time he wanted to test something out. Quinn got in close to the student and was ready for whatever was to come. That's when the student had shapeshifted his hands into a claw-like shape and scratched at Quinn's body. The attack was slow and Quinn was able to block but chose not to and allowed the attack to scratch against his chest. While playing the game, inside the user's view was his and his opponent's HP bar, placed in the bottom right-hand corner. When the attack went through, a small amount of HP had been taken. Quinn then quickly stepped back a few steps and proceeded to use his Blood Bank skill. HP is currently full, unable to use Blood Bank. It was as he had suspected. Although he took damage in the game, nothing had happened to his real body outside. With his thought confirmed, Quinn was now ready to end the match. He dashed forward and when he was close enough he threw out a blood swipe. The student lifted his claws to block, but the second the blood swipe made impact, his claws had shattered, and followed up behind the first blood swipe was a second one. The student's HP was lowered now by around 25%. Although Quinn could have easily finished the match with a barrage of blood swipes now, he chose not to. He had wanted to originally play the game to help train his fighting skills, and in the outside world, Quinn wasn't able to use the blood swipes as he liked. Quinn got in closer to the student. By now the student's claws had already regenerated. The student swung again, but this time Quinn ducked underneath the attack and threw out a punch to the student's stomach, followed by another punch to the student's face, and finished him off with a cross-shaped dual blood swipe with both hands. Winner Blood Evolver. Just then though, Quinn had received another message from his own system. Opponent has been defeated. 25 EXP has been earned. 305/400 EXP. It was unexpected, but Quinn had received EXP for defeating an opponent in the game. Suddenly a large grin appeared on his face. Due to your votes last week, we unlocked another mass release of 4 chapters. If you would like another mass release, please remember to vote. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Note, goals increase weekly as we also get an increase in readers weekly. Let's climb to the top together. After defeating the student inside the game, Quinn received 25 EXP points compared to his regular 50. This was a large surprise to him as Quinn didn't expect a fight in the game to contribute to points in his system, but at the same time, this was great news. Due to the heightened security around the school, it would be harder for him to find opponents and draw out their blood. That and the gauntlets he was using a dead giveaway. Although gauntlets were a rare weapon, there were millions of military personnels playing the game. Even if he was to use them, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint it to him. But now that Quinn was able to level up, it solved his current problem of getting stronger without the need of consuming blood. Although he didn't know why he had only received 25 EXP, if he had to take guess, it could have been because he wasn't fighting these people in real life, or the fact that the opponent he went up against was too weak. Without wasting any more time, Quinn immediately went to search for another game. He set the power level to level 1, that way he would be matched up against easy opponents. An opponent was almost found instantly and Quinn got straight to work. Rather than reserving his power like in the last game, Quinn decided this time he would just send out a barrage of blood swipes at his opponent. And his plan worked. His first opponent was dealt with so quickly that Quinn didn't even have time to find out what ability he had. 25 EXP gained. 330/400. Quinn's next 3 opponents were dealt with just as easy as the other 2. There was an Earth Elemental user who was too slow to cast his spells. He simply avoided the attacks and then when was in range, would unleash the blood swipes. The 2 after that were just as easy as Quinn's previous fights. He would quickly dodge their attacks and when he was close enough to them he would spam his skill. Of course, Quinn knew he wouldn't be able to do this type of thing outside the game. After all, the skill had a major setback of reducing his health. If Quinn was ever in the danger zone and then got attacked, he would be dead in an instant. But he just wanted to level up as soon as possible and after defeating the next 3, he did. 405/400 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 4. Race, Halfling. HP 25/25. 5/800 EXP. Strength 13, 3. Stamina 12. Agility 14. For the first time since Quinn had leveled up, he hadn't received a new ability. He somewhat had expected this but at the same time was hoping for something useful. He would just have to keep leveling up and wait for more skills in the future. Finally though, what Quinn had wanted had arrived. The reason why he wanted to level up so fast was because of the free stat point received after every level up. Agility 15. He immediately put the point into his agility stat and now he could finally learn the flash step from the tutorial. This time while following the tutorial from the blonde man, Quinn was able to follow him step by step along with the video. Unlike when learning the hammer strike, where he had to watch it repeatedly and was unable to do everything. After several minutes of Quinn practicing the flash step he finally had a stroke of success. Yes, Quinn shouted. However, what Quinn did notice was while he was in the white room on his own, his body would never feel tired. He was able to perform the flash step as many times as he wanted without feeling tired. This did not apply to when he was in a match though. Using the blood swipe did take up Quinn's stamina. He felt this affecting him after sending out attack after attack during a match. It meant the white room acted like some type of training room, where they were unaffected by their physical body's restraints. With the flash step learned, Quinn finally wanted to experience a fight with a tougher opponent. Instead of searching by power level, Quinn decided to select quick match and would let fate decide the level of his opponent. In the real world, you wouldn't be able to choose who you went up against, so it was important for Quinn to have experience fighting in all sorts of situations. Then a few moments later, a match was found. This time when Quinn entered the arena floor, he could see his opponent standing opposite him. He was wearing a long red cape and by his side were 2 daggers. Quinn also realized they weren't alone either. There was also a person sitting in the stands watching Quinn and his opponent. "Oh, don't worry about him," the caped man said. "He's just my senior. He's watching me fight so he can give tips." Quinn then tried using his inspect skill on his opponent to see what power level or ability they had, but there was no luck. The inspect skill didn't seem to work in the game. But before the match began, Quinn made sure to open up his status screen and decided to leave it open and off to the side. During this match, he wanted to keep a close eye on it. When both of them were ready, the countdown started over their heads. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the sound dinged indicating the start of the match, the caped man took out his daggers and swung them out fast. 2 wind blades followed. The attack was similar to Quinn's blood swipe, only the distance the attack could be used was far greater and faster. Quinn then decided to attack with his own blood swipe. The 2 lines of power clashed in the middle and cancelled each other out. A red color, what ability is that? The caped man was wondering, and at the same time, the caped man's senior was thinking the same thing. This time Quinn charged forward. His abilities all required him to be used at close range. The caped man seeing this threw more wind strikes out, but Quinn just replied back with his own blood swipes, but this time sending out 4 of them. When the first 2 cancelled out the wind strikes, the next 2 carried on moving forward. That's when the caped man lifted his cape and spun around. The blood strikes smacked into the cape, but there was no effect and not even a scratch left on the cape. Is that beast armor, and a high level one at that? Quinn thought. The 2 of them were now in punching distance of one another. The capped man swung his daggers out fast. Quinn lifted his hands and managed to grab onto the daggers, allowing the blade to just come out from his fingertips. Then suddenly, the aura around the daggers grew and the wind forming around dagger allowed the ends of the blade to grow and act more like a sword, piercing Quinn in both shoulders. The capped man pulled back and went for another strike. "I don't know what your ability is, but it's over," the capped man said. But then suddenly, his dagger had hit nothing but empty air and space and no one could be seen. As he turned around, a sharp claw penetrated the man's stomach. Then another attack after attack at great speed was tearing his stomach apart, and to finish him off 2 more blood swipes. 25 experience gained. 30/800 EXP. The man watching in the arena stood up on his feet as he saw his friend lose the match. The 2 of them so far had been on a winning streak, taking it in turns facing opponent after opponent. The sudden loss had come as a shock to them. That skill at the end, what was that? Then just as Quinn was about to log out and go find another match, he heard someone call out to him. "Wait." The man in the seats shouted, "Please fight me." Quinn had no problem with this and accepted, but unknown to him the man he was about to face was one of the strongest students from another military school. "Hey guys, we are top 15 in ranking. Please remember to keep voting for extra chapters and a mass release on the weekend. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Thank you for supporting the story. The student who had been sitting up in the stands and watching the fight between Quinn and his friend was known as Nate Snell. He was a second year from another academy, and in his academy, he was well known for being one of the strongest second years. Nate often played in the game to improve his fighting skills, as this was important for him due to the fact it went hand in hand with his ability. He was obsessed with learning all different types of martial art skills. There was one area in the game that it didn't allow you to improve on though. Even though the game allowed you to use abilities, it did not have the system in place to use soul weapons. This would be an almost impossible task considering every person's soul weapon was different, even if they had the same ability. With a keen eye for martial arts, the second Nate had seen Quinn perform his flash step. He needed to know who this person was. The footwork in the skill was so beautiful, so quick, that even he wasn't able to keep track of where Quinn had gone. After asking Quinn for a battle, he was overjoyed that he accepted. For the two of them to start their match, they needed to add each other to their friends list first. Hard Steely has sent you a friend request. Quinn accepted the friend request and was happy to fight. Honestly, Quinn wasn't too bothered who he went up against, but after fighting against Nate's friend, he felt like he should have a good match coming up that would help him improve. Blood Evolver has accepted your friend request. Blood Evolver? Does his ability have something to do with blood? That would explain those red lines coming out from his hands, but was there such an ability in the system? Nate thought. There were thousands of different abilities in the system, so Nate wasn't sure of all of them, but he had fought many battles in the game and this was the first time seeing someone with this type of ability. Before the match was about to begin, Nate had asked if he could speak to his friend Sam for a few moments. Quinn agreed as he wanted to check a few things out himself. During the match, when Quinn used his flash step, he was hoping his own system would show him something, but nothing happened. Of course, this was because he was in the game, but he knew that the flash step felt like it had taken a significant amount of stamina from him. His current stamina points were at a 12. If he was to make a rough guess, he would say that 4 strikes of blood swipe took down 1 stamina point, meaning he would be able to perform around 48 blood swipes before running out of stamina. However, if he did this, he would reach 0 HP before even using up all his stamina. But as the blonde man had said in the video, flash step took a considerable amount of stamina. At most, Quinn knew he would currently only be able to produce it twice in one game, meaning it took at least 5 points of stamina. Quinn would have to think carefully when using this information in a match. At first he thought it wasn't so important increasing his stamina, as long as he was strong enough or fast enough he could win his fights, but in a prolonged battle and matches against multiple enemies, as soon as his stamina dropped to 0 he would be as good as dead. Not only that, but Quinn dreaded the thought of having to fight in the sunlight with these stats. Over at the other end of the arena, Nate was busy talking to Sam about his match. "You are such a fool," Nate said. "I know, I'm sorry," Sam replied. Nate looked at the flapping cape that Sam was wearing and started to shake his head. "We just got this incredible thing and you didn't even use it properly in the fight. When he went out from your view, if you hadn't turned around your back it would have been protected. Or you could have turtled up with the cape. It's hard to get used to having something on your back. If someone vanishes in front of you and you know they're behind you, you naturally turn around. Wouldn't you?" Sam replied. Sam then started to look at the ground as he was saddened remembering how he had lost the match. "My win streak," Sam cried. Nate proceeded to pat Sam on the shoulder with pity before walking to his fighting spot. "You know the deal, if I win against him then that means I win our bet. And you'll owe me those credits." As Sam headed back to the arena stands, he was praying for Quinn to kick his friend's ass. He had lost too many bets recently and was running low on credits. 3, 2, 1. And the match had begun. Surprisingly, both of them at the same time had decided to charge in. Although Quinn didn't know his opponent's abilities, his attacks were more effective closer in range. If he was going up against an elemental user, then it was always better for him to get closer anyway. And as soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, he threw out 2 blood swipes. Suddenly, Nat's speed dropped dramatically. His skin started to turn into a shiny material and his footsteps were heavy. As the blood swipes reached and hit his body, the sound of metal clanging against each other was heard. For the first time when Quinn's attack had hit an opponent's body, it had done 0 damage whatsoever. The metal shine from Nate's body seemed to shift and now was concentrated in his arm. It allowed Nate to move a lot faster and close the distance. He pushed his hand forward and out came a long metal silver pole. It was too fast for Quinn to react to and the pole dug into his stomach and continued to push him back. The attack was strong and Quinn had lost about 10% of his health. The pole continued to grow and push him back and his health continued to fall. Quinn then grabbed onto the pole with both hands and using all his strength, managed to stop its momentum. "Wow, looks like you're strong as well," Nate said surprised. Not only did his opponent have a ranged attack but seemed to have super strength now as well. Quinn pushed the pole to the side and swung out his claws, this time firing 4 blood swipes. The pole then started to retract quicker than the blood swipes and absorbed back into Nate's body. He then put both of his hands together and the metal liquid started to form a large oval shape and eventually formed a shield. Each strike hit the shield and there was no effect. However, Quinn had expected this result. When Nate retracted the metal back into his body, Quinn was in front of him ready to strike, but Nate remained calm and shifted the metal over his body to the exact spot where Quinn was aiming for his head. The punch landed but Nate's head didn't even move a single inch, and again the game had recorded no such damage. Nate then grabbed Quinn's fist and with his other hand formed the pole, whacking him to the ground. "Come on, you should be better than this," Nate said. The truth was Nate was purposely shifting the metal into a pole rather than a sword, this way the match would last longer. It had been a while since Quinn felt like this, weak. There was only one thing left for him to try. Quinn lifted himself off the ground and started to breathe in, calming himself down. Anger would only distract him. Then he was ready and Nate could see it too. "Come on," Nate said as he shifted the metal pole back into his body and into one of his fists. Quinn once again charged forward and threw out a blood swipe. Nate blocked the attack, easily lifting his arm and knocking it away, but it was only meant to serve as a distraction in the first place. When Quinn got close enough, Nate threw out his fist and at the same time, he responded with flash step, avoiding the strike and appearing behind Nate. Too predictable. Nate had prepared for this after watching the last match and made sure his back was already fully covered in the metal-like alloy. Quinn then lifted his foot off the ground, let the energy go through from his toes up into his fist. As he stumped down with one foot, he pulled back one hand and let out another fist. Asterisk bang. The sound of two solid objects hitting each other sounded loudly in the distance. For a brief second the two of them was frozen in place, and for the first time, Quinn was able to do damage, and it was a lot. Nate's eyes grew in shock as he saw the attack bring his health down by nearly half. Nate knew he was in danger and he could no longer take the fight as easy as he did before. He swung his body and at the same time had shifted a piece of metal into a sword. But once again, Quinn had used the flash step to avoid the strike. Damn it, again, how is he so fast? As Nate turned to look at where his opponent was, he was surprised to see Quinn collapsed on the ground. Quinn was breathing in heavy, he could no longer move. The use of using flash step twice, including the fact that he had used hammer strike, he had pushed his body way beyond its limits. "Let's do this again sometime," Nate said as he stabbed Quinn on the ground, ending the game. Although the match had ended in Nate's victory, he was more excited than ever. "Looks like the military tournament is going to be a fun one this year. Please remember to vote with your spirit stones for a mass release on the weekend. Thank you for all the support. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters." After finishing his intense battle with Nate, his hour using the VR capsule was up and Quinn was no longer able to participate in any more matches. Although he had lost his match, he felt satisfied. He had learned a lot during his battle with Nate. His attacks, including his blood swipe, were not strong enough to do any damage to Nate while he using his metal ability. However, his hammer strike skill was. Hammer strike didn't increase his strength, but now Quinn had a good idea what it did do. It was an attack that focused on the inside, an internal attack, the perfect counter to those with abilities who hardened or transformed their bodies. Quinn couldn't wait to find out what the other tutorials the blonde man had in store for him, but he had no idea how to unlock them. The blonde man had simply said when he was ready, they would unlock for him. There were two things this meant. One might be when Quinn's stats were high enough to complete the fighting skills requirements, or when Quinn was a high enough level. The second lesson the fight had taught him was how important stamina was. The flash step was an incredible skill that allowed him to avoid a strike in an instant, but if he used it more than twice, then he would be done for, and if he was out in the sun, he wasn't even sure he would be able to use the skill at all. This made Quinn think long and hard about what to put his stat points into in the future. Perhaps going for an agility or strength-based character wasn't the best thing after all. With that in mind, Quinn had set up an important meeting with Layla today. There was one thing he needed to learn about more than anything, especially if he wanted to get stronger in the future. It was a Sunday, so Quinn still had the rest of the day off, before having to go back to the standard military lessons for the week. The sun was out bright and early and Quinn was standing outside the school gates patiently waiting for Layla. Even though it was the weekend, Quinn still wore his school uniform, for he didn't have any other clothes, other than what was provided to him, and he had long grown out of his old school uniform. "This damn sun," Quinn said while his body was covered in sweat. All current stats have been halved. Ever since he had evolved from a human into a halfling, the sun seemed to bother him even more. He was covered in sweat even though it wasn't that hot, and he was starting to have ringing headaches if he stayed outside too long. Finally, after waiting a while, Layla had arrived. She was wearing a beautiful red dress that showed off her long legs nicely along with her short hair. She still carried her bow and had her quiver by her side, and on her back was a fairly large bag. "You ready?" Layla asked, smiling. Quinn looked at the large bag on her back. It must have been heavy, he thought. "Do you want me to carry that for you?" Quinn asked. Although with his stats halved and his strength draining from his body, he was hoping she would say no. "It's okay, the bag is lighter than you think. I'm using my ability to make it lighter," Layla replied. Quinn really wasn't sure if she was being truthful or not and didn't really know what to do in these types of situations. Were you meant to insist and be pushy? Or be a gentleman-like and offer a hand, or listen to the girl? If she said she could do it, then she could do it. In the end, Quinn didn't want to think too hard about it and decided to just let Layla carry on holding the heavy bag. If she wanted him to really carry the bag, then she should just ask him. The two of them walked out of the school's premise and carried on walking until they eventually reached a nice quiet park. There were some students outside messing around playing with their abilities, and at the same time there was some military personnel relaxing on the benches. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Layla said. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Then a thought came into his head, of all the news he had heard on TV, about what life was like during the war, how it could start up again any second and finally the death of his parents. But who knows how long it will last, that's why I need to keep getting stronger. Layla placed the heavy bag on the ground and it seemed like it was a weight off her shoulders. Even if she was using her ability it would be tiring for someone to keep it up on the whole walk here. That's when Layla started to empty out all the contents in her bag. There were all sorts of things inside. There were several items of thick clothing, such as hats, scarves, sunglasses, and most of it seemed to be black in color. Then she continued to pull out even more stuff, lotions of sun cream, and finally she pulled out an umbrella. Did it cost a lot? Quinn asked, worried after seeing how much she had bought. Don't worry about it. My family sent me the credits and I used up what the academy gave me. Layla replied, besides I got it all from the marketplace so it was dirt cheap. The marketplace was an online store that was used all around the world. It sold your everyday items such as food, clothes, utilities, and other things. With the use of teleporters, your items were able to be shipped to you in almost an instant. As long as you could afford one of these, if not you would have to go to a collection point. And the military school had one of these collection points for students to use. But other than just your everyday items, the marketplace was also used by people to sell and buy beast weapons, skill books, ability books, and all sorts of things that would be beneficial to you in battles. However, to access this part of the marketplace you would either need military personal ID, which all students got a temporary one to use during their time there, or if you were a traveler. Travelers were people who didn't work for the military but worked for a private company and often went into portals to explore different worlds. So what do you want to try first? Layla said, holding the sun cream in her hand. Sorry for the short chapter, I am incredibly sick today. Please support the series by voting, it really helps and will count towards our mass release goal. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. The two of them had gathered in the park, not just for a casual chat and peaceful evening, but there was a goal in mind. And although Quinn usually found Layla obsessive, it seemed like her crazy strange self would come in handy. The whole purpose of today was to find out if there was any way to either reduce the effect that the sun had on the system, or even temporarily stop it altogether, and there was no one better than Layla for the job. She knew everything about vampires, having grown up reading about them. She ordered whatever she thought might have been effective. Quinn looked at all the items that she had brought over. He then noticed a few more things on the ground with her. There was a metal-shaped cross, a clove of garlic, and even a piece of silver jewelry. Oh, those are for later, Layla said, embarrassed noticing Quinn staring at her stuff. We should also try to find out if you have any other weaknesses of normal vampires as well. Alright, why don't we just try the umbrella first, Quinn said as he knelt down to pick it up. He then stood still and popped open the umbrella. It was solid black in color to make sure that most of the light didn't penetrate or get through it. Quinn then adjusted the umbrella a few times to make sure his body was completely covered in the shadow. Then to his surprise, stats have returned to normal. While Quinn was fully covered under the shade, his stats had returned. Then he lifted his hand and placed it outside the shade zone ever so slightly, and as soon as the tiniest part of his finger was outside, the same usual status screen had appeared. You are being affected by direct sunlight. All stats will be halved. Well, Layla asked. It works, but even if a little bit of my body is in the sun then I start to feel weak. This wouldn't do. Holding the umbrella, although would return his stats, it would be difficult to use in a fight. One hand would be occupied holding the umbrella while the other would be free. Also, it was a big weak target that the enemy could easily destroy. But at least he found out that if he just carried an umbrella with him, he would no longer feel weak. It was a good idea to keep one on him for now. That's a special umbrella, Layla said. It's one used to block out the UV from the sun, although at most it can block out about 90%. It's not perfect. To be honest, I'm surprised it worked. Is the UV rays why I feel weak then? Not necessarily. I mean, vampire lore is all over the place, but these myths had to grounded somewhere, right? Layla then looked at the ground and picked up the sun cream. If the umbrella really worked because of the UV, then the sun cream should have some effect. Layla then walked up to Quinn, squirting some of the cream onto her hand. You ready? Quinn then went a little red thinking about Layla applying the cream onto his body. Looking at Layla now out of her school uniform, he realized she was kind of cute. So what, she was a little strange and knew too much about vampires. Everyone had their geeky thing they knew about and was obsessed with. Then Quinn felt something cold on his leg. She had taken Quinn's silence as a yes and started to slather the cream all over his body. After making sure everywhere she could see covered in cream, to finish it off she placed sunglasses over Quinn's eyes. Although we can stop the UV on your eyelids, we can't on your eyeballs, Layla said. Well, anything. This time, there was no such result. When opening up his status, the UV cream hadn't even made a little bit of impact. Quinn still felt incredibly weak and his stats were still halved. So it looks like it's not to do with the UV then. Although the umbrella worked, it can only block so much of the UV, and same with the cream. So I was hoping it would have some effect, but this means it's most likely some other property in the sun that we don't know about. To be honest, Quinn was thankful that the sun cream didn't work. The idea of waking up every day and doing it as a daily routine, at some point the cream would wear off too. He also couldn't imagine in the middle of the fight asking his opponent to wait to lather and cream himself all over. He had pictures in his head of asking Vorden to cover for him, while he brought out a bottle of sun cream. Finally, it was time for the last test. This one Quinn was dreading the most, the clothes test. He was already sweating and feeling hot as it was and couldn't imagine putting on a load of black clothing, but he thought it was best to get it over and done with as soon as possible. First Quinn placed a sweater over the top of his body, then a pair of black thick trousers, on his feet. Instead of trainers he changed to black boots, then on his hand a pair of leather black gloves. Finally, on his head, he had a large back top hat. Looking at him, Layla could barely hold in her laughter. He looked absolutely ridiculous. Breathe, breathe Layla. She mumbled, well anything. No, not yet anyway. Well, we might as well try the rest. Layla then continued to place clothes onto Quinn. This time she had covered his face with a balaclava, and even where his eyes were, she had put a sleeping mask on. More hats were placed on and now every inch of his skin was covered. Anything? No. Quinn shouted, but it sounded muffled through the clothes. However, Layla didn't give up yet. She felt like if the umbrella had worked then this had to work as well. She continued to place all the remaining clothes she had brought with, and then finally while Layla was piling on the clothes, Quinn managed to shout something. Wait, it's working. Quinn said. Although the clothes had worked, Quinn was around 3 inches thick in black clothing. Layla quickly helped Quinn take off all the clothing as it seemed like he was a bit wobbly on his legs and was going to pass out any second now. Once the two of them were finished, Quinn opened up the umbrella and the energy started to restore back into his body again. The two of them sat down on the clean-cut grass and were discussing the results of the test. Well, you can't go out like that. Layla said, you couldn't move in the thing. Agreed, but at least we know that the most important thing is to stop the sun hitting me. Quinn started to feel the umbrella, wondering if perhaps he could get clothes made out of the same material. Then the problem would be the material would be too weak. Most likely the reason the clothes didn't work so well was because they didn't block out the sun enough. He needed more solid but flexible material. There was some stuff out there that might have worked, like a black latex suit or something, but these weren't strong enough for fighting. It could easily be torn or ripped and then he would be back to being normal weak Quinn again. Suddenly a thought had entered Quinn's mind. He started to remember the fight he had inside the VR game. When he had gone against Sam, he had used a cape that was able to block his blood swipe. The material was not only flexible but strong as well. The cape was most likely made from some type of beast, from one of the portals. If Quinn could get enough of this material, maybe he could make a suit of some kind that could not only protect him from the sun but also be strong enough to be used in combat. A smile started to appear on his face. He now couldn't wait to be transported to hunt some beasts. If you enjoyed the chapter and want a mass release next week, remember to vote. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 6 extra chapters. After finishing the test with the items, Layla was eager to try out a few of the other things she had brought along with her. Do I really have to worry about something like this? Quinn said as he picked up a clove of garlic. Not really, to be honest, I just wanted to try out everything. Garlic always acted more as a repellent in the first place, and the fact that you're holding it like that would suggest it wouldn't hurt. While Quinn looked at the piece of garlic, he decided to use the inspect skill on just to be sure. If something would harm him, he was sure the system would be able to tell him basic information such as this. Inspect. A glove of garlic. Due to your heightened senses, the piece may test extremely bad. Safe to consume. The good news was the system had informed him that the garlic wasn't poisonous, which meant it would be able to do with the other items as well. The bad news was that he had to still eat the garlic, so Layla didn't get suspicious. He broke the glove into a small piece before placing it into his mouth. The taste was incredibly strong. It felt like he was eating dog crap. Not that he knew how that tasted anyway, but if he had to imagine, this was it. Quinn immediately started to spit on the ground, trying to get the taste out of his mouth. Well, at least you look fine, Layla said. Quinn had actually expected this result before even using his inspect skill. The taste of food had slightly changed ever since his evolution. Sweet food such as ice cream and cakes now tasted bland. It was the same with fruit. The only thing that still tasted fine for him was meat. Although everything seemed to taste slightly saltier than before, it was the same with other herbs as well. Although there was one thing that drastically changed for him, and that was blood. It was a greater taste than anything he had before and was sweet as caramel itself. Just thinking about it, Quinn wanted another taste, but he was still able to control himself just fine. It was the same way when someone thought about chocolate. They suddenly wanted chocolate but they didn't need it. Before touching any of the other items, Quinn made sure to use his inspect skill on each one. First was the metal cross, a religious symbol that has no effect, the system said. Then the chain, a sliver chain that is made up of 92% silver. Wearing the item can be used as a fashion accuracy. With both the items there was no such warning. Quinn then proceeded to pick up both of them with no worry. He was starting to trust the system more and more lately as it had been more helpful and accurate. So what's the story behind these two things? Quinn asked. I kind of get the cross, but what about the silver, and they just for werewolves? Suddenly Layla's eyes started to sparkle up. I'm glad you asked. Vampire lore has gone further back than you think. Even in Greek mythology they have tales of vampires. The first vampire was said to be cursed by the god Apollo, to be burnt by sunlight. Then when the man tried to touch Artemis' bow, she cursed the human further to be affected by silver. Layla explained. Of course there are other reasons, but this is one of the older ones. Then with the cross, vampires have always been seen as workers of the devil, a creature that needed to suck blood to live, and of course God in the eyes of many, is a fighter of evil and the cross is a symbol of the god. Layla then grabbed both items from Quinn and placed it back in her bag. But now looking at you, I can clearly see all of that was a load of rubbish, Layla said, sounding a bit disappointed by the whole experience. The only vampire weakness it seems you have so far is sunlight, although I have to admit that's a pretty big one. Do you feel like you're not getting older yet? What? Quinn said, confused. How would I even know? It's only been a few days. I mean, I don't feel any older, but I could say that about the rest of my life. You kind of just got older without realizing it. Then a dreaded thought had entered Quinn's mind. If it was true that he would no longer age, did that mean his appearance would stay the same as it did now? Would he look like a young teenage boy for the rest of his life? With test over, it was time for the two of them to head back to their dorm rooms. Quinn decided to head back to the dorm rooms and see if Vorden and Peter wanted to hang out and do something for the rest of the evening. But when he entered the room, once again neither Vorden or Peter was there. Vorden, Quinn didn't worry too much about. It seemed like he had been getting into trouble lately with the second years, but currently they were staying well clear of him after the incident. It was Peter, Quinn was more worried about. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that these new friends of Peter weren't actually friends of his and was wondering what to do. With that, Quinn decided to sleep for the night and wait till the next day. When he woke up, he was happy to see that the other two had managed to return to their rooms in the middle of the night. For once the three of them had decided to head down to the canteen together, and in a long time, the three of them casually ate food and chatted about what they had done yesterday. Once the three of them had finished eating, it was time for them to head to their homeroom classes together. On Monday morning they were to attend a morning class with their teacher Dell. This lesson would be a theory-based lesson, either the history of the human race or even notice about what would happen. The three of them sat in the back of the class as usual, while Layla sat at the front with Erin by her side. The students waited patiently until Dell had finally arrived. Alright class, I have an important announcement to make. The preparations for your first portal outing has been complete. It's time for you kids to go explore the universe a bit more. Short chapter, but remember, mass release tomorrow. If you want another mass release next week, please remember to vote. 3,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Plus 500 stones equals 1 extra chapter. Before Dell was to inform the students about the portal training they would be participating in, he needed to explain to the students how the portals worked. After all, it would be a first for nearly every student there apart from a few of them. Portals allowed humans to travel to and back from locations that they had been to before. They were often used to travel to other planets. The technology was obtained when humanity managed to take down their first Dalki ship and discovered a portal inside. Usually, when such advanced technology was discovered, people wouldn't be able to dissect and replicate it so easily. Just because you had the technology didn't mean you understood how it worked. But thanks to a legendary scientist named Richard Eno, he had easily been able to dissect all of the equipment found on board of the ship. Another great contributor to the war against the Dalki. Some people assumed that he had an ability of some sort that helped him along the way, but these were just rumors and no one knew for sure. However, one thing for certain was he was a great man. Once he had found this technology, he distributed it not only to the military but also to private companies as well. He made sure that such power wouldn't just end up in one group's hands. Back then the world and humans were fighting together, but who knew what would happen once the war had ended? In today's world, there were generally 3 different groups of people who had and owned portals. The military was the first group. Next were private corporations. They usually had powerful originals backing them. Many of these companies would also form a faction, a group of powerful travelers just for exploring other planets. And lastly was the group known as Pure, a group that didn't believe in the use of abilities. There were 3 types of portals, each different in color. There was green, orange, and red. Each of these portals meant a different thing. Green meant that the planet it led to had already been explored and there were human shelters that had been built. These allowed people to live there if they wished or just stay there temporarily. The next was orange. This meant that the planet hadn't been fully explored yet. There were some shelters in place, but the level of the beast could be too high in certain areas or they just hadn't explored everywhere yet. And finally, the red portals. These were unexplored planets. There were no shelters for regular humans to live in. Only travelers or military personnel would usually go into these portals for exploration, and the worst thing about them was they didn't know if the Dalki were on the planet as well. After all, the Dalki had the same technology, so it wouldn't be too strange to run into them, and although under a treaty, if a few people were to go missing on an unknown planet, it was hard to prove something had happened and the humans weren't ready for another war just yet. And that is all the information you need to know about portals, Dell said. A student then raised his hand who seated in the center of the class. Yes, Dell said. What about the beasts that were discovered on those planets? Will we learn about them? The student asked. For now, that's all you need to know about the portals. Yes, this also led us to discover beasts on these planets, and they are what we use to create our beast weapons, but you will be told more detail about that when you arrive. Dell explained, although I will tell you now that you can also thank Richard Eno for that discovery as well. Dell then closed the presentation that was playing behind him. Now for the important part. The portal expedition will take place next week, but before even that, you will be required to form your own team of 5. Although on this trip you will travel as a class, you must have a squad and stick together. Even the green portals are a dangerous place filled with beasts and the trackers on your watch will not work outside the academy. We will have no way to come and save you. The same student once again raised his hand and Del had a look on his face like it was starting to get annoying. Yes. Do you know where we will be going? That information will be revealed to you on the day. Many of you here have family members who, if they knew where you were, would send guards out to protect you on these planets, but that wouldn't be fair, especially since we will also be assessing you on this. The student once again raised his hand, but Del this time stared at him back, forcing him to slowly put his hand down again. Now if there aren't any more questions, your combat classes for today are cancelled. Today you are to form a team of 5 and report back to us by the end of the day. Del then left the room to attend to other business while allowing the students to form their own group of 5s. Vorden then turned his head immediately. Hey Quinn, you want to be on the... But standing by Quinn's side already was Layla, who had sprinted from the front of the class to the back. Hey, do you want to make a team with me, Quinn? Layla said, smiling. Sure, Quinn answered. Truthfully, Quinn wanted to ask Layla to be on the same team. They didn't know how long their first assessment was going to take, and if he was to get hurt or injured, he was going to need a blood source of some type. Even if Vorden didn't like it, he knew this was going to happen. Hey, Quinn, you mind if I join as well? He said, smiling, trying to hide his annoyance. Of course, and Peter as well. Peter's face was a little shocked at hearing the sound of his name, and at the same time his feelings were confused. Yeah, that would be good, Peter said. Then when the others were just thinking about who the 5th member should be, Aaron had approached Vorden of all people in the room. I want to make a team with you. Mass release day, remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones 2 extra chapters, hit. 4,000 stones 4 extra chapters, hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. Not only were Quinn and the others shocked that Aaron had approached Vorden, but so was the whole class. In Del's class, Aaron was the strongest student there. Nearly everyone wanted her on their team, but over the last few days, when people had tried to approach her, she had always given a cold response. It seemed like she was disinterested in everything apart from getting stronger. I'm sorry, Vorden said, but I've already decided to make a team with these guys. Vorden's response to Aaron seemed to be even crazier to everyone else as well. They had seen Vorden fight that day when they were surrounded by the second years. After witnessing that, no one would say he was any weaker than Aaron. If the two of them were to combine powers and found a few other strong people, it meant they could easily come up with the strongest team in the class. Aaron then looked at the group of people who Vorden pointed at. To be honest, she didn't seem to recognize any of them. Who are they? Aaron said. What? We took the test together. I even helped you out at the assembly hall. Layla complained. The truth was Aaron never took the time to remember people's faces. She only cared about those who were strong. When she saw how weak they were in the test assessment, she didn't even bother with them any longer. Although there was one person who had caught her eye other than Vorden, and that was Quinn. She remembered him throwing the black beast balls at a lightning-fast speed and taking out a student. Then when she looked at his wrist, she saw he was only a level 1 user. Why would you stay with these weak people? Surely you can get a better grade if you join me and a few others, Aaron said. The first assessment and future assessments in the portal outing would determine their final grade. For those who had a cozy family to get back to, it didn't matter too much, but to rest it determined their future. The grade they got when they left military academy would decide whether they could join a strong private company, or whether they would just end up joining the bottom of the barrel, being treated even worse than now. I don't care about the grades, I just want to have fun while I'm still in school, Vorden replied. But Aaron was determined to not give up. Fine, I can accept the girl and the strangely strong boy, but I can't accept him, Aaron said, pointing at Peter. Peter's heart suddenly started to thump louder. A fear started to take over him as he heard Aaron speak these words. If he didn't get in Vorden's and Peter team, he would be in huge trouble. Why do we need you anyway? Vorden said. Wait a minute, Layla interrupted. I think she would make a good addition to the team. Besides Vorden, doesn't your ability rely on those around you to be strong as well? As far as I remember, Beast doesn't have abilities, so you would have to rely on us, and we don't exactly have strong abilities. Layla, I understand what you are saying, but for once I agree with Vorden, Quinn replied. I don't care how strong she is, she can't just come in and kick one of us out. She can join the team, but only if Peter stays. It was good to have strong allies, but at what cost? If Quinn was to kick out Peter to replace him with a stranger, he would just be as bad as everyone else who had treated him like crap just for being weak. He didn't want to change into one of those types of people. Aaron then started to look around the room before looking at Vorden once again. She thought back to how Vorden was able to deal with Momo quite well before the use of the soul weapon. After looking around the room, there didn't seem to be a single person in Del's class that matched up to him. Fine, I will join, but I wish for the 5 of us to have a retesting to see where we stand, Aaron asked. Perhaps we can go visit the training center, display what we can do to the rest. Layla and Quinn looked at each other with a half-worried look in their eye. The 5 of them then headed down to the training center. It was the same place that Layla had first spotted Quinn, who had sneaked in the place at night. Right now the room was filled with multiple different people from all sorts of different classes. All the other classes had also been informed about the upcoming test and had decided to find out what each other's abilities were. This would give them the best chance of defeating and capturing as many beasts as possible and increasing their chances of survival. Well, what do you want us to do? Vorden asked. I've already seen your powers, but I can't remember too much about the girl and the other two. Perhaps the girl can go first on the strength machine. Layla went up as asked and went to the large circular strength machine. She concentrated her mind and threw out her fist at the same time she used the force of her telekinesis to push her hand as strong as she could. The numbers slowly went up on the machine's display until it had eventually reached number 8. Damn it, same as last time, looks like I haven't improved much, Layla complained. For a level 2 that's quite a weak strength score, but judging by the bow you're a ranged user anyway, it will be quite handy to have someone like you on the team, Erin said. She then walked up to the two boys, Quinn and Peter. Well, I'm hoping that both of you can at least get the same score as her. Quinn was starting to get annoyed by all her taunts, but he took a deep breath and held it in. With her on the team, it would cause fewer troubles with the others. Even if they did defeat beasts and obtain their crystals, there was a high chance that another team might target them and try to steal them. But just having Erin on the team would stop that. Peter walked up to the machine holding the mud staff in his hand. Looks like he's still level 1 then, Erin said. Level 1 earth user didn't have the ability to extract earth from the ground. All they could do was reform the earth in their hand. They could only control earth they were touching rather than the earth around them. As Peter went to punch the machine, the earth around from the pole started to form around his fist. As he hit the machine, the numbers started to go up and finally, it stopped at 8. The same score as Layla. Well, what are you waiting for? Erin said, looking at Quinn. Mass release day, remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones 2 extra chapters, hit. 4,000 stones 4 extra chapters, hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. As Quinn walked up to the strength machine, all he wanted to do was punch the machine as hard as he could. He wanted to shut up the arrogant Erin who felt like she was better than everyone else. Why did she choose to act like this? Simply because she had a better ability than others? Because her family was well off enough to buy her a strong ability book? But Quinn couldn't reveal himself here, especially in front of the others. They all had seen him on the test day and they all knew Quinn still didn't have an ability apart from Layla. He looked at the machine and started to wonder, if he performed hammer strike using all his strength would the number rise up? Surely the number would be above his 16 strength. He readied his fist and redid his footwork. The gauntlets were equipped on his hands and Quinn let his fist out. He tried controlling the power output hoping to achieve a similar score to the other two. Asterisk bang. His fist collided with the large drum-like machine and the numbers slowly started to rise. 8, 9, and then finally the number had stopped at 10. Quinn estimated if his current strength with the gloves was 16 then he needed to use half his strength when hitting the machine to get an 8. But such macro-level control was nearly impossible to get right and he had managed to go slightly over. Hey man, didn't you get stronger? Vorden said surprised. I thought you got a 5 on the test last time. You've been working out or something. Quinn started to laugh trying to come up with something. Actually, it was thanks to that game you showed me. Quinn replied, I met someone who really helped and showed me how to activate the beast weapon's strength properly. I worked hard hoping I wouldn't be useless for you guys. When I threw that beast ball that time back in the assembly hall, I realized how useful it would be if I learned how to activate the best weapon. This was a lie, but Quinn felt like it was quite convincing. Didn't the second year say you needed to treat it like activating your ability though? I thought you didn't have one. Apparently that isn't a requirement but just to help you visualize activating your beast weapons, Quinn replied back. Sweat was starting to run down his face, all he could do now was hope the others would buy it. Well, a score of 10 isn't that impressive. The only reason we are talking about it is because you're a level 1, Erin said. For once Quinn was happy Erin's smugness had drawn the attention away from him. Is this okay then? Layla asked. Yes. Erin replied, I still wish to join your team. I believe even with the extra luggage we have on board, with me and Vorden we can come out as the top team during this assessment. After testing everyone's strength the group decided to discuss a few things, such as formation and what to do. Although the discussions didn't last for long. If they were to travel as a group Layla would stay at the back for support and Erin and Vorden would be at the front. Usually, the physical damage dealers would be at the front of the squad while elemental users in the middle. But in this scenario, Quinn and Peter were considered so weak that they were placed in the center for protection. Erin felt like it was quite useless to practice anything else after finding out how weak the other two abilities were, so the group's meeting had ended early and she decided to go off on her own to train somewhere. Well, if combat classes have been cancelled for the day, is there anything you wanted to do? Vorden asked. Actually, I was planning to head to the VR capsules, Quinn replied. I've been trying out a bunch of abilities so I can decide what ability to pick in the future. Suddenly Vorden started to shiver. You can go ahead, Vorden said. I know I showed you how to play the other day but to be honest I'm sick and tired of that game. I played it so much growing up and all. With Quinn heading off to the VR room that left Peter and Vorden all on their own. Hey, so do you want to practice a bit more with your ability? I know you're saving up so you can buy a few more skill books. Maybe we can get you to a level 2 before heading off into the portal. Peter looked around the room at the other students before giving an answer. Sure, that sounds like a good idea, Peter replied. But Peter's strange actions didn't go unnoticed and Vorden had a feeling it had something to do with those students he went to hang around with a few days ago. Quinn had finally arrived at the VR center. He paid his 10 credits for an hour and got into his pod as usual. At the moment it was the easiest way for Quinn to level up and get stronger. He decided while inside the capsule he would split his session into 2 halves. For the first 30 minutes, he would spend it facing against level 1s. On average it took him around 5 minutes to defeat an opponent in the level 1 stage. Gaining 25 experience points for each opponent he defeated would allow him to gain around 150 experience points. Then for the second half of the session, he would use it searching for quick matches battling against opponents of all different strengths. This would improve his fighting IQ out in the world. Quinn entered the game and started his first match with his plan. He did the usual, avoiding the enemy's strikes and dealing with his opponent with either the strength of his 2 fists or by using a barrage of blood swipes. That's when Nate noticed that the ID Blood Evolver was online. Nate was still interested in this person and decided to check him out. As long as they were in your friends list you were able to spectate their matches. Nate then was suddenly transported into the arena and began to watch Quinn's matches one by one. And all that he witnessed was Quinn defeating weak level 1s in a matter of minutes. But it was strange, for someone as strong as him, just what on earth was he doing? When Nate thought of him, he never imagined Quinn to be the type of person to bully the weak. Let the grinding begin, Quinn said as he took down his next opponent. 170/800 EXP. Mass release day, remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones 2 extra chapters, hit. 4,000 stones 4 extra chapters, hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. Nate continued to observe Quinn and his fighting style and wondered just why he didn't fight the same as when he fought against him. Quinn repeatedly went into match after match and would only go up against level 1s. It was clear to Nate that he had purposely set the system up this way. Now some players would do this if they perhaps were trying out something new, but from watching Quinn, all he could see was Quinn doing the same thing over and over. He would enter into a game and then immediately dash in, either using a barrage of the red line attacks of his or a flurry of punches, not caring whether he got hurt or not. It was clear he was beating them with pure strength and trying to win the matches as quickly as possible. Unknown to Nate though, Quinn was purposely doing this. He didn't have much time left between now and when he was to go out onto his portal training. So the only thing Quinn could do was grind a few levels to get stronger using the system. Finally, 30 minutes had passed and Quinn himself was growing tired of repeating the same thing over and over again. The only thing that kept him going was seeing his experience go up little by little. That's when Quinn noticed that he had a spectator. Nate, who was sat in the seats, gave a wave back. Oh, it's him. I wonder what he's doing here. Then a thought came to Quinn's mind. The fact that Nate was watching gave him the chance to ask him something. He then went on to the game system and sent out a part invite to Nate. At first, Nate was just panning to spectate and watch Quinn play a few games. He wanted to study Quinn a bit more before asking him to another duel. But when he saw the party invite, he was quite surprised. The game only allowed for one-on-one battles, so the party invite feature was only really used between teammates for practicing or if they wanted to chat and were far away. In the end, Nate was too curious and wanted to know what Quinn wanted and decided to accept. The arena ground disappeared and now Nate and Quinn were in a single white room once again. Hey, how you doing? I hope you're not planning some type of revenge, are you? Nate said as he proceeded cautiously towards Quinn. No, actually I wanted to ask you something. The person who I fought with before, your friend, I wanted to know more about his cape and where he had received it from. Oh, Sam's cape, that's why you wanted to talk to me? Nate then looked at Quinn standing in front of him. On his hands, he wore his gauntlets. That's when Nate suddenly realized something. The gauntlets that Quinn were using looked horrible. They must have been only at the basic tier. Wait a minute, are you a first year? Nate said. Yeah, I will be going on my first portal outing. I thought if you could tell me what type of beast you got it from, I would be able to look for it. Nate was suddenly a little surprised. He went back and thought to how Quinn was able to damage his solid body even though no one had done such a feat before. He was sure the person would have at least been a second year. Let me give you a piece of advice then. On your first outing they always use the green portals. You have the chance of going to one of 3 places. Kaladi, Almpin, and Bartney. Out of these 3 planets, you want to go to Kaladi. There in the desert, there is a winged creature. I can't remember the name of the winged creature, but there aren't many in the desert, so I'm sure if you see one that will be it. That beast core is what we made the cape out of. Wait, did you say a desert? Quinn asked. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Usually, the word desert meant the place came with heat. The idea of having to journey through that, Quinn was starting to get tired just thinking about it. Nothing, don't worry. Thank you so much for the information, you have been a big help. I'm going to play a few more games now before my time's up. Oh, sure, go ahead. Do you mind if I watch? Nate asked. Quinn thought about it for a while. If he didn't want to let Nate watch, all he had to do was block him or delete him of his friends list, but at the same time, Quinn felt like there was no problem. He was just fighting people. It wasn't like he was doing anything that suggested he was a vampire, and it was likely that Nate wasn't even from the same school as him. Sure, go ahead. Quinn only had 20 minutes left inside the machine, and using his remaining time, Quinn chose to use the quick match function on the game, matching him with random power levels who chose the same option. This half of his session would be used to practice his fighting skills. In the remaining 20 minutes, Quinn was able to have 2 more games. His first match he was against a level 4 user, who had a transformation ability. His body was made of a rubber-like material and he was able to stretch it as far as he liked. Quinn struggled against this opponent. The fighting style of the rubber man was strange, and when Quinn wasn't expecting it, he would be hit at an incredible speed. In the end, Quinn managed to get a few blood swipes in and hurt the man, but still ended up losing. The next match there was much more success as he was matched up against a level 2 user who had a hardening skill similar to Nate, only weaker. He had an easier time dealing with this opponent as his blood wipe deal damage as well as his regular attacks. In the end though, Quinn decided to take the match just as serious as the others and ended up finishing it with a hammer strike. 195/800. With that, Quinn's time in the game was up and he had to leave. Nate, after watching Quinn for the whole time, had a strange thought lingering on his mind: just what was Quinn's ability? After their battle, Nate had decided to check out the ability list to see if there was anything similar, and he could find no such thing. The other thing was, it seemed like all Quinn could do was shoot out red lines, which would suggest either the ability he had at the moment was incredibly weak or he was currently a low level. What Quinn didn't realize though, that all the opponents he had faced that day were thinking the same thing as Nate. They were wondering just what ability Quinn had. The hardening user Quinn had just fought against was so frustrated with his loss, he decided to go onto the online forums and make a post. He shared a video of the match between himself and Quinn titled, "What ability is this? Is he a hacker? Mass release day, remember to vote for another one next week. 3,800 stones 2 extra chapters, hit. 4,000 stones 4 extra chapters, hit. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter." The online forum had started to gain some traction with users who had fought against Quinn. They started to post comments just below about the video. "Yeah, I fought against him too and he used those red lines on me. I lost in an instant. Is there really an ability like that in the game? It looks like wind slash, but why are the lines red?" Of course, even though the post had gained some traction, there weren't many. After all, things like this were posted on a daily occurrence, and usually, it was from some people who couldn't accept a loss, thinking the other person must be hacking. But those who did watch the video started to ping the creators asking if what was seen in the video was real. Of course, one of the admin staff for the game came along and checked the video, but this person wasn't any ordinary admin staff. It was a student at the school named Logan Green. Logan himself wasn't ordinary, for he was the son of the creator of the game, and not only that, but was one of the head coders as well. He often visited the forum to check for bugs, and if there were any, he would try to fix them while still attending school. Then suddenly late at night that day, he noticed that post had started to gain traction. Usually, he wouldn't have bothered with these things, but the staff were getting tagged in the post more than usual. After watching the video, suddenly his attention had been caught. Logan immediately could tell that the video was real. He searched up the 2 user IDs that were in the game and then decided to look at the match information. After searching them up, he noticed that the player that was being questioned in the video had selected no ability. No, it couldn't be. Did he really manage to hack the system? Logan then began to dig in deep into the match and checked everything about it. He checked the log of the game and everything that had been written down as the match went on, but there wasn't a single thing he could find that was wrong. Logan actually felt relieved. The game so far had been successful not only because of how it was able to accurately replicate abilities, but also because the game had yet to be hacked. After finding out this information, Logan had no choice but to think it had something to do with his ability. Although Original's abilities weren't able to be copied into the game, this was the only answer he could think of. But one question remained, and that was just who was the user behind ID Blood Evolver. It was company policy to not keep records of any of the users in the game. The data was scrambled, so not even he could get access to it. But that wouldn't stop Logan. The next day, combat classes had resumed back to normal. Layla the other day had gone to register the team with Dell, and even he was surprised at who was written on the list. The group became the talk of the class. After all, they were the only ones with such a huge difference in power levels between the team. Something that hadn't happened in the school before. In the combat class, the group were told to continue training independently, and if they wished to spar with a partner they could politely ask. Leo would go around giving tips to the students when he could. In the afternoon, after classes were done, Quinn would head the VR room to continue his daily routine. He continued facing low-level ones and used the second half to train. 275/800. But the more people Quinn played against, the more traction the original forum post was getting, and all of this was unknown to Quinn. He didn't even know there was an online forum for the game. Quinn had never had any of these things in the past. He had access to the TV and internet but didn't really know much about games. It was only thanks to Vorden showing him everything, he knew what to do. Another day had passed and Quinn repeated the process. 440/800. Not only was Quinn quickly gaining EXP, but he also felt like he was getting a hang of his abilities more. He knew when was the right time to use Flash Step and also learned how to combine his 2 skills, so he would be able to disappear and reappear while using Hammer Strike. In 2 days, Quinn felt like he would be ready. Inside the second year's office, a group of first years had been called into the General Duke's office. Standing at the front of the first years was Earl, the same boy who had recently been hanging around with Peter, as well as the one who had broken his fingers. "I have made sure that the room will be empty for you tomorrow. Make sure you do as I asked. I need you to get rid of them," Duke said. "Yes sir, we promise." Good Duke replied as he threw over a couple of beast crystals as well as a skill book. "You should be able to progress to level 4 with that skill. Carry on working hard and there will be more." The next day after combat classes had ended, Peter had messaged for Vorden and Quinn to come to the training room on the east side. This room was usually off limits to students since it was also used as a room to store portals. But after reading the contents of the message, both Quinn and Vorden had rushed offer. The message simply said that Peter needed their help. While heading over to the room, Vorden and Quinn had bumped into each other. Did you get Peter's message? Quinn asked. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I knew those friends of his were bad news. Vorden said. Quinn, you stay behind. I can deal with this myself. No way, he's my friend too. I'm going to kick those guys' asses if it's the last thing I do. Vorden could see he was unable to convince Quinn, so the two of them continued together and had finally arrived inside the training center. The room was large and there were several large metallic objects with an oval shape in the middle. Each one of them had a glowing circle in the middle shining with a different color. These were the portals that took them to another world. There were 9 machines out in total, 3 of each color, and for a moment, it felt like they were unable to take their eyes off the things. When they had entered the room, they could see that Peter was lying on the ground badly hurt. He laid on the ground just in front of one of the teleporters and it looked like he couldn't move. Quinn and Vorden looked around the room, but were unable to notice anyone. They both then rushed over to his side. He had bruise marks all over him and he scuffed up pretty bad with scratches all over. What happened to you? Was it those first-year students? Vorden shouted. Yeah, they got me pretty bad. They went out just a moment ago. I don't think they're going to come back. All right, let us pick you up, Vorden said as he lifted Peter's hand over his shoulder. As the two of them picked up Peter, Quinn had a strange feeling. As he looked at Peter closer, he noticed that even though his clothes were badly torn, he didn't look to be in such bad a shape that he shouldn't have been able to walk. Even the bruises didn't look normal, almost as if they were drawn on. Inspect. Peter Chuck. HP 8/8. Vorden let go of him. It's a trap, Quinn shouted. But before Vorden could even realize what was happening, Peter had broken free and immediately pushed Quinn as hard as he could. The push wasn't strong and it didn't hurt Quinn, but it didn't need to be, because that wasn't Peter's aim. That one little push had managed to push Quinn just far enough back to the point where he had entered the portal. What have you done? Vorden shouted. The color of the portal was red. End of mass release. Please remember, if you want another mass release next week, to keep on voting. All goals hit. Extra goals plus 500 plus stones is an extra chapter. The night before the incident, while Quinn was sound asleep waiting for the other two to return, Peter had been called out by the group of first years. They had added him as a friend on his communicator watch and was able to send a message whenever they wanted to call him. That night, they had asked to meet outside of the dorm room building. 5 of the first years were standing outside, including Earl. So I see it looks like your friends seem to still trust you and you managed to get on their team then, Earl said as he lifted his hand to look at his watch. Oh, didn't I say to meet here at 8:30? It looks like you're a couple of minutes late. 2 of the first year's students then rushed over and grabbed Peter. One of them held his hand behind his back while the other held out his right hand. 2 minutes late means 2 fingers, I'm afraid. Earl then held one of Peter's fingers. Wait, I'm sorry, I needed to be careful. I had to make sure Vorden wasn't following me as you asked. Peter cried. Fine, I'll be generous, Earl said as he pushed down and snapped Peter's finger. Before Peter could even cry out in anger, he bit his tongue for fear that they might do something much worse if someone had heard him. The others watching flinched at the sight. Although they were helping Earl, even they feared him a little. It wasn't normal for someone to be able to hurt or break someone's bones so easily like that, but Earl was able to repeatedly do it easily as if it was nothing. We will only do 1 finger then, but you know what will happen if you're late again, Earl said as one of the first years came over and started to heal Peter's finger. As the student healed Peter's finger, he could feel Peter's body shaking. His eyes half dead, the boy wanted to say he was sorry but knew that was how the world currently was. All he had was a healing ability. He had no combat powers and had no choice but to follow those stronger than him, otherwise, it would be him instead of Peter in this situation. I called you out here because the general wants to have a meeting with you, Earl explained. The group of first-year students including Peter then started to escort him around the school. That's when Peter noticed that they had left the first-year campus building and had gone into the second-year buildings. Instead of going through the front entrance though, they entered through the back and took the emergency exit stairs. The walk was long but they had finally reached one of the private integration rooms for second-year students. Earl knocked on the door before entering and only entered once he heard a voice. Come in, the man said. As they entered the room there was a table and 2 chairs opposite each other. Sitting in one of the seats was the General Duke who was in charge of the second years. You guys wait outside. I would like to talk with Peter on his own, Duke said. The first years left the room and waited patiently just outside the door. Relax, take a seat. No need to be afraid. Peter did as Duke asked and sat in the seat, but couldn't help but wonder why the general had asked to meet him. The general was one of the highest-ranking members in the whole city. There was only one person higher than him and that was the head general. It seems those people have gone too far with you. Duke then placed his large hands on the table and looked Peter dead in the eye. Peter, would you like to have the power to fight back? Suddenly Peter's dead eyes went slightly into life again as he heard those words. I looked at your file. You had no ability before coming here and when you entered school we gave you the Earth ability. Right now, you're only a level 1 but I can change that for you. Duke then pulled out several Earth skill books and threw them out on the table. I know you've been saving up trying to get your hands on these. With this, you can finally get out of the level 1 power range and with that, your troubles would go away. You would be able to graduate the school with a good grade, join a company to go hunting and earn a good wage for the rest of your life. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Duke said with a huge smile on his face. Peter couldn't keep his eyes off the skill books in front of him. These skill books were ones that only the military had a hold of. Now that Peter had the Earth ability, the only way he could improve his power was through these skill books. Then finally, he would no longer have to live his life in fear. Of course these things don't come for free, the world doesn't work like that. Those men out there work for me, they do what I say and in return, I offer them protection within the school and outside of the school. Not only that but they get rewarded for doing well, he said as he held up one of the skill books. You're going on your first portal outing sometime soon, aren't you? Let me tell you, accidents happen all the time and every year a student dies on another planet. Now rumor has it that maybe this year someone from that team of yours will go missing. You're a smart boy, so I think you can understand what I'm saying. Now maybe that person will be you, maybe not. So, what's your answer going to be? Last night it was clear to Peter what Duke was saying. Either he did what the Duke said, or he was the one who would go missing. But the target was never meant to be Quinn. The target was always Vorden. When Quinn shouted and had somehow found out Peter was in on the plan, he panicked. He didn't know what to do and had pushed Quinn into the portal. His hands were now shaking as the realization had hit him. What the hell have you done? Vorden shouted. I'm sorry. Peter said. You don't understand, I had to do it. What, let me guess, because you were being bullied. Because you were being threatened. Vorden shouted as he continued to walk towards Peter, and at the same time Peter would walk back. Do you not think Quinn has been going through the same thing as you? He's a level 1 just like you. And do you think they didn't try threatening me? When I was tied up and placed on that thing. So what if they hit you, they punch you and make you bleed? You can fight back, as long as you are alive you can always fight back. Vorden then pointed towards the red portal. But what you have done, you have basically sent Quinn to death. No matter what, there is no coming back from death. He can't fight back now. Did you even try to fight back? Peter then fell to his knees as his mind was in a mess. Did Vorden and Quinn truly know what it was like to live his life? All Peter wanted was a normal school life, to go through it without any troubles. And someone was offering that to him. Maybe he took the easy way out, but he didn't feel that way. He had already gone through his own suffering before entering the academy, and even worse now that he was in the academy. Why did he have to be the one targeted by Earl and the others? But there was one thing that Vorden said that did strike a chord with Peter. Did he ever try fighting back? He always thought it was useless. The outcome had already been decided, so why get hurt even more? Perhaps that's what made Duke and the others think he was an easy target in the first place. Then suddenly, Vorden started grabbing his head. He started moving all over the place, swinging his head like crazy. I can't hold him back anymore, Vorden. You have to try. If he takes over, who knows when I'll get control again. The shock is too much for him. Looking at Peter is only making his emotions stronger. As Vorden looked up, Peter could see his eyes filled with tears, sadness. Then Vorden looked towards the portal. No, what are you thinking? Peter shouted. Vorden then turned around and looked at Peter. Peter, this is for your own sake, but you better hope I don't come back out here alive. Vorden then ran straight into the red portal, his body vanishing from the room. 4,900 stones last week, all goals hit. 6 chapters mass release next Saturday. New goal, new week. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters. We get around 500 new readers every week, so we should be able to hit this goal easily. Let's rise to the top 10 in ranking. Thank you, everyone, for the support. When teleportation devices were first discovered, there was hope that they would be able to set these to travel to wherever they wanted to. At last, the idea of colonizing planets such as Mars was a dream come true. Spacecraft had been invented but were unable to travel at light speeds needed to make it viable. However, they were able to create large portals that allowed ships to travel through. But the dream was short-lived. The portals were only able to pinpoint planets at a set location, a place that was not known to their universe, perhaps a whole different dimension together. No one knew the truth, and scientists could only theorize where exactly these portals led to, but what they did find was each of these planets harbored deadly beasts. Beasts that had never been seen before. Then when the first beast was killed and harvested for research, the beast crystal located inside it was discovered. Inside the crystal contained a power far greater than anyone could imagine. Although many would say the success of defending against the Dalki was due to the discovery of the originals. This wasn't exactly true. Their abilities only took them so far in the war. There weren't many with powerful abilities strong enough to go against the Dalki. Their technology was too advanced compared to humans. Nuclear weapons would be portaled out somewhere before they even hit the ships, and bullets did no harm to Dalki skin. But then a new discovery was made with the Beast Crystal thanks to Richard Eno once again, and that was the discovery of beast weapons. Human combining their abilities with powerful beast weapons was the true turning point in the war, but not many people remember this fact as they were too fascinated with the discovery of abilities that happened nearly at the same time. As Vorand jumped into the red portal, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. The world around him started to warp and displace, and his mind felt like it was melting. It wasn't a horrible feeling. In fact, the feeling received when traveling through the teleportation device even felt addicting to some. A few moments later and Vorden had arrived at his destination. He opened his eyes and the first thing he noticed was the place was incredibly dark. The sky was black and the only light source available was from the 2 moons out in the distant sky. Around him were crumbled down buildings and structures, as if at one point the place was used to live in. Vorden still had his hands held by his head, but when he opened his eyes the pain started to go away and his mind started to clear up. It seems like the little one has finally calmed down, Vorden said. Any longer and he might have come out and done something. What does that matter? Raiden argued. Do you even know where we are? You jumped through that red portal. Vorden then started to look at his surroundings. It was strange to see building structures around them. Buildings were the sign of human or an advanced civilization, and so far when discovering other planets there had been no signs of this. When there was building work, it would usually be Dalki structure, but this was clearly not Dalki based. Aren't the red portals meant to be unsheltered planets? This place looks like a broken shelter. I think you are forgetting something, Raiden said. While orange may mean it's in the process of being taken over and sheltered being places, red can also mean it's too dangerous to build a shelter in the first place. You have basically given us a death sentence. What do you mean? Vorden asked. Are you really being so stupid? Sure, you might have run through that portal so you didn't kill your friend, but what's the point if we die instead? The only ability we have right now is that weak level 1 Earth ability. If we run into a deadly beast we're doomed. That wasn't the only problem, the place wasn't exactly thriving with people. Not many people had access to teleporters in the first place. Only green teleporters the public were able to use, and they were strictly monitored by the company that owned them. Meaning the only people that would be around here would be travelers. With no people around and only beast, Vorden was stuck with his one ability and it would only last him 24 hours. Then a thought came to Vorden's mind. Quinn, the portal was unable to send you to a pinpoint location, but it did put you in the same general area, at least within 10 miles of each other. Still, 10 miles was a great distance to cover, and with the chance of beast being around every corner, it would be hard to find Quinn. For now, Vorden would look for a portal back to the academy while also searching for Quinn. Somewhere on the same planet, Quinn had also arrived. His heart was beating rapidly as it was the first time he had experienced such a thing. Peter, what the hell was that? Quinn thought, damn it, he must have pushed me through the portal. Where am I? As Quinn looked around, he could see the similar buildings around him all crumbled, torn and fallen down. The place looked like a city had once existed but had been left behind for years. However, there was one saving grace about the whole thing. On the planet it was currently nighttime, meaning Quinn didn't feel weak and had a better chance of surviving. However, before Quinn had even moved from the spot he was in, he spotted something from the corner of his eye. He was standing in the middle of a street surrounded by crumbled buildings on both sides. But whatever was moving around was quick and was using the buildings as cover. Quinn tried to follow whatever it was with his eyes, but it would constantly move around until it had eventually stopped just underneath a pile of rubble from one of the buildings. In the movies, this is where the person would go check it out. Quinn thought, but there was no way he was going to do that. He was on an unknown planet and all alone, and whatever it was clear it didn't want him to see it. Quinn started to back away, making sure to keep an eye on where he last saw the figure. Then when he was a safe enough distance away, he finally turned around. In that instant, a sound could be heard from behind. Quinn immediately turned around and could see a horrible figure running towards him. It clearly wasn't an ordinary animal and something he had only ever seen in books and TV. It was a beast. Remember to vote for the series for another mass release. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Suddenly, Quinn could hear the sounds of something scurrying towards him at an amazing speed. As he turned, the beast was now in full sight. It was the same size as a large dog with the head of a rodent, black in color and running on all fours. He would have said it looked like a giant rat, however its body parts were muscular around its arms, while its body remained incredibly thin. So much so that the outline of its ribs could be seen. When the creature was a few feet away, it leapt in the air and claws appeared from the creature's 2 front limbs. Quinn, almost out of instinct, swiped his hand, letting out a blood swipe. The attack managed to hit the beast and sent it flying back. The attack had caused a large cut to appear on the creature's stomach and black blood started to leak from the wound. While the beast was taking the time to recover, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill. Name, Rataclaw. Basic tier beast. HP? Unlike with humans, when Quinn used the status screen it would show their HP and blood type, but in this case, he had only received a name and the level of the beast. Seeing the tier of the beast though, Quinn started to feel a little less frightened. He was in an unknown place, and just because the beast was small in size, didn't mean it was a low tier. However, something like the Rataclaw, even Quinn should be able to deal with it. The Rataclaw had recovered and charged straight for Quinn once again. Seeing how the blood swipe was effective, he waited for the beast to get close once again. Blood swipe. But Quinn had underestimated the speed and the responsiveness of the Rataclaw. It had learned from last time what to look out for and jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. Then it dashed forward, increasing its speed, and jumped out at Quinn. Just in time, Quinn had managed to shove his gauntlet into the mouth of the beast. As its 2 big teeth clomped down onto the gauntlet, he heard a creaking noise. Defense 1. Durability of weapon has decreased by 50%. Strength has fallen to 3. You little crap, get off me. Quinn shouted as he started swinging his arm, trying to shake the beast off, but the beast had clumped down hard, refusing to let go. With the beast stuck to his arm, it was too dangerous for him to use blood swipe and too close for him to perform a hammer strike. All that was left was to do it the old-fashioned way. Quinn then started to repeatedly pound the beast on its head with his other hand. With each blow, black blood would gush out of the beast. The blows were powerful and damaging to the beast, and with each strike the grip started to loosen. If you had just stayed away, you could have lived. Quinn shouted as he continued to punch the beast, until finally, its grip had come loose and it had fallen to the ground. Quinn looked like he had just come off a horror set. His arm and clothes were now completely covered in black blood, but he didn't care, for a message had appeared bearing great news. Basic tier beast, Rataclaw, has been defeated. 100 EXP points gained. First basic tier beast killed, bonus EXP awarded, 200 EXP. First time killing, Rataclaw, bonus EXP awarded 100 EXP. 880/800 EXP. Multiple notifications had been received at once and everything came as quite a shock to him. Not only did he receive more EXP for killing a beast compared to fighting against a human, but he also received bonus points too. Similar to when he faced a new power level for the first time, he had gained bonus points for killing a basic tier, as well as bonus points for killing this specific beast for the first time as well. In a way, two beasts were a gold mine for his system. Congratulations, you are now level 5. Race, Halfling. HP 30/30ths. 40/1600 EXP. Strength 13, 2. Agility 15. Stamina 12. Leveling up had given Quinn 1 extra stat point. Looking at his stats now, he decided to put the stat point into Strength. Strength 14, 2. The reason for this was the skill Hammer Strike. It needed a total of 15 strength to perform. While he had the gauntlets on, they gave him an extra bonus of 3 strength, but when the Rataclaw had damaged the gauntlets, the strength dropped to 2. If his gauntlets were to be destroyed, then he would no longer be able to perform Hammer Strike correctly. So first Quinn decided he would get his strength up to 15 before focusing on stamina and agility. But the system still had one more surprise for him. New skill unlocked. Blood Spray. Blood Spray. The user's palm must be open to perform this skill. From the user's palm, a spray of blood pellets will be realized spreading out, covering a wide range. The closer the attack is to its target, the more damage it will do. Cost -5 HP. The skill reminded Quinn of a shotgun he used to watch from the old movies, where the small pellets would spread out hitting multiple targets. The problem was the cost of the skill. 5 HP was a huge amount, and even with his blood bank, Quinn would have to be careful when using it. The plus side was that it was a skill designed to hit more than one opponent. If Quinn had Layla around, he would like to test the blood spray out, but he didn't know how long he would be stuck here, so it was best to reserve his HP and as much blood as possible. Quinn then walked up to the dead beast on the ground. He had punched the creature so hard in the skull it was indented and blood was leaking everywhere. Looking at the black blood, it didn't seem appetizing at all. He wasn't drawn to it like regular human blood, and it didn't give off a sweet fragrance either. Still, there might come a time where Quinn was required to drink it, so he needed to test it out. Inspect. Rataclaw blood. Blood is poisonous to the body. If consumed, €1 HP for every millimeter of blood consumed. It was expected. The signs were a giveaway that his body was telling him to stay away. I wonder why does my body only accepts human blood? The system had been oddly specific when his body started to require blood. This made Quinn think that even the blood of animals wouldn't work, even though some were red in color just like humans. Of course, there was one person who did know the answers behind everything, and that was the blonde man in the video. The last thing he needed to do was rip or cut the body open and look for the beast core inside. It was a small crystal located in a different part of the body depending on the beast. This could be used to either create more beast weapon and armor or even be sold for credits. Both of these would be a big bonus for him. Suddenly though, the sound of something running was heard again. As Quinn looked up, the sight of 10 Rataclaws were running in his direction. Although basic tier creatures were weak, it was odd for them to travel alone, and Quinn had just gotten lucky. After struggling to face just against one, he knew he had no chance against 10. All he could do was run. He ran down the empty street not knowing where he was heading. But the Rataclaws were fast and would soon catch up. That's when Quinn spotted a building, one that was far less damaged than the others. He went inside, but the space was still too large. He then spotted a stairway to his right nearby. After quickly running up the stairway and reaching the first platform, he stopped and turned. He knew he had no choice but to fight back. The staircase was narrower than the rooms and he had the high ground. With his palm open facing downward, he was ready. Time to test you out. Remember to vote to support the story for a mass release weekend. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Standing on top of the platform, Quinn had a clear view of the giant rat-like creatures coming towards him. He aimed carefully, and then when they were about halfway up the stairs, he activated his skill. Blood Spray. 25/30 HP. His arm jerked back as the skill activated and a strong force of blood left his hands spreading out. The 5 rats out in front were sent flying back and toppling down the stairs. However, the shot had only hit the ones in front, and the rats behind quickly climbed over their fallen comrades. Quinn decided to head further up the stairs to create more distance between him and the rats, but then, he could see there was a huge problem in front of him. Part of the ceiling from the floor above had crumbled and collapsed onto the staircase, blocking his way. There was no longer any space for Quinn to go up. He turned around and the rats were just starting to ascend the second set of stairs. The rats from before were quick to make a recovery and were behind them as well. This time Quinn held out both hands with his palm wide open. Blood Spray. The first spray of blood left his hands and knocked the rats over. Then when the group behind them started to ascend, he cast Blood Spray again with his other hand. 20/30 HP. 15/30 HP. The rats had fallen over and were badly hurt by the attack, but knew they would soon recover. There were several small holes over their body where blood would leak from, but they just weren't deep enough to cause any serious damage. He made sure to keep his distance away from them and stayed on top of the stairs. Although blood spray was good at hitting multiple targets, it wasn't as strong as blood swipe. Only the force of knocking them back was powerful. If Quinn was to get close, he was afraid that the rats might recover and surround him, so there was only one thing he could do. He started swinging his hands out rapidly, aiming carefully at each rat. Blood swipe, blood swipe, blood swipe. As the red claw-like lines left his hands, at the same time he could hear multiple messages ding in his head. Rataclaw has been defeated, 100 EXP, 14/30 HP. Rataclaw has been defeated, 100 EXP, 13/30 HP. The messages continued onward until eventually, all of the rats had been killed. Quinn then fell to the floor on his knees, gasping for air. The continuous use of the blood swipes along with his new skill blood spray had tired him out. 5/30 HP. Blood bank has auto-activated. 30/30 HP. 50 milliliters remaining in blood bank. 1040/1600 EXP. Congratulations, blood swipe has reached LV2. After sitting down for a few minutes and recovering his stamina, Quinn was finally be able to stand. He took a moment to take in all of the messages he had received. Only half of his blood bank now remained. As long as he didn't get injured, he only needed to consume 10 milliliters of blood every 2 days. This meant the remaining blood in his bank would last him a total of 10 days. He didn't know how long he would be on this planet, but he needed to be careful about using his skills. If he got into a situation where he needed to fight, he needed to use his fists, and only rely on his blood skills in an emergency like in this scenario. Who knew if there was another human being on this planet? There were only 2 good things that had come out of the whole situation: the fact that his blood swipe skill had leveled up. There was no change in the description on how it worked, but assuming it had now leveled up, he hoped it was now stronger. If the system was like a game, then it meant the more he used the skill, the quicker it would level up. The only thing Quinn was unsure about was whether or not using the blood swipe in the game had helped it level up quicker. There was no way for him to tell, as there was no experience bar for his skills. The second good thing that had come out of this was the EXP he had gained. To gain the same amount of experience points as he had just gained at this moment, he would have had to play the game for days. Quinn then walked up to the dead beasts on the floor. Before, when he had killed the first Rataclaw, he didn't have time to extract the beast crystal from its body, but inside the building, it seemed like he was safe from other creatures. Using the tip of his gauntlets, he tore open the beasts. He searched around inside the chest looking for a glowing crystal. Usually, someone doing this for the first time, it would affect them. Maybe they would have even thrown up a few times searching around inside the organs of the beast. But for some reason, Quinn felt like he was unaffected and it didn't bother him at all. He couldn't help but think ever since he had become a halfling, his view on what was normal and what wasn't was changing. After searching around for a while, Quinn finally found it. It was a small round crystal ball with tiny little bumps all over, and around the same size as an adult's fist. Basic tier beast crystal obtained. Would you like to store it in your inventory? Then another message had appeared. Inventory. Quinn thought, you mean I had one this whole time? Quinn selected the yes option, and suddenly, the crystal in his hand slowly started to vanish away, and finally, it had completely disappeared. He then opened up his status screen, and now there was a tab for inventory. As he selected the tab, he could see the single beast crystal stored inside. I wonder if I can put anything else in there. Quinn then tried using his mind to store his gauntlets into the inventory. If he could store weapons and other things, it would be really handy for future trips. He tried and tried, but nothing appeared from the system. Whenever he wanted to do something with the system in the past, all he had to do was think about it and it would work. But even taking off the gauntlets and touching them, thinking about the inventory while wearing them, nothing seemed to work. Although he was able to make the crystal he had obtained appear into his hand and back into the inventory at will. Quinn then went to extract the crystals from the remaining 9 rats. Each time he did, he found it easier than the last to locate it inside the body, and every time he held a crystal in his hand, the system message would appear. Basic tier beast crystal, 10. He had collected all 10 and couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. The beast crystals could be used to turn into beast weapons or beast armor, but looking at the rat-like creature, Quinn had no idea what it could be used for. Every beast crystal, depending what beast it had come from, had a different use, and you could try to figure it out from what the beast was like. For example, if a beast crystal was obtained from a large turtle-like creature, then it would most likely a defensive item could be crafted. Maybe it could be turned into a shield or even a good piece of chest armor. But regardless, even if the item created Quinn had no use for, the least he could do was sell the basic tier beast crystals. Each crystal sold would sell for a total of 10 credits, which meant he could either use the money to purchase beast gear himself or he could use it to spend more time in the game. After tinkering around in his system and his stamina fully recovered, Quinn decided to try to climb up to the roof of the building. Even though the building he was in was safe, he was on a strict time scale and needed to find the portal back fast. He walked around and looked for any cracks and gaps he could see in the stairs. Eventually, after making a few detours, he had reached the top of the building. The building was about 3 stories high and wasn't the biggest, but at least he now had a better view of where he was. As he looked around, all he could see were buildings that resembled human structures. That's when he spotted something. One of the buildings without a doubt had the same crest as the school he attended. So this really is a human shelter, but then why is it all ruined and destroyed? The building was large in size and square-like but only 2 stories high. Out of all the buildings around it, it was in better shape than all the others. Quinn had recognized the building as they had one in the city he was currently in. It was the military storage room. It was where they kept all their high-end equipment, ability books, skill books, and beast weapons. There's a good chance the portal might be located in there. Quinn then startled to smile. Even if there isn't, I can't waste this opportunity. Remember to vote for to support the story for a mass release weekend. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4x unknown to the students at the school. There was currently chaos going on between the upper staff. Faye, one of the sergeants of the school, was walking down the hallway at incredible speed. Even though she was only walking, she was causing gusts of wind to hit the students as she walked past them. Using her ability, even her walking speed was faster than most people's top running speed. Eventually, she had arrived at her destination. A single wooden door in the first-year building which had a sign out front saying the words General on it. May I come in, sir? Faye said in a loud, demanding voice. Sure, Nathan replied. Faye barged the door open and quickly zoomed to Nathan's desk. The wind that came along with her caused papers to be flown and scattered all over the room. Hey, I was nearly done with that, Nathan shouted. As head of the first years, he was a busy person. He would normally be in charge of looking over the new students arriving and doing research into each of their backgrounds. It was important for the school to know who belonged to which family, as they needed to keep an eye on those with a more powerful background. The portals have been used, Faye shouted. 2 students seem to have been registered to have gone through them. Nathan started to pick up the papers that were scattered around the room one by one. Is that all? Well, why don't you just go and get them back? I'm afraid it's because they have gone through a red portal, sir. Nathan then dropped all the piles of paper he had picked up from the floor. What? How did this happen? Weren't there meant to be guards stationed at the portal? Apparently there was a scheduling conflict. When the guards changed shift, their replacements never arrived. Nathan then went to sit back in his chair as he struggled to think what to do. Stupid parents. This is why I said we should have cameras stationed in the school, but it was hard enough to allow them to get those trackers put on them. The original families had a big say in what went on and what didn't. Although it was compulsory for every person to go to military school for 2 years at the age of 16, the originals were powerful people in the outside world. During the war, 4 big families had emerged from it, each power as great as each other and equal to the military. The structure of the world had changed, money hardly meant anything anymore, and a new system was put in place. The credit system. Those who were strong and able to contribute to the world earned credits. An example of this would be those who could kill high-level beasts and obtain their crystals to make weapons, while the others too weak to complete a task such as this were continued to be treated as trash and a waste of space. Of course, the families hated the idea of the military spying on their children, afraid that they might try to learn their secrets. Do we know which students have gone through the portal? Nathan asked as he picked up his cup of coffee and started to sip it. The first one is the student by the name of Quinn Talon. Hearing this name meant nothing to him. He couldn't remember it, so most likely it wasn't anyone important in the school. And the second one is Vorden Blade. At that moment, Nathan spat out his coffee all over the table. Him again. After the incident with the second years, Nathan decided to look into Vorden's family background a bit more, and if they were to find out, this would be bad news. Make sure his family doesn't learn anything. We have to keep this a secret for as long as we can. The next day, morning classes had started. Today was the day of the group assessment and the first-year students would be heading off to their first portal outing. As class had started for the day, Layla noticed that Vorden and Quinn weren't in their seats. However, Peter was in his and he had his head face down looking at the ground. Hey Peter, do you know where Vorden and Quinn are today? She asked. Peter had completely ignored her. Hey, Peter, she said as she placed her hand on his shoulder. All she could feel was Peter's body shaking slightly. I didn't do anything. Peter snapped. Huh, what? Layla said, confused. I was asking if you knew where Quinn and Vorden was. Did they not come back to the dorm room yesterday? Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were there when I went back, Peter said with his voice all shaky. I don't know why they haven't come to class this morning. Layla noticed that Peter was sweating like crazy. It was normal for Peter to act a little strange, but he was acting extra unusual today. She decided that it was most likely nothing for her to worry about and sat in her seat as usual. They wouldn't miss today. We're meant to go out portal hunting as a team. Just then Del had entered the room. He didn't have his usual cheery face on and instead had a bland, serious look. I'm afraid that I have to inform you all that today's portal outing has been cancelled for now. Upon hearing the news, the students groaned and complained. What? But I wanted to test out my new beast weapon. Yeah, I was hoping to maybe kill a beast as well. Quiet down, Del said loudly. This isn't permanent, but at the moment the school staff are busy with another matter and until they are free, we will be unable to go on the outing. A single student then raised his hand in the center of the class. As Del looked at the student, he sighed. Yes. What matter are they dealing with? Now if I could tell you that I would have told you, wouldn't I? The class then continued as normal. A few of the students were still annoyed, but then a big question was on everyone's mind. What happened and why was it suddenly cancelled? Layla, on the other hand, was more concerned where Vorden and Quinn were. Why hadn't the teachers said anything about them not attending class? If they were injured in a fight last night, then the guards should have picked them up and taken them to the nurse's office. There was also a strict curfew for them and no one skipped class. Yet Dell hadn't mentioned a single thing about them. As class ended, the students continued to speak, and it turned out that Layla wasn't the only one who was concerned about where Vorden and Quinn went. Erin had then come over to where Layla was. Any idea about the other two? Erin said bluntly. No, I have no idea. Do you want to go look for them with me? Layla asked nicely. The two of them didn't know each other well, and their interactions with each other so far had been short. It actually surprised Layla that Erin had come over to her in the first place. No thanks. Erin replied, now that the portal training has been delayed, I am in no rush to find them, but I came over to tell you some news I heard some students talking about. Layla leaned in to listen carefully. Yesterday, while I was walking by, two students said they overheard the sergeant shouting at the general, something about two students going into the portals. My guess is that's the reason why this whole thing has been delayed in the first place. Layla then stood up from her seat and grabbed Erin by the shoulders. Wait, what did you say? Erin had moved her head slightly back. She was startled and confused by Layla's actions and felt a little uncomfortable. Don't you see, Vorden and Quinn have to be the missing students. No wonder Dell didn't say anything about them. Then suddenly, it felt like she was being handed pieces of a jigsaw puzzle one by one, but there was still one missing piece, and she knew exactly the person who could give her the last piece. As she turned her head, she looked Peter dead in the eye. Peter felt like Layla was staring into his soul. This whole time he had been worried. What if someone had seen him leave the portal room? What if the other first years reported it was him? He hardly had any sleep last night and couldn't concentrate on anything. Then when Layla had spoken to him in the morning, he slipped up. He was trying so hard to act natural, it had the opposite effect. And now the look in Layla's eyes told him she had figured out something. As soon as Layla took a step forward, Peter got out of his seat and ran for it. Erin, we have to get Peter. He knows something. What makes you think that? Erin asked. A person who isn't guilty doesn't run away for no reason. Remember to vote to support the story for a mass release weekend. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Blood was dripping from the top of his head and started to go trickle down to his eyebrow. He lifted his hand to wipe the blood while holding a dagger made of mud in his other hand. What did I say? You got us killed, Vorden. Will you shut up? Unless you want to fight the damn thing instead. On the floor in front of Vorden was a single defeated Ratakla, and next to it was another one unharmed and injured. When Vorden had arrived, he had encountered a Ratakla out in the wild. Knowing that there were likely more basic beasts in the area and not wanting to attract their attention, Vorden had run into the closest building. It was mainly a large empty warehouse with several broken crates and scrap metal piles all over the place. With only one entrance, he had no choice but to fight. His skills fared him well. Even though he only had the level a 1 earth ability, Vorden was skilled. He placed his hand on the ground early on as soon as he had stepped foot on the planet and had transformed a piece of earth into a dagger. It was the weapon he was most comfortable with. He managed to dodge the rat's attacks at the right time and slice at the beast. The only problem was the rat's skin was tough and Vorden's powers were weak. He didn't have monstrous strength and could only rely on the ability and skill given to him. But eventually, Vorden managed to cause enough damage to hurt the rat significantly, and just as he was delivering the final blow, another Raticlaw had come up behind him. At the last second, he managed to react, but its claws had still sliced the top of his head, causing 3 small marks to appear. Fine, then, let me take control of the seat and I'll fight this damned rat. Vorden then left the seat in his mind and allowed Raiden to take his place. It was a pitch-black room with a single chair, and above the chair was a shining white light. The light above the chair was the only source of light in the whole room. When Raiden sat down, he took control of the body. Meanwhile, Vorden walked off into the darkness, and inside was another figure that looked just like Vorden, only he was sitting on the floor swaying backwards and forwards. Their fingers would constantly roll around each other and part of his shirt was in his mouth. How are you holding up? Are you feeling better? Vorden asked. Yeah, is Quinn going to be okay? He said as he continued to sway backwards and forwards. I'm sure he's fine, you know he's special. We all did from the moment we first met him. The other Vorden look-alike then smiled. Special, just like Kaser was, and Marlin, and Fufu, but they all died as well. Vorden gulped as he could see the swaying getting faster. This time is different. Me and Raiden are here to protect you. You can stay here as long as you want, and when you're ready you can come out once again. Leave all the talk to me, all the fighting to Rattan, and we can do this together. The swaying started to slow down, and at the same time so did Vorden's nerves. As Vorden went to walk back to the seat, he could see that Raiden had already dealt with the beast rather quickly. The rat was covered in several earth spikes that were piercing through its body from the ground. Its back tail had been cut off and black blood was falling from its mouth. Did you really have to go that far? Vorden asked. That cheeky little crap ruined our body. I can't let it get away with that. Raiden then stood up from the chair and allowed Vorden once again to sit in the glowing light and the chair. Vorden then proceeded to carve out the beast crystals, form the 2 rats and placed them in his trouser leg pocket. It would have been a waste after defeating them just to throw them away. But just as Vorden finished extracting the beast crystal, the sound of clanging was heard from behind. Vorden quickly turned around to see what it was, and to his surprise, it was a fully grown adult man. He had emerged from just behind one of the crates. I come in peace, the man said with his arms lifted up. Although the man quickly put his hands down and started to place his hand around his ribs. Just from looking at him, Vorden could tell straight away the man was a traveler and a skillful one at that. The equipment he was wearing was at least at the advanced tier beast level, and he had armor all over his body including 2 short swords on his back. The man then sat down on the ground, to have a rest and leant his body up against one of the crates. Vorden walked over to Traveler cautiously. It was rare to even meet a traveler in this type of place and who knew what the man's true intentions were. Someone had to be at least at a decent skill level to be asked to enter a red portal planet. Don't worry, I won't bite, the man said. What's a kid like you doing in a place like this? I didn't know the military was that desperate that they were now sending a single student to a hellhole like this. I got stuck here, it was an accident and I need to find a way out. Now that Vorden was closer to the man, he had a clear view of him. He had short purple spiky hair and it had several marks on his face. By the way he was holding his side, it looked like he had some broken ribs too. Looks like we both have the same goal at least. The traveler said. The name's Ian, I came through another portal and was hunting out a beast in the wild. I was badly hurt and too far away from the original portal, so in a last-ditch effort, I decided to come to this abandoned shelter. I was hoping to either find some medical equipment that could heal me or maybe even a portal that led back to Earth. Ian then looked at the 2 dead Rattaclaws on the ground. You're quite skillful to have defeated 2 of them on your own, especially for someone as young as yourself. You have my thanks, I was too badly hurt from the beast before. That Rattaclaw had chased me into the warehouse and I was waiting for it to go away. I never expected someone else to be here in this shelter. You're welcome, Vorden replied. Well, since we both have the same goal anyway, do you have any idea where the portal could be? Sure, there were a few buildings I spotted on my way over here. It's best if we check them out first. Vorden then held out his hand for a handshake. The name's Vorden. Ian took out his hand and shook Vorden's hand. I look forward to us working together. As the 2 of their hands connected, an energy started to surge into Vorden's body, and a smile appeared. Mass release tomorrow. Remember to vote to support the story for a mass release next weekend. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters. A few hours had passed since Vorden had first arrived on the planet and it seemed like it was still night outside. It was troublesome for him and made it harder for him to spot beasts, especially in the rundown shelter where they could easily hide between buildings. There was no light source anywhere since nearly everything seemed like it had been destroyed years ago and the only thing that was giving off light were the 2 moons in the sky. Meaning while they were inside, it was even harder for him to see. Do you know when the sun will rise? Vorden asked. Maybe it will be best if we travel once the sunlight comes out, then we can spot beasts easier. You really don't know where we are, do you? Ian replied. This planet's spin cycle lasts an entire year and right now, we are only 6 months in. I'm afraid we won't be seeing light for a very long time. But if you want to wait 6 months, you go ahead. With no sunlight, it was hard for Vorden to tell how long he had actually been on the planet and he could only guess. This was a problem for him. Right now Vorden had the Earth ability as well as Ian, the Traveler's ability, but without knowing when 24 hours had passed. He wouldn't know when an ability would disappear. After waiting a few more moments, Ian was able to stand up again. He winced a little as he stood up and placed his hands on his side. Vorden noticed it before but now he was sure of it. The man was badly hurt. You're wondering what happened, aren't you? Ian said. I was out hunting an advanced beast requested from a company. I don't know why they wanted it so bad, but it was from a specific beast that could only be obtained from this planet. Did you get it? Vorden asked. Just then Ian pulled out a crystal, the same size as Vorden had gotten from the rat, only this one shined a lot brighter and had a clearer layer on the outside. The core itself of the crystal could be seen better. The clearer the crystal meant the higher tier beast it had come from. Once the 2 of them were ready, they decided to head back outside, while Ian took the lead. They made sure to travel close to the buildings rather than in the middle of the street. If anything spotted them they could quickly dart inside for combat. Hey Vorden, I have an idea. Raiden said. Why don't we kill the adventurer while he's weak and get that crystal of his? We could sell it for a fortune or even make some really good equipment out of the thing. Are you an idiot? Once we kill him then what would we do? His ability would only last for 24 hours. If we don't find a way out of here in time we would completely be done for. Then suddenly Ian stopped as he spotted something. Look over there. Ian pointed. In the middle of the street laid a single dead Rattaclaw. The 2 of them looked around before proceeding to move closer to it. When they arrived, they could see that the Rattaclaw had his head completely bashed in. It looks like it wasn't killed too long ago and it's had its head pounded in, Ian said as he bent down to get a closer look. Then he suddenly pulled out a beast crystal. Whoever it was, they didn't have time to remove the beast crystal. They were probably being chased by something else. Strange, I didn't expect to see one person here but it looks like there's now another. Hey, do you think that's your friend? Raiden said. Maybe, it's hard to tell. We don't even know what Quinn is capable of after all, Vorden replied. Actually, Vorden said out loud. I wasn't the only one who came through here by accident. My friend came here with me and I was actually hoping to find him. I won't ask for details. Ian said, but don't get your hopes up. I was surprised to see you alive, never mind your friend. After hearing from Vorden that there was another student here, Ian felt like he should try help out. At least confirm whether or not this friend of his was alive. He knew that the Rattaclaws rarely traveled solo, which meant most likely he was chased by a few more after defeating the first one. He started to inspect the Rattaclaw on the floor and found a trail of black blood. single drops leading somewhere. Come on, let's go see if we can find that friend of yours. The two of them continued to follow the trail until it eventually led them to a 3-story building. As they entered the first floor, it was mostly empty with no signs of anything, but Ian decided to continue to follow the trail of black blood that led up the set of stairs. What happened here? Ian thought. As they walked up the first set, they could see more and more black blood splattered everywhere on the walls. Then when they walked up even further, the two of them were stunned at the scene. Lying on the ground were 10 Rattaclaws dead, completely still, each one with their beast crystal carved out. Who did this? Are there more people here? Maybe another team on a mission? Ian said. I'm sorry, I thought perhaps the Rattaclaw outside was killed by your student friend, but it looks like I was wrong. You would need at least a small team to take out 10 at once like this. Even Ian, who was a well-established traveler, felt like he would struggle taking out 10 at once. Although the beast were of the weakest tier, it was hard to imagine fighting 10 of them and coming out unscathed. Do you still think it's your friend? Raiden asked. Probably not, Vorden replied, but if there are others out there, I'm a little worried. Just where is Quinn? The two of them then decided to climb to the roof. This way Ian had a bearing of where he was and could decide where to go next. They stood on top of the roof and looked down. That's when the two of them spotted something. Get down quick, Ian said. As the two of them laid on their front, they slowly peeked over the ledge of the roof to once again confirm what they had seen. It was a beast that walked on 6 legs, 3 on each side. Its body stood upright like that of a human, while the bottom half was like that of a scorpion, but then where its head should be, there was a single large mouth, 4 arms, and it had 4 large claws. It was a hideous beast that clearly wasn't from Earth. An intermediate beast, Ian said. As they continued to watch it, they saw the beast slowly enter into a building. Hey, what's that building? Vorden asked, as he noticed the building was in good condition. Could the portal be inside there? That's the storage room, Ian answered. I doubt the portal would be inside there. Usually those places get targeted by thieves and such, so they tend to not make the portal area so obvious, and even if it was in there, it would be best if we let the beast leave first. The way I am now, I would stand no chance against the thing. Mass release day. Please remember to vote for another mass release. 4,600 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters. 500 plus stones equals 1 extra chapter. The storage building was a single-level large floor, which resembled that of a hangar. The main purpose of the building at a shelter was to keep equipment such as mechs, airships, and all sorts. They also used it as a temporary room to store things for travelers. Quinn had left the other building and slowly started to make his way to the storage room. He had no clue when the sun would rise and needed a place to stay for the night. After fighting the group of Rattaclaws, he was feeling a bit tired. Not only that, but he was hoping that he might come across some treasures at the storage room. He just couldn't see the downside of trying to reach the building. On his way, he treaded carefully to make sure he didn't alert any more beasts in the area. As he walked through from building to building, he spotted a few Rattaclaws feasting on something in the middle of the street. Damn, they're everywhere. They're just like rats back on Earth, Quinn thought. If there was a single rat on its own, then he might have chosen to confront it, but while there were 3 of them out on the street, he didn't want to risk it. The experience points gained from killing a beast was tempting, but to fight 3 at once meant there was a chance he would either have to use his blood spray or at least his blood swipe skill. Quinn continued to head towards the storage building until finally, he had arrived. At the front, there were 2 large steel doors which slid open. Afraid that they might make a lot of noise and attract unwanted attention, he decided to walk around the building to see if there were any other openings or entrance. After walking around the side of the building, he had no such luck, but as he nearly reached the back of the building, he started to hear strange noises. He slowly crept down the side, making sure to make no noise. With his back hugging the side of the wall, he peeked out to take a look. It seemed like there was another Rattaclaw, only this one was squealing and on its back in pain. Its cries were weak, and he wondered just how long had the beast been there for. After waiting a few moments, there was no sign of any other creatures. He came out from the side of the wall and walked up to the injured Rattaclaw on its back. As he got closer to it, the Rattaclaw snarled at Quinn and tried to swipe its claws out, but the attacks were far too slow and the beast could hardly move. Still trying to kill me even in this state, Quinn thought. As he got closer, the beast continued to swing its arms out towards Quinn despite it not being able to move. Its legs had been crushed by something and it had a large wound on its stomach. Let me put you out of your pain. He walked up to the beast and with a single blow to its head, it had died. 100 EXP points gained. 1140/1600 EXP. As Quinn looked at the back of the building, he could see a small hole in one of the corners. Did the Rattaclaw come out from there? Before entering, he gulped at the thought that perhaps whatever injured the rat might be inside. Crawling on his front, he had reached the hole and tried to pop his head in. It was big enough for a human to fit through, but what he was afraid of was inside the building. If he entered the building, there might be 100 of those things or something that was stronger than the Rattaclaw itself. Quinn crawled forward to the entrance of the hole and started to look into the hangar. Although the hangar contained no light source and was completely void of light from the moon, his vision allowed him to see clearly inside. After scouting the area for a while, it seemed like there was nothing inside, but of course, he couldn't be sure. He thought about it for a while, but in the end, the possibility of getting a new beast weapon or something amazing was too tempting for him. He crawled through the hole and entered into the hangar. As he stood up onto his feet, he was quickly disappointed by the state of the hangar. Nearly everything inside had been destroyed and just piles of scrap metal and rubbish remained. There were no airships, mechs, and no beast weapons. Whatever was left was unable to be used. However, the building was large and Quinn wouldn't give up just from his initial view. He started to walk around the hangar for a while until eventually, there was a room stationed in the corner. It was hard to tell how big it was, but it seemed like it went the whole length of the hangar, and on closer inspection, it looked more like a large container. He walked up to the room and there was a single steel door with a passcode device next to it. The door was military grade, which meant even those with abilities would find it hard to break it down. Perhaps it was the reason why no one so far had been able to enter, including the beasts. But it was clear to him that whatever was in the container had yet to be destroyed, and most likely whatever was inside was important stuff worth locking. Should I try hammer strike on it? Quinn looked around the hangar. The ceiling was high and the roof was made of metal. If he was to perform hammer strike in a place like this, the sound would just echo out. However, Quinn didn't want to give up that easy. All that stood in front of him and his treasures was a single door. There must be something he could do. He looked at the passcode on the side and pressed 4 random digits before pressing the enter button. Beep. Of course, I'm not that lucky, he thought. Right now, Quinn was desperate and wanted to try everything. He thought perhaps if he was to use the inspect skill, maybe it would give him some information. Inspect. A passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open it. Just as Quinn was about to give up, another notification sound was heard in his head. Inspect skill is now level 2. Inspect skill will now display more information about objects, humans, items, and more. Ever since his blood swipe skill had leveled up, Quinn was sure his other skills could level up too, but he never thought about his inspect skill too much while using it. Looking at the lock again, his gut was telling him to try it. Inspect. A passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open it. Please touch the lock for more information. Quinn then did as his inspect skill said and touched the lock. Nothing happened, but then, he used the inspect skill one more time. A passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open. The combination to the door is 253-672-5364. Quinn immediately tested out the number the system had given him. Beep. Asterisk kachak. The door then made an unlocking sound and swung open. Mass release day. Please vote to show your appreciation. Seeing that the intermediate beast was patrolling around the storage room, Ian and Vorden had decided to go to a different part of the shelter. As Ian said, it was most likely the portal wasn't there in the first place. Even though the portal was in a red zone, the portal on the other end still had to be placed in a safe place to make sure either beast from the other planet didn't enter it or destroy it. Of course, a party or a group could bring a portal with them to get back to their own world, but these were very expensive. Someone at Ian's level didn't have one of these devices because once they had been set up, they were unable to be taken back with them. It was a one-time use device. Any ideas of where the portal might be? Vorden asked. My guess is somewhere underground. It's safe from most of the beasts that way. Most likely they have a special building that looks like any other and a secret entrance. Wait, so are you saying we just have to keep going into buildings? Well, we can rule out all the residential buildings. They wouldn't be able to build a large enough base under those, and any of the small buildings or dangerous areas you can rule out as well. There are only so many big buildings that would be large enough to store a big base under. The two of them continued to look into building after building, but there was no luck or no sign of a secret room. Eventually, they had entered what looked like a library. Although most of the books had been destroyed and several of the bookcases had fallen over as well. That's when a loud grumbling sound had come from Vorden's belly. I guess we have been traveling for a while now. Why don't we rest here for the night? It doesn't look like there are any beasts here and we can build our own fortress, Ian said. The two of them then went up to the second floor of the building. There were large holes and broken down walls on the first floor which made it easy for beasts to attack them. Once they had reached the second floor, the two of them started to lift up a few of the bookshelves. It seemed like Ian had the ability of super strength, seeing how easily he moved the heavy bookshelves, but Vorden knew that wasn't true. The reason why Ian seemed like he had extra strength was actually from the beast armor he was wearing. Certain beast armor once above the basic tier had special properties. If the user was able to activate these properties, they could increase the base strength of the user, giving him more power, extra speed. Overall, it just improved you as a human being and almost made you seem to be a superhuman. Vorden could see Ian was still struggling though, most likely due to his injuries, but there was no way he himself could move the giant bookshelves so easily. So instead Vorden helped out in his own way by clearing a space and moving all the books and piles of rubbish away. After an hour or so they were done. Ian had moved the bookshelves to create a small type of fortress around them. It's a nice home, isn't it? Ian said proudly of his work. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's go inside. As Vorden walked inside, Ian followed behind, and as he did, he pulled one last bookshelf around them, sealing them up in a cube-like shape surrounded by bookshelves. The room they were in was now pitch black. Ian then punched part of the bookshelves with his fist, creating a hole in all four directions, letting in a little bit of light, but more importantly, it was used to let them peek through and see if any danger was coming towards them. He then pulled out a little small stone from his pocket and placed it on the ground in the center of the room. He tapped the stone once and a warm orange light started to shine from it. The light wasn't very strong, but in the small dark room, it made a huge difference. Here, take this, Ian said as he handed a small circle pill to Vorden. Is this a food supplement? Vorden asked. Yeah, I'm guessing if you came here on accident you don't have any with you. Vorden looked at the pill before shoving it down his throat and into the stomach. A food supplement was a pill that contained all the things a human needed to live. As long as a person took one pill of these a day, they no longer needed to eat. Although it gave the human enough calories and vitamins, it did nothing in terms of water content. You would still need to find your own water source. Luckily in the shelter, it seemed like the waterworks in nearly every building was working. So it wasn't a problem for Ian and Vorden. You get some sleep and I'll keep watch, then we'll do a little switch later on, Ian said. Sounds good. Yeah. As he heard the sound of the door unlocking, a grin appeared on his face that couldn't be contained. I love you, system. I swear I'll never talk badly about you ever again, Quinn said as he stepped into the container. But as he stepped in, his hopes of finding legendary beast equipment or stashes of beast crystals were soon lost. The room was simply filled with shelves of books, nothing else but books. However, as soon as Quinn picked up one of the books closest to him, his mind was quickly changed. Earth Ability Book Level 1. Unable to learn, would you like to convert into 10 EXP? It was a container room filled with ability and skill books. Although Quinn was unable to learn the ability, he immediately converted the book into EXP points. As soon as Quinn decided to convert the book into EXP, it started to vanish in his very hands as if it was disintegrating. A sensation was felt form inside, and finally, the message had appeared. 10 EXP gained. 1150/1600 EXP. After absorbing the first book, Quinn started to pick up book after book. After going through the books, Quinn found out that a level 1 skill book would give him 5 EXP points while a level 1 ability book would give him 10 EXP points. If he had already absorbed that book again, the system wouldn't even pop up with another message. It was a shame since most of the books inside the container were earth books that the military had the most control over. Quinn got closer to the back of the container and found that the level of the books would increase. A level 2 ability book would gain him 100 EXP points while a level 2 skill book would gain him 50. This would be the case even if he had already absorbed the level 1 version of the ability book. And finally, after absorbing multiple books, another message had appeared. 1650/1600 EXP points gained. You are now level 6. Mass release day, remember to vote for another one next week. After leveling up, Quinn immediately put his stat point into strength, and now without his gauntlets, his strength was at 15, meaning he would be able to perform the hammer strike skill with or without the gauntlets. As Quinn looked around the room, there were still several books he hadn't even touched yet. The place really was a goldmine for him. As he went on to the next set of shelves, with it came a new set of books. He placed his hand on the first one and it was the first level 3 ability book he had come across. Level 3 Earth Ability Book. Unable to learn, would you like to convert into 1000 EXP? Quinn placed the book down and picked the book up, making sure he had heard the system right, but once again the numbers he had received were correct. The level 3 ability book was offering him 1000 experience points. Without hesitating, he had decided to absorb the book right away. 1050/3200 points. Quinn then picked up the skill book right next to him, and as though it too had offered him 500 EXP points. So far it seemed like a skill book would offer half the amount of points that an ability book had to offer. He once again went on rampage, grabbing every book he could on the shelf, absorbing those that he couldn't and tossing the others on the ground. Although he would have loved to take the books with him as they would have sold for a healthy price, the books so far were unable to go into his storage like the crystals, and carrying them would just be more trouble than it was worth. After going through all the books, Quinn was able to level up a total of 2 more times. Level 8. 45/45 HP. No new skills were unlocked, but Quinn still obtained the regular stat points for every level up. Now that his strength and agility were at level 15, he decided he should finally increase his stamina points. If there was a fight that needed him to perform flash step and hammer strike multiple times, he would definitely be in trouble. After putting the 2 points into stamina, his stats were now looking a lot more even. Strength 15, 2. Agility 15. Stamina 14. 510/12800 EXP. Although the EXP needed now was getting further and further away, which made Quinn think if there was even a cap to his leveling, or would the EXP amount increase so much so that it was no longer possible to achieve. Quinn had now nearly touched every single book that was in the storage room. Unfortunately, the highest ability Quinn was able to find so far was a level 3 ability book. The further he went into the container, the higher the levels, but for the last few shelves, it didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like they were just duplicates of the other level 3 ability books. As Quinn picked up one book, the system message didn't go off. It was because it was a level 3 Earth ability book that he had already absorbed. Hey, maybe Peter could use this, Quinn thought. It was only one book. Quinn was sure he would be able to carry it safely with him. But as soon as he thought about Peter, a memory entered his mind, and it wasn't a good one. Peter was the whole reason why he was in this place, and he still didn't know how long he was going to be here or if he would even be able to survive. To be honest, Quinn was just trying to make the best out of a bad situation at the moment. As he thought about Peter, anger started to enter his mind and body, and he ripped the book up. He was willing to hear Peter out if he ever got out of here alive, but Quinn would no longer help him. If someone like that betrayed you once, for whatever reason, it only meant there was the chance that the same thing could happen again. Then as Quinn looked around the container, he noticed there was one shelf at the very back of the room where he hadn't been yet. He didn't bother going over there yet because it looked empty from a distance, but as he got closer, he noticed there was a single book that had been placed on there. As he touched the book on the shelf, a new message appeared. Level 6 Ability Book Shadow Element. After seeing the first message appear, Quinn couldn't wait to see how much experience points a level 6 ability book would give. Perhaps it would finally shoot him up to level 10 and he would unlock the use of the shop in his system. But then something unexpected had happened. Ability is compatible with system. Would you like to learn? Out of shock, Quinn dropped the book back onto the shelf and took a step back. Out of all the books in the room, it was the first time he had ever received a message of this kind. He wasn't even sure it was possible, but the system was clearly telling him he could learn the ability. Then Quinn started to think back to the name of the ability, Shadow Element. It was something he had never even heard of before, and Quinn was quite knowledgeable about the abilities of the world. He then picked up the book once more just to make sure, and the same message had appeared. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided he would try to place the book in his storage. It hadn't worked with the other books previously, but he thought it might work with this one. And to his surprise, it worked. The ability book was safely put into his system storage with his beast crystals. Before learning the ability, Quinn wanted to make sure he could find out more about it first. Maybe then he could find out why it was compatible with his vampire system, and if so, maybe they were other abilities that would be compatible as well. If that was the case, Quinn didn't want to rush into things. Usually, a human being was only able to use one ability for their whole lives, and it could be the same for him. As he continued to level up and get stronger, he thought about it more and more. His system wasn't an ability. The book that was gifted to him by his father wasn't an ability book, but it had completely changed him. He was no longer human but something else altogether, and it was why his abilities had worked inside the game and why he had received the option to learn another ability. This was the only conclusion he could come to. After storing the book away, he decided to close the door to the container unit and remain inside. It was safe here and he was starting to feel tired. At least he knew the container was strong enough to protect him from whatever beast remained outside. He laid down on the floor and in an instant closed his eyes. Mass release day. Please remember to vote next week for another mass release. His body was pressed against the cold hard floor. His eyelids slowly started to open and all he could see was a white light. For a moment while Quinn was sleeping, he had forgotten about everything that happened. But as soon as he looked around him and realized where he was, and he knew that everything wasn't a dream. Right now he wasn't at the school but was on a completely different planet miles away from home. As he stood up and started to stretch, there was no way for him to tell how long he was out for, but his body felt good. It was a surprise that he slept so well on the floor without a bed. Without realizing it, he was more exhausted than he thought. Not only physically exhausted for fighting against the beast but also mentally exhausting. The constant fear of the unknown was a terrible thing that slowly would eat away at him. Your hunger grows. Daily quest complete. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. And at last, the system message had appeared. This meant that in 1 more day's time the system would inform him that he needed to consume human blood. He was okay for now as he still had 50 milliliters of blood in his bank. As long as he didn't get in any more fights, he would be fine. The most important thing for him to do now was to find that portal. As he went to open the steel door, Quinn was half expecting that the sun might be out. After all, the message appearing meant it was a new day. However, he was unsure whether the system clock was related to the time on Earth. The daily quest reset every day at midnight, but if he was in another country, midnight would be different, and right now he was on another planet. But as he opened the door, he was surprised to see it was still night out. However, his mind was quickly distracted by something else. Quinn immediately closed the door back up to the container. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating at an incredible speed. What was that? Quinn thought. That was no rat, that's for sure. This time Quinn went to the steel door again. He placed his hand on the metallic handle once again and slowly opened the door to take a peek, and as he did, a large beast stood inside the hangar. With the body of the human but the bottom half of a scorpion-like creature, Quinn couldn't make out what it was. From the human half of its body, it also had 2 claws on each side. Inspect. With his new inspect skill, it seemed to now work at a greater distance. Scordana. Intermediate level beast. After finding out what little information was available about the beast, Quinn quickly closed the door once again. Although Quinn had grown 3 levels while inside the container, he still felt like dealing with an intermediate beast would almost be impossible for him. The weakest of intermediate beasts were at least 10 times stronger than a basic tier beast. Of course, this would depend on the beast, for there were some beasts that were just easier to deal with than others no matter what tier they were at. But looking at the creature, Quinn could tell it would be a tough battle. Instead, he decided to remain inside the capsule until the beast had eventually disappeared. It wasn't here when he first entered, so there was always the chance it could leave. After waiting for what felt like a considerable amount of time, he decided to open the door once again to check if the beast was still there, and unfortunately it was. That was when Quinn noticed something else that was in the hangar that wasn't there before. There were 3 round objects right next to the Scordana placed in a pile of scrap metal. Are those eggs? Quinn thought. Inspect. Scordana eggs? Intermediate beast level. As he saw the eggs, a horrible thought had entered his mind. Quinn hadn't noticed them before, meaning she must have just laid them out while he was in the container, or they might have been hidden somewhere. but the first was more likely. Now the fact that her eggs were here meant the beast would protect them until they hatched, or at least it wouldn't be moving for a while. Quinn had two options. He could continue to wait in the container hoping that the mother would have to go out and hunt for food for herself in a while, but beast bodies were completely different compared to humans. Sometimes a single meal could last them weeks before they had to go hunting again for another one. This felt like a risky option for Quinn, for he himself was on a time frame. Then there was the second option. If the Skordana had just given birth, then there was a chance she was weaker compared to usual. With the second option, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. The longer he waited, the more chance the beast had of recovering. In the end, Quinn gritted his teeth and stepped out of the container. Before even thinking of fighting against the beast, he would try his best to sneak out. The entrance to the front of the hangar was completely destroyed. The beast, when entering, had ripped apart the two metallic doors before coming in. The problem was the beast was blocking that exit, but that still left Quinn with the small hole in the wall from where he had entered. Carefully moving in between piles of scrap metal and rubbish, Quinn slowly moved across the room to the other side where he had first entered. Then when he finally had reached the hole, he could see something else entering from the other side. It was a rataclaw. Oh no. As soon as the rataclaw pulled its body through the small hole, it immediately looked up to see Quinn. Before he even had a chance to run away, the rataclaw started squealing like mad. "Shut up, why did you have to come here now of all times?" Then the sound of several steps was heard from behind. Quinn didn't have to turn around to know what it was, but he did so anyway, and as he did, a giant claw was swung down towards his head. Flash step. At the last second, Quinn preformed his flash step skill, avoiding the claw, but he couldn't say the same for the rataclaw. It had been completely hammered and smashed to the ground in a single strike. "I guess we're doing this then." End of mass release. Please Conchi-yun to vote for even more mass releases. 4,800 stones equals 4 extra chapters hit. Plus 500 stones form above goal equals 1 extra chapter. Now that the Skordana had spotted Quinn, he had no choice but to stand his ground and fight. In a red portal planet, there would be more dangerous and higher tier beasts than an intermediate one. Although he could make a run for it and head outside, the commotion caused might attract even more dangerous beasts, and that was the last thing he wanted. Looking at the squashed rataclaw, he could tell the beast was powerful and he needed to avoid getting hit by those claws. Already using the flash step had taken a considerable amount of stamina, and at most, he was able to perform it one more time during the fight. As the scorpion creature turned, it immediately started charging forward. Hoping to scare it away and do some damage, Quinn let out 2 blood swipes. This time the attack was more powerful than before. The lines looked thicker and larger as they left his hands. The level 2 increase in the skill, on top of his extra stat points in strength, had really improved the attack. However, the scorpion wasn't stupid and covered itself with its 4 claws, blocking the attack. As the blood swipe made impact, the scorpion was pushed back a few steps, but no damage could be seen, not even a white scratch mark on the claws. Damn it, the scorpion's claws are an exoskeleton. An exoskeleton beast meant that the beast's skeleton was on the outside, making the outer shell incredibly hard. As Quinn looked and inspected the creature even closer, he could see that every part of the beast was covered in some type of shell, apart from the upper body. That was the beast's weak point, and that's where he needed to hit. With a plan set in his head, Quinn charged forward once again. The scorpion opened up its 4 claws ready to attack. The first claw came down. Swiftly he was able to dodge the attack, then the next set of claws followed. Avoiding the claws was difficult, but right now Quinn was in full concentration mode. As the 4th claw came out to attack him, the beast's body was now wide open. Then as Quinn readied his hand to cast his blood swipe skill, he felt a sharp pain in his back. As he looked up, he could see something connected to his body, and when he followed it, it went behind the beast. A tail that wasn't there before. The beast then lifted Quinn with the tail and chucked him hard up against the wall. As he fell to the ground, his HP had taken a huge hit. 13/45 HP. As Quinn looked into his stomach, he could see a large puncture had been created and blood was quickly flowing out of his body. Critical hit. 12/45 HP. 11/45 HP. 10/45 HP. As the blood continued to leak out of Quinn's body, so did his HP. In order to stop his HP from continuing to drop, he had no choice. Blood bank. 10 millitiers have been used. 40 milliliters remaining. 15/45 HP. As he absorbed the blood, the puncture in his stomach slowly started to heal, but it wasn't going to be enough. He needed more blood, and with the Skordana charging towards him, he needed it fast. Just use it all. Blood bank empty. 35/45 HP. With his health nearly full, his wounds had healed up almost instantly, and Quinn was able to move once again. Looking at the scorpion, he noticed the tail truly wasn't there. Is it able to take it into his body and out at will? This is going to be a pain. If it wasn't for all the levels up he had received while in the container, he would have already been a dead man, and with no more blood bank, Quinn was unable to take another blow. There were no more second chances. Hoping to stop its charge forward, he threw blood swipe after blood swipe. The beast held up all 4 of its claws and crossed it against its body, protecting it at all times. But the beast was powerful and continued to push through despite the blood claws coming towards it. It got closer and closer, but Quinn never stopped using his blood swipes. 30/45 HP. 28/45 HP. A battle of strength was being displayed between the two. The red swipes were powerful and started to knock the beast back, and eventually, even the claws started to crack, but neither of them gave up. 13/45 HP. But Quinn couldn't keep it up. If he carried on using the blood swipes, then he soon would completely run out of HP. He had no choice but to change his plan. When the beast was close enough, finally the tail was revealed from above. While its claws covered and blocked its body from the swipes, its plan was to attack from above with its long large tail. As it fired its tail downward, just before the tail could pierce Quinn again. Flash step. Suddenly, Quinn was no longer in front of the scorpion and now was directly behind it. He gathered all his strength from the bottom of his body. It rose up into his fist, and as he slammed down his foot, at the same time he pulled back his hand and released all the power he had into his attack. Hammer strike. As soon as the blow had hit the beast's soft human upper body, a large hole was created. It was around the size of a human head and a chunk had been taken out, allowing him to see completely through the beast to the other side. Then a few moments later, the beast had collapsed to the ground and so had Quinn, completely exhausted. As he lifted his hands, his gauntlets had completely shattered. They were too damaged from the Rataklaw's bite from before and it was unable to take the impact of his hammer strike. The gauntlets no longer gave Quinn the extra attack power it did before, but it was hard for him to be upset for long, for a number of messages had appeared. Skordana has been killed 1000 EXP. First intermediate beast kill 5000 EXP. First Skordana killed 2000 EXP. 8250/12800. Although now that Quinn was a higher level, it took a considerable amount of EXP to level up once more. Right now he had a serious problem. His health was incredibly low. 1345 HP, and with his blood bank empty there was no way for him to heal it back to normal. Then a thought had come to his mind. If his system was like a game, if he leveled up, would his health heal back up? As he looked around the room, he noticed the 3 eggs still there in the metal pile heap. After waiting a few moments for his stamina to rise back up, he walked up to the dead Skordana's body. He had no hard feelings tearing the beast's body apart as he looked for the beast crystal inside. Before, the old Quinn might have shown compassion and been respectful, but the fight he just had was showing him that even on other planets, the strong ruled. Before, even when he got bullied at school, it was never like this. Of course, the strong ruled at school and he couldn't do anything about it, but he never came close to dying. He just took several beatings, but for the first time, he truly felt like he was close to death. Finally, after tearing and rummaging through several limbs, the beast crystal was obtained and stored in his system once again. Now Quinn looked at the eggs in the room. As he went forward, he lifted one of the eggs. They were large and about the same size as football. He took a few steps back before lifting it into the air and slamming it into the ground. Black blood had been splattered all across the floor and a little half-grown scorpion could be seen inside. Skordana egg killed 1000 EXP. First Skordana egg killed 2000 EXP. 11250/12800 EXP. To Quinn's surprise, the system had counted the egg as a new beast kill, so he also received the bonus points for that too. He then went over to the over 2 eggs and threw them both to the ground similar to the first one. Skordana egg killed 1000 EXP. Skordana egg killed 1000 EXP. 13250/12800 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 9. 13/50 HP. As Quinn looked at the information displayed, for the first time he was unpleased with a level up. The system hadn't given his health back like he thought it might have done. Although his HP had increased, nothing else had changed. It made him realize that although his system was like a game, it wasn't. This was real life, and the next message made him realize that even more. Your hunger grows. You can no longer suppress your need for blood. Your HP will decrease by -1 HP every hour until you have consumed human blood. We hit 6,000 stones last week. Congrats in unlocking the mass release. New goal for mass release next weekend. 5,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 6,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Due to Quinn's energy and most of his blood being used in the fight earlier, his body was now no longer naturally healing itself. He was too hungry to heal and would need blood. As Quinn looked at his system, a certain number stuck out to him and it was all he could hear in his head, the number 13. With 13 points, that's 13 hours before I reach 0, and that's only if I don't use any of my skills or get injured along the way. He was really struggling with what to do. Should he sit and wait? Perhaps the school would send someone after him. Or should he walk around and try to find the portal? If he did, there was the chance he could run into more beasts on the way. I have no choice, I have to try to find the portal, Quinn said. This was his only option. In reality, he would have liked to think the school would have sent someone after him. This might have been the case if Quinn had a strong family backing him or he was a potentially high-level user, but Quinn was none of those. He was an orphan with no family backing, and the school still believed he was a level 1 user, someone with no ability. Why would they bother risking their lives for someone like him? It just didn't make any sense even to him. He had no choice but to soldier on. Before leaving the hangar, Quinn had to think hard about just where the portal would be. All he knew was that they had to place it somewhere safe. Somewhere the beasts wouldn't be able to get to it. The shelter was a big place though, with many buildings. It wasn't as big as the city the school was in, but still big. To get from one side of the shelter to the other it would take him at least 2 hours, and that was walking at a decent pace. As he walked through the city, he decided to tread very carefully. Even if he came across a basic tier beast, it would cause all sorts of problems for him. As he walked through the city he went through at an incredibly slow pace. Once in a while, he would come across a building with beasts inside. Although Quinn's eyesight was incredibly handy in situations like these, The beasts too had good eyesight in the darkness, for they had lived on the planet, but his seemed to be even better than theirs. As he entered the buildings, there would be cases where Quinn had spotted them far up ahead in the darkness. He quickly would shift and hide in the shadows or behind walls waiting for the beasts to leave, and when he was ready, he would zoom past and around. With no direction to go in and just simply wandering around, Quinn had already used up 2 hours of his time exploring the place. 11/50 HP. The hunger in his belly was starting to distract him, and it was getting harder for him to focus as his health had gone down. Then finally, Quinn had spotted another building that was relatively in good condition. It was a large dome-like shape building. The training center, a place where travelers could come and test out their skills or practice with new equipment. The outside of the dome was made with special material in case practice matches got a bit out of hand and a stray attack would hit the outside now and then. It was capable of withstanding attacks from some of the strongest beasts and power level users. No wonder it's in good condition, Quinn said as he looked at the building. It was the only other place Quinn could think of where the portal could be kept safe. The place was large and had a sturdy outside that was yet to be destroyed. As Quinn got closer to the dome building, he noticed there were several mechs stationed outside that had been destroyed. Their cores completely ripped out. Mechs were a powerful device used in the war, but to power them they required an incredibly powerful beast crystal of a high tier. It was a strange thing because the higher power levels preferred to use their own abilities, while the lower power levels could never afford to use such a thing. Most of the mechs were used by the military or private companies that hired low-level travelers to operate the thing. However, it was a double-edged sword for a low-level traveler. Usually, they would come with contracts. If the mechs were ever destroyed, then the user would be asked to pay for them. Of course, a low level in their whole lifetime could never afford to pay back something as expensive as a mech, causing them to forever be a slave to the company. Just another one of the changes that had happened after the war with the Dalki. During the war, humans were brought together to fight the common enemy, but once the treaty was signed, the greed of humans were shown. If the Dalki knew how ununited Earth was at the moment, Quinn was sure Earth would lose the way it was right now. That's why he needed to get stronger, to protect himself. As he reached the entrance of the training center, he could see that 2 rataklas were standing out in front of the building. Before entering, he decided to walk around the large dome carefully to see if there were any other entrances, but there were none besides the first one he had seen. He returned back to the entrance and was hidden behind one of the destroyed mechs around 30 meters away from the entrance. Even though he had walked around for about 30 minutes, the rataklas remained there unmoving. He decided to wait a little longer, hoping that the rataklas might move. 10/50 HP. But as he saw the message bring his health down once again, he was only getting even more aggravated. The rats didn't look like they would be leaving anytime soon, and Quinn needed to come up with a plan. 2 chapters today, go read the next one. Remember to vote for mass release. 5,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 6,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. As Quinn looked around him, he found a broken piece of the mech nearby. It was a long metal shape, looked similar to a pole, but he had no idea what part of the mech it was used for. He picked it up and looked off into the distance. He aimed carefully at another mech that was destroyed, far up ahead and off to the side of the entrance. Using all his strength, he threw the piece of metal a great distance. It was an amazing feat and looked almost superhuman. Of course, Quinn was only able to perform this because he had super strength compared to others. The piece of metal landed exactly where he was aiming for, making a large clang sound as it fell on the mech. The rats then looked up at where the noise was coming from and quickly scurried off in the direction of the sound. This is my chance. Quinn, using all the powers in his legs, bolted for the entrance. He had finally reached the dome-like building. The entrance was like a hallway surrounded by a wall on either side, and just a little further up were 2 steel doors. He tried pushing the steel doors open, but there was no luck. He noticed that the doors were undamaged just like the rest of the building, meaning most likely it was made out of the same material. As he looked around the door for anything, he spotted another access code machine. He immediately rushed forward, placing his hand on the machine and used his inspect skill. I hope these works, don't let me down, system. An access code machine linked to the 2 steel doors. The combination is 3334-625-3778. However, just as Quinn was imputing the code into the machine, the rataklas had returned. As the beasts saw him, they shrieked and called out another 2 of its friends. There were now 4 of the things. As he heard the sound of the beasts behind him, his hands started to shake. Come on. Come on. Asterisk beep. Damn, I must have put in a wrong number. His nerves were getting the better of him and his concentration had been broken. He used his inspect skill once again, making sure he had the right code. He started imputing the numbers again when he suddenly felt something chomp down onto his leg. 9/50 HP. As he looked down, it was one of the rats and the other 3 weren't too far behind it. Quinn then swung his fist down as hard as he could at the rat, smashing its skull into pieces. The rat was forced to let go but still wasn't dead. The other 3 were now too close and he no longer had any time to input the code. Flash step. Then Quinn was suddenly behind them, but he was still too close to the 4 rats. Flash step only had a distance of 5 meters at most. The rats turned and all ran forward towards him. I have no choice. He held out his palm and fired. Blood burst. A shotgun-like spray of blood was released from his hand and it had knocked back all 4 of the rats, killing the already injured one. 4/50 HP. 100 EXP. He then rushed forward to one of the rats on the ground, held both hands together and slammed it down on another rat's head, killing the second one. 100 EXP. Now the other two rats had recovered and were quickly after Quinn once again. Out of desperation he swung his hands and activated his blood swipe, although this time, the blood swipes were strong and had killed each one in a single attack. 100 EXP. 100 EXP. 850/25600 EXP. 250th HP. With his time running incredibly low, Quinn didn't even bother to get out the beast crystals. There was also the fear that more beasts might be coming. He went up to the door this time inputting the code correctly, and as he entered, he shut the door behind him making sure it was locked. He was now in what looked like a reception area, a canteen of sorts with several seats and a desk at the front. It was in top condition compared to the rest of the city. In fact, it looked like an entirely different place. There were two hallways, one leading to the left and one leading to the right, both with the words Training Center written on them. With his health running low, he had less than 2 hours to find the portal. He entered the main training hall. It was a large room with several seats in the stands. It reminded Quinn of the game as it looked similar. Everything was white in color and had a modern empty look to it. But as Quinn stared at the empty field in the center, all he could see was disappointment. The arena down below was completely empty. There was not a single thing down there, not even a scrap of metal, never mind a portal. Quinn fell to his knees in despair. He felt like this was his last chance. There was no way he had the time to go walking around the city looking for another room with a portal. But he didn't give up yet. He lifted himself up the ground and searched around the training center. He searched in the preparation rooms, the offices, the gym, and even back in the reception area. But nothing. There wasn't a single thing he could find. He now laid there on the floor in the center of the arena, looking up at the ceiling. 150th HP. The pain in his stomach was too strong. His vision was now blurring up and he could no longer think properly or move. So this is how my life ends, huh? Quinn said. Mom, Dad, why did you leave me on my own? Why did you give me this book? I thought when I got this book maybe I might be able to change something, but I guess not. Then the final hour had passed. 0/50 HP. HP has reached 0 due to hunger. Transformation will now begin. Remember to vote with your stones for a mass release next week. 5,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 6,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. That night Vorden struggled to sleep just like every other night. He couldn't remember the last time he got a good night's sleep. Some nights he was able to sleep peacefully and dream just like any other person, but then there were times where his mind was sent to the black room. At that time no one was sat in the chair, no one was in control. Lately, this was happening more and more frequently. In the black room, the three of them would usually talk to each other while the body rested, but he always had a worry when he was in that room. The chair was empty. Any point in time, one of them could sit in the chair and take control. For now, Vorden acted as the gatekeeper, but that was only because the little one allowed him to. That's when he felt a slight tug on his arm. Hey, wake up kid, it looks like you were having a nightmare, Ian said. As Vorden opened his eyes he looked around and noticed that he was still in the pitch black room. Oh, sorry about that, I hope I wasn't making too much noise, Vorden replied. Well, this is a scary place, a kid like you shouldn't be here on their own to begin with, so don't worry about it, said Ian. Do you mind if we swap for a bit? Ian then switched places with Vorden. While Ian lay on the cold, hard, uncomfortable floor, Vorden would look out of the gaps in the bookshelf, keeping watch. In almost an instant from behind him, Vorden could hear the sound of Ian's loud snores. Unlike him, Ian was able to get to sleep almost instantly. Hey Vorden, so if you aren't going to kill him now, what about when we find the portal? Raiden asked. The advanced crystal he is carrying would be very helpful to us and no one would find out. You've seen how weak he is and now we have his ability, it would be easy to finish him off. While I'm in charge nobody gets hurt, Vorden replied, getting annoyed. Fine, but one of these days when we're in trouble, I won't be coming to help you, and when he sees you're doing a bad job, I will be put in charge instead, and I am not going to let you decide a single thing. When doing nothing it was hard to tell how much time had passed. Vorden didn't even know how long he had been asleep for, and with the sky always showing black, he had no way of knowing. After waiting what felt like an entire day, it seemed like Ian had finally woken up. As he lifted himself off the ground, he continued to wince in pain and hold on to his ribs. I'm telling you, I can't wait to get home, Ian said. Vorden turned around to look at Ian. Seeing that he was struggling to get up, he offered his hand once again and pulled him up from the floor. But as Ian got off the ground, his face suddenly dropped. In one of the holes he had made, all that could be seen was a single large eyeball looking through. Ian immediately went to his waist and grabbed a small dagger, throwing it at the beast's eye. Using all his strength and the added stats of the equipment he was wearing, the dagger flew right through the eye and out the other end, killing it in a single blow. Then when he pulled his hand back, the dagger flew back into his hand. Let's get out of here, Ian shouted as he kicked one of the shelves, knocking it over. As the two of them climbed on top of the fallen shelf, they could see that they had been surrounded. All around the library, on top of the ceiling, on the side of the walls, were multiple slug-like creatures everywhere. They had a single large eye on its head, and sticking out of its sides were multiple tentacles coming from the beast's underbelly. I thought you were keeping a lookout, Ian said. I was, but the small space would only let me see so far. Vorden was a little distracted deep in his thoughts, but even so, it was hard for him to see beasts like these, for they were able to scale up the side of the walls and hang from the ceiling. They were completely surrounded, not just around them but also above as well. A few of the slug creatures dropped from above, while the ones around them reached out with their tentacles. There were too many attacking at once. Ian then held out both of his hands with his palms open. Objects from all over the library started to vibrate. Slowly they were moving along and coming towards him as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. Then shards of metal from all over came flying towards the two of them at an incredible speed. "Stick close to me, kid," Ian commanded, and Vorden did as he was told. The pieces of metal from all over the library and a few pieces from outside had come towards the two of them and formed a ball completely made out of scraps of metal surrounding the two of them. The beast from above fell on top of the metal ball, but no damage was done as they slid off. The tentacles from the slugs outside started to attack and made dents in the ball. Loud clanging sounds could be heard from inside as they continued to attack. The force of the tentacle strikes were similar to someone swinging a bat, and it would only be a matter of time before the metal ball broke. Repel. At that moment, the ball exploded with an incredible force. Just how the scrap metal had been pulled together, it was now being pushed out. Little pieces of scrap metal were flung out so hard it had caused several puncture wounds in the beast's body, killing them all as it went through their brains and hearts. "Good thing this planet is covered in metal, huh?" Ian said with a smile on his face. "Come on then, let's not waste these crystals." The two of them went up to the dead slugs and started to carve out the crystals. At that moment in time when the slugs had surrounded them, Vorden had tried to activate his earth ability that he had gotten from Peter on one of the beasts, but there was no such luck, which meant that he had at least been on the planet for 24 hours now. However, he still had Ian's ability handy. Touching him in the library had reset the time frame, so even if Ian was unable to fight or they got separated, Vorden would still be able to use the ability for another 24 hours. After gathering the crystals, Ian had handed Vorden half of them. "Here, take it." "I can't, I didn't do anything. Look, these are only basic tier crystals. I could earn these in my sleep." "Fine," Vorden said. Although Vorden had agreed, he had no space to put the crystals anywhere. He hadn't brought a bag, a pouch, or a storage unit with him. After all, it was an unexpected visit. For now, Ian said he would keep the crystals until they returned back to Earth. Finally, it was time for the two of them to leave the library and search for the portal once again. The two of them made sure to not attract any beast on their way, and to their luck they hadn't come across any more dangers. Then finally the two of them spotted something. "You see that? Now if I was going to put a portal anywhere, I would put it in there," Ian said, pointing at the large dome building. "What is it?" Vorden asked. "It looks like a training center." "That's exactly what it is, and it looks like it was well built. The beast around here haven't even been able to scratch it, and it's big enough to build a secret base underneath." The two of them continued walking forward with their next destination in sight, the training center. Please remember to vote for mass release next week. 5,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 6,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Just outside the large dome-like building, Vorden and Ian were preparing to enter. The front of the dome was an open field filled with all sorts of junk. It looked like a battle had taken place outside. They carefully made their way along the field of broken rubbish and meshes, keeping cover while inching their way closer and closer to the entrance. After looking left and right for any beasts nearby and seeing that there were none there, they decided to make a dash for it. As they ran forward, they reached the hall and moved towards the door, but stopped just outside as something had caught their eye. Ian bent down to have a closer look at something lying on the ground. More dead rataclaws. Another group of them. Ian then dipped his finger into the black blood. Even though it was slightly dry, it seemed pretty new. It doesn't look like they have been dead for long. Looks like someone's already in there. Vorden didn't want to say anything, but he was hoping that it was Quinn. However, as he walked past the dead rataclaws, if it really was Quinn, it seemed like the secret he was hiding from Vorden was bigger than he thought. "A passcode machine," Vorden said as he spotted it off to the side of the door. "Do you know the combination?" "Are you kidding me? How the hell would I know?" Ian then held out both of his hands as he looked at the door. He started to concentrate. After a while, Vorden could see a vein bulging on top of Ian's head. "Damn this door, it's so strong." Ian continued to use his powers, but the door was tightly shut and wasn't going to be so easy to break. But then, slowly, the door started creaking and the locks behind the door started to bend. But the sound of the metal door being pulled apart had attracted some unwanted attention. 3 rataclaws started sneaking around, following the sound until they spotted the 2 humans by the entrance. "Ian, you better hurry up. Just deal with the rats yourself," Ian shouted. As Ian put more strength into opening the door, part of the door started to bend. But as it started bending, the loud clanging only attracted more unwanted attention. Soon another 4 rataclaws joined. "There's too many." Vorden then quickly turned to the door and held his hands out as well. "What are you doing? At least hold the back or something," Ian said, but suddenly, the door was easier to move than before. It was being much more responsive. As Ian looked at Vorden, he could see he too was visibly sweating. It couldn't be. With the two of them using their powers, they were finally able to tear the door apart, creating a hole just large enough for them to get through. They quickly ran forward and jumped through the small gap. Now inside the building, they turned back around and held out their hands once again, focusing all of their power. The rataclaw closest to the entrance leapt forward, and its head had just managed to get through the hole. "Close, damn it!" Vorden shouted. Just then, the door bent back, sealing the hole and slicing the rataclaw's head off. A loud thump was heard as it hit the floor and slowly rolled away. The two of them, now inside and with the door shut, noticed something. It was incredibly dark inside the training center. There were a few small white LED lights that were placed on the floor up against the wall, but other than that, the lights above were completely out. As Ian took a step forward, he could hear the sound of glass cracking. Now why would someone go to the trouble to take out all the lights? Ian said, these places are built to last hundreds of years with the power they have, and the outside looked like it was untouched. Maybe it was the person who came in before us. Maybe. Here, take this, Ian said, as he chucked over a small pebble-like item. Vorden noticed that it was the same item that he had used when they had made their temporary shelter in the library. As Vorden tapped it once, a small orange glow emitted from the stone and surrounded him. What about you? Ian then pulled out another stone, tapping it before putting it on his waist. Now, are you going to tell me about what just happened, or are you going to keep that secret as well? Vorden let out a little nervous laugh. No secrets. My ability allows me to copy other abilities. I copied it when I saw you use it at the library. Vorden had no reason to lie to the man. He already knew he could use the same ability, and what were the chances that Vorden had the same rare ability as the man? However, Vorden wasn't going to reveal the fact that he needed to touch the man to copy his abilities. That part he would keep to himself. That's kind of cool. I wish I could do something like that, Ian said. Come on, let's go. Vorden was surprised by the man's actions. He thought he might yell or complain that he had done something without his permission, but this was something that he hadn't experienced before. The two of them continued to walk along the dark hall. For now, there was only one direction they could go, and the LED lights helped lead them the right way. Psst, hey Vorden, this is your last chance. Switch with me now, Raiden said. If the portal's in here, I can save you the hard work and kill him straight away. Buzz off, will you? Fine, but that was your last chance. The two of them had finally arrived at the reception room. There were still small LED lights placed across the room, so at least they had a sense for the size of the room. Still, just like the previous room, the lights had been taken out. Each of the lights above were smashed in. It must have been a beast, Ian said. What makes you say that? Vorden asked. Well, a lot of beasts on this planet are on a cycle. For the year it remains dark, they go out and hunt. But when the sun comes out, they hibernate for the year. My guess is that a beast sensitive to light managed to get inside somehow and started to destroy them all. If it was a human that did this, they could have just found the source of power and shut them all off at once, or even just used the light switch. They continued to move forward until they had eventually reached the front desk. Now, all that was left was to enter the arena, and they did so, going through one of the entrances. When they exited, they had come out into the stands. Grah. As soon as they entered, fierce growls started coming from the hallway. Quick, turn of your stone, Ian whispered loudly. However, it was useless. They could hear footsteps banging against the floor as something came rushing forward from the arena and into the stands. Rock K. A loud screech echoed through the entire arena, as the creature had spotted its prey and was now running full force towards them. Please remember to vote for mass release. 5,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 6,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Transformation will now begin. As soon as this message appeared, Quinn felt an unbearable pain all over his body. It felt as if his insides were burning with fire. The white of his eyes slowly started to fill with black and his teeth started to grow in size. However, the pain didn't stop there. His body started jerking itself up and down as if something was trying to break free, and his skin started to wrap around his body even tighter. The features of his bones started to show more and hair was falling from his head. Your mind is unstable. Your bloodlust has reached its maximum level. You are now a crazed bloodsucker. All stats will be doubled. Health will be halved. While in this form, all blood skills are unavailable. Although he received message after message about what state he was in, Quinn was unable to read any of them because his consciousness had fallen apart. A humanoid figure remained, but what was now standing in the middle of the arena was no longer human. The creature left standing had a bald scalp, claw-like hands, the teeth of a monster, and a hunched back. It opened its pitch-black eyes and was startled by the light, stumbling over in pain, as its senses had been heightened to an unimaginable degree. Wreck K. It then let out a loud piercing screech that echoed through the large training center. With its eyes closed, it ran forward at an inhuman speed, and when it reached the side of the wall, it dug its claws in and started to climb up. It quickly moved up to the ceiling before smashing the light with its fist. The light was now no more. With the light taken out, the bloodsucker was now able to open its eyes. It could see just as clear as if it was day inside. It let go of the ceiling, causing it to fall the ground. The drop was at least 30 meters from the top, but as it landed it bent its knees and walked away as it had taken no damage at all. The bloodsucker started to roam around the training center. As it entered each room, it continued to destroy the lights. It only had room in his mind for one thing, its need for blood. After transforming into the bloodsucker, Quinn's thoughts, emotions, and everything that made him human were gone. His body acted on its own, and that single thought of blood occupied him. Finally, after he had destroyed every light in every room, he returned to the arena in the training center. As if it didn't know what to do, it started walking in circles, waiting for his prey. Then a few moments later, Vorden and Ian had entered the room. Although they were quiet, Quinn, or what was left of him anyway, could hear everything. Their soft footsteps against the floor and even their whispers to each other. His head turned and saw two bright lights. At first, the light covered the humans so he was unable to tell what they were, but when they turned the lights off, he could tell that a meal had arrived on his doorstep. Ian and Vorden could hear the sound of something running towards them, but it was too dark to tell what it was. Now that they had been discovered, there was no need to stay in complete darkness. Ian went to his belt to touch the stone, but before he reached it, the beast was already upon him. Being in the dark had adjusted the two's eyes a little, and the LED lights going across the edge of the arena helped. Now the beast was close enough to tell that it had a human figure. As the beast held out its claws, Ian too came out with his fists. A battle of strength it is, then. However, the beast's hands had wrapped around Ian's fists and stopped them in its tracks. Then using its nails, it dug into Ian's fists, drawing out blood. What monstrous strength! Damn it, to meet a humanoid beast of all types here. As it smelled the blood fall from Ian's hands, it started to growl and screech even more. It opened its mouth, revealing two huge fangs. It then tried moving its head forward, chomping down Ian's fists, but activating all the strength in the beast equipment he was wearing. He tried pushing the beast back and managed to stop him a little. Then the beast lifted both of its legs off the ground and kicked Ian away, causing him to crash into a nearby wall. As it saw Ian was injured, it started to run towards him, but before it could reach him, a metal chair from the stand came flying out and knocked the beast away. Vorden quickly rushed to Ian's side and lifted him off the ground. Thanks, kid. What was that? Vorden asked. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, but it looks like a humanoid-type beast. I don't know much about them, but all I know is that they're one of the most powerful types of beasts to be discovered on other planets. This is my first time seeing one, Ian replied. The chair didn't keep the beast down for long, as the smell of blood was too strong. It attracted the beast, and as soon as it got up from the ground it immediately started running in the direction of the two again. Turn on your light stone, Ian said. Huh. Quick, the light stone. As the two of them turned on the light stone, the beast suddenly stopped. It covered its eyes and backed away from the two. It looks like I was right, said Ian. That beast must have been the one to take out all the lights. It looks like it's super sensitive. But the two were foolish, thinking the light stones would be enough to keep the bloodsucker away from its prey. The beast didn't need to rely on its eyesight to know where the two were. The smell of Ian's blood was enough. From the stands, it started to rip out the chairs and proceed to hurl them at the two. Luckily, the chairs were made out of a metal material, so Ian and Vorden were able to repel them away. The chairs continued to be chucked at an incredible rate as each one was ripped from the stands. Then the beast decided to rush forward with its eyes closed. As it got close to the two, it started to attack them blindly. How does it know where we are? Ian said. Vorden, get out of there. Raiden said. What do you mean? Vorden asked. Can't you see, the beast is only attacking Ian, something is attracting it to Ian. With Raiden's words, Vorden decided to break away from Ian and ran down to the arena floor, and just like he said, the beast had completely ignored Vorden and continued to attack at Ian. We have to help him? Raiden, switch with me. No, Raiden replied. We could die. You had your chance before, it's time you learn your lesson. Get out of this one yourself, Vorden. Then a new voice was heard from within. I will help you. Ian and the beast continued to do battle. Unfortunately for Ian, the only source of metal he could control in the arena were the chairs, and it took him some time to attract those things toward him. He would rip two chairs out from the stands and would use them as shield, blocking the beast's attacks. However, every time the beast would hit with its fist, it would completely tear through the chairs. The attacks were too powerful. Then the beast leapt through the air with its fangs wide open. Ian had no choice but to shove his forearm into the beast's mouth, hoping to avoid a fatal blow. He screamed in pain. Blood is being consumed. 10/100. 14/100. Ian could feel the beast sucking onto his arm. He wanted to push and hit the beast off him, but as soon as the fangs penetrated his skin, it felt like he was under a paralysis effect, and his body was unable to move. 25/100. As the beast was busy feasting on its meal, it was unable to notice the sharp object flying towards it. Like a spear, a flying metal object had come out and pierced the beast's shoulder. The blow was fast and powerful, enough to knock him off Ian. As Ian stood up, he looked into the center of the arena and could see Vorden standing there surrounded by multiple metal chairs from the arena. I just want to find my pet, Quinn, the little one said. Please remember to vote for mass release. 5,800 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 6,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. The paralysis effect from the bloodsucker was slowly starting to wear off, and as it did, Ian lifted himself off the ground to have a look at just what was going on. In the center of the arena, the area was lit up by the small glow stone where Vorden was standing. But he wasn't just standing there on his own, he had multiple chairs that had been taken from the arena surrounding him. How is he able to use the ability so well already? Even I would struggle to do something like this if I was in top condition. Didn't he only copy my ability a while ago? As the bloodsucker lifted himself off the ground, he pulled the metal object that had been lodged into his shoulder and dropped it onto the floor. 20/25 HP. Rock K. The bloodsucker snarled out. Its attention was now fully focused on what had caused him pain. Instead of going in straight for an attack and charging in though, the bloodsucker dug its claw into the wall and started to climb upwards. How are we meant to see him now? Said Vorden. It's too dark and the beast can attack from anywhere. I have no time to play games. The little one said. He lifted his hands and started to crumble up each of the chairs into several metal spikes, all looming above his head. Then he waited. The beast jumped down from above, and as soon as the little one could hear and see him, he immediately repelled all the spikes in that direction. However, as the beast was falling through the air and the first spike came towards him, it spun around and grabbed the spike, throwing it back at an incredible speed. But the little one had prepared for this too. He had already gathered a pile of chairs from the arena and mushed them together to form a shield. He placed this on the ground so he could easily pick it up when needed. As the spike came towards him, he lifted the shield, but what he didn't expect was the blow to be so powerful that the spike had managed to still penetrate the shield he created, which was at least 6 inches thick with metal chairs. Ha ha ha. Raiden started laughing. Looks like I really missed out on this one. Did you see how strong it was? I would have loved to deal with this guy. Vorden, you would have been killed within seconds. Although the beast was able to throw back one spear, while in the air he was unable to move. The other spears that were targeted had managed to penetrate him, going through his body and sticking him to the ceiling of the dome. 10/25 HP. The beast no longer caring for the damage that had been done to its own body, it lifted its legs up against the ceiling and pushed with all its strength, allowing the spikes to completely go through his body. However, the hole marks that could be seen in his body quickly healed up. Although it didn't add to the beast's health, it would still allow him to fight as if he had never been hurt. He landed in the arena stands and began hitting a few chairs as he landed. As soon as it stood up, it began to rush forward recklessly towards Vorden's direction. This thing, why isn't it dead yet? Vorden said. A few more chairs had been turned into metallic spikes and he threw them towards the beast once again. This time the beast continued to run forward and moved out of the way of each spike. Its eyes were slowly adjusting to the light that had surrounded Vorden, and now it could see the spikes as it left his side. As soon the spike left Vorden's side, the beast would react and move out of the way of each blow. Is it me, or did that thing just get faster? Vorden said. This is bad, the little one isn't at full strength. Raiden added, if only there were 2 more ability users nearby. The bloodsucker continued to move forward, avoiding each and every spike thrown at it. Then when it was close enough, it swung its claw out. The shield was raised, blocking the blow, but as the claw hit the shield, it was completely shattered, unable to be used again. Now with no more metal surrounding the little one, the beast was able to freely attack. As it took a step forward though, it felt something sharp pierce into its foot. As the beast looked down, it was another metal spike. It looked in the distance and noticed that Ian had managed to recover. He had his hand held out and had thrown the spike out into the beast's leg. 7/25 HP. Suddenly though, tears started to fall from the little one's face. Now that the beast was close enough, the light from the stone shone and revealed the face and clothes of the beast. The beast in front of him was wearing the same uniform, and although it didn't look exactly like Quinn, it had similar qualities in its face. He didn't know what happened to make Quinn turn into a creature like this, but he could feel that the beast and Quinn was the same person. I've done it again, I have heard another one. The little one said. What are you doing? Ian shouted. Kill it. Ian then crumpled up another nearby chair and threw out another spike, this time aiming for the beast's head. It came flying through the sky and was on target to hit, but before it did, it stopped midair. No. The little one then moved its hand, throwing the spike to one side, then using its other hand it pulled the other spike out of its leg. The beast was now free to move around. It instantly looked at the last person who had hit him and immediately started to run towards Ian's direction. Ian was still under the effects of the paralysis when he had thrown the previous spike. When he threw the spike, he had originally aimed for the beast's head but missed. He still managed to luckily hit its foot though, seeing the beast quickly running towards him as every second passed. He panicked and started to fling out chair after chair, but the bloodsucker was too powerful. It simply knocked them away with its hands, sending them flying through the air. Ian then pulled out his trusty dagger ready to attack, but when he looked in front of him, the beast had vanished from his view. The next second he was staring up at the ceiling with his back on the floor. Then when he looked down at his body, his legs were now completely detached from himself, blood pouring from them. The bloodsucker then dragged the top half of Ian's body away into the hallway out of the arena, afraid that the other person might disturb its meal. Mass release tomorrow. 6,000 goal hit. Equals 4 extra chapters unlocked. Extra goal 8,000 stones equals 6 extra chapters. The students had just been informed that the portal expedition that was meant to be going on today would be cancelled. Although many people didn't know the reason why, they had a good guess that it might have had something with the 2 students who didn't arrive in class today. Students didn't just not turn up to class for no reason. The city was their whole life, the school was their whole life. For the next 2 years, everything you did there would decide your future. Layla had been planning to confront Peter on the situation, especially since he had been acting so strangely, but before she could even get to him, he had already run away. Come on Aaron, let's go find out what he's hiding, Layla said, but as she took a few steps forward she noticed that Aaron wasn't following her. Aaron, I have no need to get involved in your affairs. I don't really care what happened to the other 2. I hardly knew them before choosing to team up with them. Aaron replied. Look at it this way, right? You said you wanted to create the strongest team in the class, yeah? You and Vorden are clearly the strongest in this class, and if you want to outperform the others from the other classes, you're going to have to team up with each other. Our team has already registered and I don't even know if they can find a replacement, so we might not even be allowed to take part in the expedition. After hearing Layla's last words, her eyes suddenly lit up. What did you say? Let's go find that rat. The 2 of them, now working together, started to look around the school to see if there were any signs of Peter anywhere, but the 2 were unable to find him. They knocked on his dorm room door a few times as well, but there was no answer. The dorm room doors each opened via a fingerprint sensor on the door handle. so even if Peter was in his room the two of them wouldn't have been able to enter. They could have waited outside, but the longer they waited the more Layla started to worry about Quinn. If he was unable to get blood, she knew firsthand what Quinn could do. As they continued to search for Peter, they still couldn't find him, but they did find a group of people who might have known where he was. It was Earl and his group of 5 other boys. Haven't I seen them hang around with Peter a few times at breakfast? The group were inside one of the training centers. This one in particular was filled with testing equipment that they used on new students and was also an area where students were able to practice on the machines. If they had increased their ability level or obtained new skills, they could test themselves on the machines, write down the scores and hand them to staff to upgrade the status on their wristwatch. If Layla was on her own, she would have never approached the group, but she had Aaron by her side. "Hey guys," Layla said with a smile as she approached the group of boys. Before replying, Earl took a glance at her wristwatch and saw that she was only a level 2. "What do you want?" Earl replied. Layla's eyebrow started to twitch hearing Earl's rotten attitude and tone in his voice, but she was used to this. She had her fair share of bad treatment at her own school. "We're not here looking for trouble, just wondering if you knew where Peter was," she said, putting on a fake smile. The group looked at each other and started to laugh. "Looks like they really aren't his real friends. I knew something was going on," she thought. "Peter," Earl said, "I wouldn't be surprised if that kid tried running out of the city by now." "Yeah Earl, I can't believe he actually did it. If I did that, I know I'd never be able to live with myself," one of the men standing behind Earl said. Earl immediately turned his head and gave a scorned look at the man. "Sorry, Earl," he said. "Anyway, buzz off you two, we're not saying a single thing. If you want to find Peter then go find him yourself." Although Layla was annoyed, there was nothing she could do. She wanted to stand her ground and beat the information out of them, but Earl was a level 4 user, while the rest behind him were similar level to herself. She had no choice but to turn and head back on her search for Peter. As she walked off, the group started to laugh, but as soon as she passed Aaron, she realized she wasn't following her once again. "Where are you going?" Aaron asked. "To find Peter. These guys won't tell us anything." "I see no reason for us to find Peter anymore," Aaron replied. "What do you mean?" "Well, these people clearly by their conversation earlier either know what Peter did or at least also know where Vorden and Quinn are." Aaron then started to walk up to the group of 5. "I don't want to waste any more time." Mist and frost started to form just above her hands, and suddenly, a fully formed ice spear had appeared. Before the other students could even react, she had already thrown the ice spear, hitting Earl on his shoulder and pinning him against one of the drums that were used to show a student's power. As Earl's body landed on the drum, the numbers started to rise until it eventually stopped at 20. The group watching this knew she was strong, but the machine had only confirmed their fears. The group had no intention of fighting back after seeing Aaron powers. They knew their place was under someone like her. However, she didn't care. She then placed both of her hands on the ground and a trail of ice started to appear, traveling across the floor, eventually reaching the group's legs and freezing them all in place. "Now which one of you is going to tell me what I want to know first?" Aaron said. Layla, having witnessed the whole thing, was amazed. She knew Aaron's strength, especially after training with her and seeing her fight before, but it always seemed like whoever she went up against was no match for her. Although she had a power level of 5, she seemed to be much stronger than that. Layla had seen a couple of level 5 users before, but they weren't this skillful in using their abilities. Aaron then started to walk up to one of the students whose legs were frozen. It was the man who had let his tongue slip earlier, and Earl had given him a scolding. She placed her hand on his shoulder and slowly the ice from his legs started to rise and cover his body. "Wait, I'll tell you everything. I don't know where Peter is. He was meant to meet us here a while ago, but he never showed up." "Why is Peter hiding?" Layla asked. "Don't tell them, Ben," Earl shouted, still stuck on the machine. "If you do, you're out of the gang." Aaron then gathered another ice spear in her hand and threw it once again, this time aiming for Earl's leg. It seemed like she had thrown the spear with more force. As the spear stuck into his leg, Earl screamed in pain and the numbers once again started to rise on the machine. This time the numbers went beyond 20 and rose up to 30. The commotion was starting to cause the attention of other students who were busy practicing away in the arena as well. 30. I've never got a number that high. Just how strong is she? But Layla knew this wasn't her full strength. At the test site her strength alone had reached up to the number 50. She was still going easy on these students. Aaron then looked at Ben and started to form another spear. "The next one goes in one of your holes and I still need the one you're speaking from." Crazy was the only thought Ben had. Who cares if he was no longer a part of Earl's gang? As long as he worked hard in school, he could slowly move his way up the ladder. This was not worth the pain. "Wait, please. Peter, we're not sure exactly what happened, but we heard he pushed Vorden into a portal. That's all we know. We don't know why Quinn is missing as well." Of course, Earl was the one who was behind everything. He and his group had given Peter the instructions to push Vorden into the portal. When they had heard the news that 2 students were missing and confirmed Vorden was one of them, they thought Peter had done what he asked. Unknown to them, Peter hadn't actually pushed Vorden but Quinn instead. After hearing their answers, Aaron did as she said and walked away from the group. "Wait, aren't you going to free us?" Ben shouted. "The ice will melt in a couple of hours, or maybe someone in the room with an ability can help you. That's your punishment for making me wait instead of telling this girl what she wanted straight away." As Aaron walked off, exiting out of the training center, Layla quickly followed behind her. "Thanks for that." That wasn't for you. I just hate it when guys think they're better than us. Better show people like that their place. Although Layla didn't completely agree with Erin's methods, she knew she wasn't the type to abuse her power to those who were weaker than her. But Layla had something else on her mind. Did Peter really push Vorden into the portal, and if Quinn was missing as well, did that mean he went in after them? She dreaded the thought that there was the chance that the two of them could have ended up on some unknown planet. Even worse, she feared that Quinn might have grown too hungry and had no choice but to dine in on his friend. Just then though, as the two of them were about to exit through the doors, the door opened inward and a familiar face was seen. It was Peter. Immediately seeing Layla standing there, Peter went running off, but Erin had reached out and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back. She then slammed him up against the wall. Before he could even think about running away again, she placed her hands on his and started to freeze him. He was now held up in place on the wall. Seeing Peter here must have meant he was planning to meet up with Earl and the others, and judging by his strange actions, what they had said might have been true, but Layla needed to hear it from his own mouth. Peter, tell us the truth. Did you really push Vorden into the portal? She asked. What are you going to do, hit me? Peter replied, because trust me, I have already had my fair share of pain. Whatever you plan to do to me, go ahead. I guarantee you I have already experienced any pain you can think of. Erin then started to form a small little needle-shaped ice pick in her hand. Really, I'm sure there are a few places I could stick this in which would leave you wishing you'd kill yourself. Layla then motioned for her to put the ice pick down and was starting to think Erin had other problems. Peter, I thought they were your friends. You know, every day Quinn would ask about how you were to me. He told me that if I ever saw anything strange to come back to him. Why didn't you just tell him, or even just tell us what was happening? You don't know what would happen if I told you guys. You'd go beat them up, then what? They would just come back for revenge, but do you think they would go after you, Erin or Vorden? No, of course not. They would go after me. So you say you can protect me, but for how long? Could you keep an eye on me 24 hours of the day, and then what happens when I leave this academy and you guys aren't there? My whole life has already been decided for me even before I arrived here. Peter then started to break down into tears. I didn't want to do it. I didn't have a choice. Layla had clenched her fist and was ready to punch Peter in the face. She couldn't believe after all Quinn had done for Peter behind the scenes, and although she didn't like Vorden, she knew Vorden cared for him too. Seeing Peter's tearful face, she dropped her hand down to her side. You're not even worth hitting, Peter. You disgust me. She then turned and walked off and had one last word. You always have a choice. Inside one of the meeting rooms located in the first-year building, a meeting had been called. Currently sitting at the head of the table was Nathan, and by his side was Faye, who had been in charge of the investigation of the missing two students. As they waited, several other teachers started to enter the room. Dell, who was Vorden and Quinn's homeroom teacher, Leo, who was the beast weapons teacher, and finally Haley, the school's doctor. Nathan didn't want word to spread out about what had happened since the first-year students were his responsibility. Therefore, he called his most trusted sergeant by his side to inform them of what his plans were. Faye, would you please inform the others of why they have been called here today? Nathan asked. Faye then stood up with a report held in her hand. As you have been made aware, 2 of our students have gone missing, and due to that, we have had to delay the first year's outing. However, if this was a simple missing persons case, we would not have called you all out here today. Faye then pressed a button on her controller and a hologram appeared revealing a certain planet, and around it, there were 2 moons. The missing students seemed to have entered into a portal, but not just any portal, a red portal. The faces of the others started to drop as they heard the news. How or why we do not know, but one of the students was Vorden Blade, an original from a powerful family. The mission is not to bring him back alive, but to at least bring his body back. That way the family can say their goodbyes and it should calm down their anger. What about the other student? Leo asked. The other student is not a priority. He goes by the name of Quinn Talon. A weak level 1 with no family, an orphan. There is no need to worry about him. Do you know where the portal leads to? Haley asked. As you can see in the diagram, the red portal leads to an abandoned planet named Paleolithic. It was one of the very first planets the human race had ever created a shelter on. It was safe for the most part, but as the place was filled with weak beasts. However, that was until a year had passed and nightfall had come. Beasts stronger than we had ever seen before came and attacked the shelter. We had no choice but to abandon the place. Faye explained. This is why we have called you 4, Nathan said as he stood up. The 4 of you will head out through the red portal immediately. Don't worry, our latest reports say that the beasts that attacked the shelter have long since moved on. The place is mostly filled with Ratakla scum and the odd intermediate beast here and there. Dell then slammed his fist onto the table. Why should we risk our lives for a couple of students who may have just jumped into the portal themselves? Would you like to be the one to go to the Blade family and explain to them why their son has died and gone missing? How even though we insisted on these watches, to keep track of where they are, we still weren't able to keep an eye on them. Nathan said, this is an order, not a request. Meanwhile, Layla was still worrying over Quinn. Now that she knew he had most likely gone through a portal, her worries only started to double. Don't worry too much, Erin said. If Vorden is with him, he will protect his friend. Of course, unless they went through a red portal, that is. But she was more worried that Vorden might be used as an emergency ration during the trip more than anything. Without any food or water supplies with them, perhaps Quinn would suck him dry. As they were walking through the hallway, they noticed that a group of students were gossiping, and as they walked past, they heard Vorden's name being mentioned. What did you say? Layla asked, would you mind repeating that? The girl looked slightly nervous as Layla was directly in her face. We were just talking about the missing students. Dumbo here has the ability of super hearing and had heard in on the meeting saying that Vorden was stuck on a red portal planet. After hearing those words, Layla felt her blood pressure suddenly rise. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have jinxed it, said Aaron. Do you remember anything else, the name of the planet, if another student went with them? Aaron said, now shaking Dumbo, who was standing next to the female student. Yeah, they said the planet's name was Paleolithic, and they said something about Quinn being there as well. Layla then got out of Dumbo's face and immediately started rushing towards her room. I'm sorry Aaron, I've got to run somewhere. Thanks for all the help. I wonder what that was all about. With her two teammates stuck in another world and nothing else for Aaron to now do, she decided she would continue training while she waited for them to return. Layla had rushed off towards her dorm room as quick as she could after hearing about what planet they were on. As she entered the room, she locked the door behind her and placed a chair on the handle. Her roommate luckily wasn't in at the moment, which meant she was free to do what she had planned. She then bent down under her bed and pulled out a small little box. As she opened the box, a circular black sphere-shaped ball was inside. I already checked the room for any microphones and there didn't seem to be any, said Layla. I guess the other families really did put pressure on them not to invade privacy so much. She then tapped the top of the sphere and a clicking sound was heard. A white ring started to light up and went around in circles for a few seconds before it finally completely lit up. Agent 83, what seems to be the problem? A voice said from the ball. Is it to do with the mission? I have found someone who will be a great help to our cause, however, it appears he is stuck somewhere. Would you be able to check if there are any agents on a planet named Paleolithic? Layla asked. Give me a few moments. I'm afraid all our agents have left that planet a while ago. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, that is it. Thank you, Layla said. Then may I wish you luck in your mission. May Pure be with you. May Pure be with you, Layla replied. On planet Paleolithic, it was still nighttime outside and it still would be for another 6 months. The two moons shone brightly on the shelter, showing signs of a great battle that had once taken place. Inside the training center, in the dome-like building, a single boy was alone on his knees, tears running down his face. Was that really Quinn? Vorden asked. What happened to him? He looked so ugly. Raiden said. Shut up. The little one screamed. The little one then immediately left the chair inside the dark room, leaving it open for Vorden to take control once again. As he left the chair, he went into dark space and sat down on the floor. He held his hands over his knees and started rocking backwards and forwards. I did it again, he mumbled. I heard another one. Now that Vorden was back in control, the tears had suddenly stopped. Vorden lifted himself off the ground and started walking forward. You do know he will be like that for a while now, Raiden said. I know, but we have more serious problems to worry about. If that really is Quinn, what happened to him, and can we even help him turn back? Vorden then stopped walking forward as he had reached the torn-apart body on the floor in the stands. All that was left of Ian was his 2 legs that had been torn from the waist down. Well, at least you aren't the one that has to kill him anymore, Raiden said. He then continued to walk forward following the trail of blood. The beast had taken the top half of the body, which left a trail behind which made it easy to follow. Hey wait, check the man's trousers. He had that advanced tier beast crystal, don't you remember? Now that he's dead, we may as well take it. Although Vorden didn't like disrespecting the dead and didn't often agree with Raiden, in this case it made sense to not let such a precious thing go to waste. People's abilities only went so far. Apart from original abilities, the ones that were known to the public went up to 8. But even beyond the level 8, there was a power difference between them all, and the simple reason for that was beast crystals. The equipment that could be made from different beast crystals could heavily sway the favor of the fight to one person. It was the whole reason why the Pure group was such a threat to begin with, even though they chose not to use abilities. After searching Ian's trousers, though, there was no such luck and no crystal was found. Do you really think it's a good idea to follow that thing? Raiden asked. I need to see if that thing was really Quinn. You know, if I don't, the little one will punish us. Vorden then looked around and held out his hand, attracting one of the chairs formed the stands and held it in his hands. He held it in front of him like a shield as he walked forward. Like that's really going to do anything. Did you see the same monster as I did? Raiden complained. Why does he put an idiot like you in charge? The bloodsucker continued to drag Ian's body across the floor, looking for somewhere safe to eat its meal. It turned and turned several corridors until it finally arrived at what looked like resting quarters. As it approached one of the rooms, there was a metal door in front blocking it, and next to it was another access code machine. The beast looked at the door and kicked with all its strength, causing the door to go flying into the back of the room. The room was mostly empty as it was only designed for temporary stay. The only thing that was in there was a single bed, a sink in the corner, and a desk. It then went to the back of the wall before sitting down. It continued to handle Ian's body like some type of rag doll, turning him around until he was in position. Then finally it opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 of its large fangs, and bit into Ian's neck. 35/100. 42/100. As the beast continued to suck Ian's blood, a notification screen appeared, slowly rising up until eventually, the number had hit 100. 100/100. Sufficient blood has been consumed. Transformation will now end. Your mind is starting to stabilize. Just then, shooting pain once again started to enter Quinn's body, only this time, it was starting to revert back to normal. His claw-like hands began to shrink down and go back to shape to what they once were. His incredibly tight skin softened around his body and face. His ears were no longer pointed and his teeth too returned to normal, and finally, the white in his eyes could be seen once again. As his body returned to normal, he started to huff and pant heavily. His whole body was sore and his mind was ringing like crazy. Then images started to flash into his head, everything that he had done while he was the bloodsucker. Even though he had no control, he felt like he was there every step of the way. Vorden, what's he doing here? Then more images started to flash into his head and finally, he remembered slicing a man in half. As he opened his eyes and the ringing pain had stopped in his head, he looked in front of him. He could see a half-torn eaten man, with 2 large puncture wounds on his neck. That was me. First human killed. High-level user detected. Reward, instant level up. Although Quinn was still in shock that he had killed a human for the first time, he didn't have much time to think about it as the system had hit him with multiple messages at once and there were even more to come. Congratulations, you are now level 10. Evolution process has begun. Evolution process. Just then Quinn's heart started pounding harder than before, his veins all around his body started to show as the blood rushed through. Quinn could feel every little part of his body, but it wasn't a nice feeling. It felt like his blood was made of spikes, and as it went through and around his body, he could feel it tearing everything apart. Just then, a footstep was heard entering the room. Vorden had arrived. Quinn, a few more chapters tomorrow for the weekend mass release. Please keep voting to show your support for the series. 8,000 stones equals 6 chapter mass release next week. The room looked like a prison cell brawl gone bad. Inside was the top half of Ian's body on the floor, blood still oozing from the bottom half and his guts spilling out. If Vorden had never seen a scene like this before, it would cause a normal person to throw up all over the place. Then when he looked up, he could see Quinn kneeling on the floor in pain. It was as he thought, the creature that attacked him before was him. Although he no longer looked like the beast anymore, it was clear, the damaged uniform, the dead body on the floor. Hey Quinn, are you alright? Is something wrong? Do you need anything? Vorden asked. Get away. Quinn groaned out as the pain continued to shoot through his whole body. Maybe I can help. I said get away. Quinn's voice sounded deep and dark, and as he lifted his head, Vorden could see his eyes were now glowing red. Hey Vorden, I think you better listen to the kid, he could be turning into that thing again, Raiden said. But it was too late. Vorden had taken one step too many and was now within striking distance. Quinn lashed out, flinging his arm at Vorden. However, he was able to lift his metal chair up in time, blocking the attack, but it didn't do much. The metal chair was immediately ripped by Quinn's hands and the attack managed to graze Vorden's chest, flinging him backwards. Blood. Quinn screamed, give me blood. The smell coming of Vorden's chest was so sweet. What did I tell you? That chair was useless. Raiden complained, quick, seal the door shut. Vorden no longer hesitated and using his abilities, he pulled the broken door back in place and using all his powers quickly sealed it up. Quinn was no longer chasing after Vorden but instead knelt on the floor crying in pain. Vorden stayed there with his hands held up holding the door in place, fear that whatever was inside or whatever was happening to Quinn would come out again and attack him. The screams continued for a good 15 minutes until they eventually died down and stopped. Quinn. Vorden called out softly, hoping not to startle him. Is everything okay? Yeah, Quinn replied. Just give me a few moments, I'll let you know when it's okay. The pain had finally stopped and Quinn really did need a few minutes to get a hang of everything, for the system was revealing so much new information to him in one go. Congratulations, evolution was successful, you are now a vampire. Level 10. Race, vampire. 0/100 EXP. HP 60/60ths. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Stamina, 15. Charm, 5. Blood family bonus, 0. Just looking at his status screen alone, so much had changed. Quinn had yet to put his extra stat point, but it seemed like 2 more options were added to the stats screen. The first one being the charm stat and the second being a blood family bonus. Although with no explanation, Quinn was clueless to what these 2 things did. But what he did understand was that he had gone from a halfling into a full-fledged vampire now. Quinn had expected this change might have happened as he continued to level up, he only hoped that it didn't happen so soon. For there was the worry, now that he was a vampire instead of a halfling, what happened when he stepped into the sun? However, there were even more messages to come from the system. Skill, Blood Ritual unlocked. 0/2 members. New skill, Daze. This skill has no cost and can be used on the opponent to stun them between 0.2 seconds and 0.5 seconds at a time. Must have direct eye contact with the opponent. The skill has a chance of failing, depending on the strength of the enemy and on the user's charm points. The more the skill is used on an opponent, the higher chance they have of resisting. 2 new skills had been unlocked, although there was no description at all for the first one, which just left Quinn confused. However, now he knew there was some use for the charm stat. But the messages didn't stop there. Shop has been unlocked. New tutorials have been unlocked. System level 2 will now activate. Just then, a screen had appeared in front of Quinn, and once again it was the handsome blonde man he had seen the last time, the man who had taught him the hammer strike and the flash step. Congrats, the man said. You have now officially joined the family. I thought maybe a simple human wouldn't be able to make it this far, but it looks like my little experiment was a success. Now that the system has been upgraded to level 2, I had a good friend of mine install an AI system with my voice. It's amazing, right? Now you'll never feel alone again, and if you ever have a question about the system, just ask. What? Quinn thought, why wasn't the system like this from the beginning? Now you're probably thinking, why didn't I design it this way from the very beginning? The truth is, you needed to be able to get this far on your own. From your own mistakes along the way, they can only make you stronger. For some reason, Quinn felt the urge to punch the man if he ever met him in real life. Now before I leave you, although the AI system will help you answer any questions you have about the system, it is not able to go beyond that, so here are my final recorded words. I'm sorry, but now that you are a vampire, others will come looking for you. They have already blended into society, so it's almost impossible to tell who is one and who isn't. If you want to live a life of freedom as I did, then get stronger, create a force of your own and fight back. Good luck, my friend. With that, the recorded message had ended and the screen had disappeared. Quinn had many questions he wanted to ask the man, but he knew it was impossible. With the new system upgrade and the shop unlocked, he wanted to check out all the new things, but as he looked at the dead body in front of him, reality had hit him. I'm really not human anymore, am I? Quinn wanted to get stronger to protect himself and others from the abuse of those above, but now he had just killed a man, but for some reason, he didn't feel sad about it. In fact, it felt like it was just something he needed to do to survive. Before Quinn was to check out all the new things the system had revealed, there was one more problem he needed to face, and it was on the other side of the door. It was time to confront Vorden. We reached 9,600 stones last week, unlocking 6 chapter mass release for next Saturday. Also, I owe 2 chapters, so 8. I haven't forgotten, just been really busy with teacher work as final exams come up. New goals? We can do it. 9,500 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. Around 10 minutes had passed since Vorden had last heard Quinn say anything, but he preferred this over the screaming Quinn. Before, he felt like at any second, a rampage might start up from him, but right now, he was relaxed and no longer had his hand held up holding the door. He leaned up against the door with his back propped up against it. Hey, what are we still doing here? Raiden asked. Any second now that guy could be eating us, I don't understand. But he isn't, is he? Vorden replied, do you think he couldn't have eaten us just now? To be honest, I don't even think me holding up the door with my ability would have been enough to stop him. He then lifted his hand across his chest, the wound had dried up and was starting to scab over. Then, movement from the other side of the door was heard as Quinn started to lift himself up from the ground. Vorden, you still there? Quinn asked. Yeah, I'm here. You alright now? Yeah, I'm okay. You probably want to know what just happened, don't you? Well, I would be lying if I said no. Quinn then took a deep breath as he prepared to tell Vorden the whole tale. It was hard for him. Unlike Layla, who had been so accepting of it, not everyone was like her, and he was afraid of Vorden's reaction. He slowly started at the beginning about how he had obtained a book, and after using it felt different all of a sudden. Quinn then went on to explain the events at school and even things that happened with Layla, all up to the point where he had arrived in the portal world, eventually turning into the bloodsucker. There were some details he decided to leave out, though. There was no reason for him to reveal anything about the system or the blonde-haired man, but he did tell Vorden about how he grew stronger the more blood he had. These mysteries were his own problem to deal with, and he only needed to tell Vorden what he needed to. There was silence between the two for a few moments as Quinn finished his story. Vorden was, of course, shocked by the whole thing. Vampires, he didn't even know there were such things, and if Quinn had told him this before, he would have thought he had gone mad. But Vorden had seen it, he had seen what Quinn had turned into, and Ian's dead body in the room was proof of that. You know, I knew you were different from the moment I met you, said Vorden. What do you mean? Quinn asked. Do you know how abilities work? Every person has a number of mutant cells inside their body that they can activate. The more cells a person can activate, the stronger their ability level. My ability allows me to replicate these cells from one person into my own body. That's why if someone is only a level 1 Earth user, I can only copy the same number of mutant cells from them. But when I shook your hand, I felt the different cells in your body, Quinn. Just for whatever reason I couldn't replicate them. It tried and tried forming and breaking down, but every time they would end up in failure. It was the first time something like that had ever happened. Are you scared of me, Vorden? Scared? Quinn, everyone has their own secrets that they don't want others to know, some more so than others. It's understandable why you hid it. The government, military and the big families would all be trying to get their hands on you, trying to use your power for themselves. Vorden then turned around and moved the metal door out and into the corridor. The metal door was placed to the side, and when he lifted his face, his mouth remained wide open. To his surprise, Quinn looked almost like a completely different person. He had a whole new energy surrounding him. Quinn had grown a few inches in height, his skin looked super smooth and had gone slightly pale, while his face looked a little more masculine. Now this might be a tough one to explain, Vorden said. Before leaving the room, Vorden went to check on Ian's body. He continued to search and search but could find no sign of the advanced tier crystal. Was he lying about it? But what he did see was 2 bite marks on the neck of Ian. Right now, Quinn looked completely normal, but looking at the bite marks on Ian's neck, it reassured him that everything Quinn said was the truth. The two of them went looking around until they had come across a toilet. Inside was a mirror for Quinn to look at himself. The changes weren't so drastic that you couldn't tell it was Quinn, but it looked like he had just gone on a 12-week model training course. They continued to walk around and ended back in the arena where the two of them fought. The two looked at the mess they had caused, Quinn thinking about when he was a bloodsucker and Vorden thinking about the little one. There were scraps of metal all over the place, multiple broken chairs and across the floor blood. For now, Quinn was full from his last meal, and he also had managed to fill up his blood bank. Based on Ian's information, the portal was most likely to be in this building, a secret switch of some sort hidden somewhere, but the two of them had no clue where that would be. After searching around for a while and no success, the two of them sat down on the arena floor. Quinn asked why Vorden was even here in the first place, and was given the simple reply of "I came after you." Although they didn't stay on the subject for long, as it seemed Vorden kept steering away from the conversation. Quinn assumed it had something to do with Peter, and right now that was the last person the two of them wanted to speak about. That's when Vorden's stomach started to growl. It had been a while since he had eaten the last food pill. "You hungry?" Quinn asked. "Aren't you?" For a second, there was another awkward silence between the two. "If you want, I can give you some of my blood," Vorden said. "You know, I do eat normal food as well." The two of them started to laugh and joke about a few things as time passed by. "It's a shame you can't use your abilities in school. If it was a normal ability, my family could offer you protection. The military wouldn't try hurting you." Although Quinn could try passive the vampire abilities as something normal, there was the problem that there was no skill like it. They would immediately assume he was an original. And there was now something that worried him even more. On the video the system had shown, the blonde man stated others would now be looking for him. Were others referring to other vampires? If so, he needed to keep this a secret even more so than before. From the sound of the video, they didn't sound like they would be welcoming to him. Then something clicked in his head. There was something he could learn that wasn't a part of his vampire skills. The level 6 ability book, the Shadow Book. While Vorden continued to search the arena for some type of secret exit, Quinn was pretending to look for one as well while walking around. Instead, he wanted to inspect the ability book he had received earlier from the metal container. As soon as he thought about his inventory, a screen appeared in front of him. Then when just thinking about the item, the system would come up with a message. "Would you like to take out the level 6 Shadow ability book?" This time, rather than a monotone robotic voice the system usually played in his head, it was the annoying energetic blonde man's voice. "Inspect. Level 6 Shadow Book can only be learnt by those that have been blooded." As Quinn used his inspect skill, a weird word had been added at the end. Blooded? Was that another name for vampires perhaps? When Quinn tried the other ability books, he wasn't able to learn any of them. It started to make Quinn ask more questions about the book. Why did the military keep such a high-level book locked away? Was it because everyone had died, or were they planning to sell it off for the future? Either way, he had never heard of someone possessing a shadow ability before. Just then, the annoying voice was heard again. "So it looks like you want to learn more about the book, huh? Well, I can tell you if you want. Do you want to know?" The AI system seemed to be just as annoying as the man himself. "Please," Quinn said while gritting his teeth. "Your guess is correct. Blooded refers to those that have been blessed or cursed, whichever way you want to look at it, with vampire blood. It doesn't matter if they're a halfling, a vampire lord, or even a ghoul. As long as they possess some of the vampire's blood, they are able to learn these abilities. Do you know why the book was here?" "I have no clue." The AI system had surprisingly answered in great detail. It was like the blonde man said. While the inspect skill was able to tell him information about items, his system would clarify things to him related to the system. Quinn was still unsure about whether to learn it or not, as he still needed more information, and it seemed like the AI was the perfect person to ask. "Is this the only ability book vampires can learn? And can vampires learn more than one ability?" Just like humans, vampires are only able to learn one ability. Whether or not there are other ability books out there like this, who knows? There may be some stronger, they may be some weaker. The AI system was only an AI system after all. Even though the man sounded intelligent with a stupid voice, it was limited to what it could answer. The problem was, if this truly was another ability that Quinn was unable to use in the outside world, he didn't want it. Another ability that the world didn't know about meant he would be targeted. However, the question remained if there even was an ability that vampires could use as well as humans. Quinn had asked the AI more questions hoping to get an answer. It had no clue and would just reply back with sarcastic answers. With that being said, there was one person in the room that was knowledgeable about these things, and he might just know about the shadow ability. Vorden. Although the system stated blooded were the only ones that could learn it, maybe there were other vampires out there that had used the ability before. As the two pasted by each other while making their rounds around the stadium, Quinn popped the question. "Vorden, have you ever heard of an ability that uses shadows?" "Shadows? Honestly, my gut instinct would be no, or at least not the world anyway, but you were honest with me, so it's time I'll be honest with you," said Vorden. The two of them then sat down a few chairs apart in the stadium. One of the rows that hadn't been trashed formed the fight. "Remember when I said earlier how I kept an eye on you because I couldn't copy your ability? Well, you're not the first one. Or not the first one in our family," said Vorden. "As you know, I'm an original, so our powers have been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. In my great-grandfather's journal, there was a time he said he had come across another user with an ability. Now back then this was rare, the whole world still didn't know humans had super capabilities. But each time we would come across one, our family would log it, especially since our ability relied on others. For the first time, he had come across someone's ability he couldn't copy. So is that why you were so interested in me? Vorden's face started to go a little red as he was embarrassed hearing those words. When you say it like that it sounds a little strange. I assure you I don't think of you in that way, Vorden said awkwardly. But then his face went serious. Now that I told you, tell me, how would something the public not know about, would you know about? At the moment Quinn lifted the ability book in his hand which had the words shadow ability written across it. For a second, Vorden had to rub his eyes to check he wasn't seeing things. He thought perhaps Quinn might have learned something when he turned into a vampire about it, but to actually have the ability book in his hand itself. Whoa, you actually found it. I was sure it would have been an original skill, but there was actually an ability book. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's learn it now. We have all the time in the world, and we're stuck here doing nothing. Well, I really did want to learn it, but the problem is if I did others would be after me just like they would for the vampire ability. Vorden started to think long and hard if there was anything he could do to help him. Then his master plan had come to him. I think we can use the situation we're in to your advantage, said Vorden. The school must know by now that we have been sent to another planet. A red portal planet at that. There are things that have been undiscovered on these planets all the time. You can just say you found the book here, that you learned it for your survival. They all know you're level 1 trash. Vorden paused for a moment after saying those words. I mean, they all think you're just a level 1, right? I'll say while we were in the portal world, I protected you, and as payment, after learning the skill, you decided to hand the book over to me. That way the people will no longer be bugging you for it but my family instead. Vorden smiled as if he had just cracked the toughest case in a mystery novel. Are you sure your family will be okay with that? For a split second, Quinn thought he had seen Vorden's face drop, but when he blinked and looked again, it was completely normal. Yeah, they'll be fine, with the plan or set. Let's get to learning that ability book. I can't wait to see the faces of everyone when we get out of here. If we get out of here, Quinn said. Do you have to be so negative? Vorden and Quinn stood opposite each other in the center of the stadium. Not too far from each other so they could hear each other without having the need to shout. Now, what I'm about to tell you they would probably teach you at the school later on anyway. But I'm going to tell you now because it should be helpful when learning the ability book. Vorden then started to use the magnetism ability he had obtained from Ian. He pulled over a small bolt and began to levitate around in his hand. Everyone knows about the power level system. There are 8 levels in total. These levels are actually determined by how many mutant cells you are able to activate in your body and not actually determined by strength. Let's take the Earth ability as an example. Someone with a low number of cells is only able to transform the Earth they can hold in their hand, while a level 5 Earth user might be able to lift the Earth from the ground without touching it. These types of ability books contain information on how to activate more mutant cells for your specific type of ability. But if the power levels don't actually determine strength, then why the test when we started school? Quinn asked. Good question, said Vorden. The test the military gives you is actually to put you into the subcategories they created, the 1.1, 1.2, etc. This can sometimes be determined by what skills you have as well. Vorden then lifted up his wristwatch and showed him the number currently displayed which said 6 on it. Quinn was suddenly confused because he was sure he had seen the number 5 on it before. These watches are the answer. The watches they put on us are able to determine the number of mutant cells in our body. Before even taking the test, they knew what level we were at. They simply just set the watches to an off mode the moment we arrived. When I use my ability, I also copy the number of mutant cells in their body, which is why the watch now shows the number 6. Quinn seemed to be learning so much, it just proved that the information that was revealed to originals compared to the rest was different. This also further confirmed that Quinn being a vampire wasn't an ability. The number on his watch had never changed, or maybe it was the fact that his cells were no longer human. Think about it, not every test is able to determine someone's strength. Some abilities allow you to tell if someone is telling the truth, some allow super hearing, and some can help you see into the future. Although these might not be strong fighting abilities themselves, they require a high number of mutant cells to activate in the first place. And now that brings me to your book, Vorden said as he pointed towards it. Not everyone can activate a high number of cells. Some ability books are just too high for people to learn. They try and try, but they will never be able to succeed. To put it simply, their fate was decided for them at birth. It might take a while before we can tell if you have the ability to learn it or not. It sounded harsh, but what Vorden was saying was true. He had heard examples of rich CEOs who had bought their kids' high-level ability books, only to be disappointed when they weren't able to succeed. Now we move on to the second problem. Even though you have the ability book, what about skill books? With no skills, you will most likely only be able to unlock 1/10 of its power. But don't let that get you down. The ability books and skill books are only shortcuts to learning these things in the first place. When the originals discovered their powers, they had no books, they learned and discovered everything themselves. Quinn thought about everything Vorden had said. He further went on to explain that each book would explain a technique that could be used to mutate a specific type of cell. The higher the ability book, the more information it would reveal about the method used. Some abilities just didn't have lower levels and required people to have a high number of mutant cells to use them. There was another little bit of information he revealed but decided to not go into too much detail. It was the fact that your soul weapon also had something to do with the number of mutated cells in your body as well. This would determine how strong of a soul weapon you had. The example Vorden gave was Momo. Although Momo's ability wasn't too strong in a fight, his soul weapon was incredibly powerful as a level 6 ability user. Vorden had explained that learning a level 6 ability book of the bat would take months to learn, but while here they could get a head start. But Quinn thought differently. There was one thing Vorden didn't know, and it was his vampire abilities also worked like a system. He touched the book once more, and the system message popped up again. Would you like to learn the level 6 shadow ability? There was no going back after this. Yes. The book then lifted into the air, and the pages started turning and flashing in front of him. Suddenly there was the sense of déjà vu. Vorden stood on the sideline and took a step back. He had never seen anything like this happen before. Then finally, once all of the pages of the book had been flipped, it disappeared and vanished into thin air. Vorden immediately rushed over to Quinn, who was holding his head with his hand. What happened? Are you okay? Vorden asked. Yeah, I'm fine. As the pain in his head slowly went away, he looked up, and in front of his vision, he was greeted with multiple messages. Congratulations, you have learned the level 6 shadow ability. You have now unlocked the shadow skills tab. You have unlocked the mutant cell stat. 10 skill points have been added. New shadow skill dimensional storage has been activated. New skill shadow control LV.1 has been added. Important message in chapter 0 about premium. Please read. Mass release goal for next week. 9,500 stones equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 stones equals 4 extra chapters. The ability book had vanished once again, just like the old book he had received. This time he had also been given an entirely new tab that was dedicated only to his shadow ability in his system. Hey Quinn, what's wrong? Did something happen? Where's the book? Vorden asked. Quinn then went to tap his head a couple of times with his finger. Inside? Said Vorden. What, you mean it's inside your head? Quinn nodded. Vorden was surprised but at the same time not. He had learned so many crazy things today, and this one was probably one of the least shocking. He could imagine that maybe whoever created the shadow book might have put a condition on it. Maybe once it was learned to vanish or disappear, it would also explain why many weren't found or how none were sold on the market. Vorden didn't ask too many questions and gave Quinn a few moments to sit down and rest. He didn't really understand what he meant by it was all inside his head. Of course, this was Quinn's way of getting around telling Vorden it was a system. Status. Race, vampire. Ability, shadow. HP, 55/55. MC 100/100. Strength, 15. Stamina, 15. Agility, 15. Charm, 5. The first thing he decided to do was check out his stats screen. One of the messages had stated he had obtained a new stat called mutant cells or MC for short. Looking at his MC stat, it currently displayed 100/100. System, can you explain the MC stat is to me? Ho, ho, a cheery voice said. The MC stat is how many mutant cells you currently have in your body. Every time you use your ability, the MC numbers will go down, but worry not, for it will auto-regenerate itself over time. Quinn then looked at the 2 stat points he had obtained. One from leveling up to level 10 and then the other from when he had consumed Ian's blood. But when he tried to see what he could do with them, he was unable to increase his MC points, meaning it was a similar stat to his HP. The question was whether it would increase on its own like his HP. I can tell you the answer to that, the system said. The answer is no, those mutant cells have a cap in your body. This can only be increased by a certain technique specific to the shadow ability. You would either have to find a higher level ability book or a teacher. With that said, Quinn decided to put his stat points into strength and agility as he has been doing so far. Right now, he only had one skill that required the use of charm, and he didn't know how useful it would be. Strength 16. Agility 16. As he increased each stat point, he could feel the changes in his body ever so slightly. The feeling was starting to become addictive. But he was still a long way off from the others. Erin, who was a level 5 ability user, was able to produce a score of 50 on the strength test. That was also without the use of any beast gear to improve herself. While Vorden was still giving him space and walking around the room, it also gave Quinn the time to check out a few of the other things he had unlocked earlier. First, there was a new tutorial video. There was a single video called Combination Skills. The video was a long watch as it took time to explain the process. Quinn didn't have time to watch it now and would watch it later. The next thing was the shop tab. When selecting this tab, he was able to search by category, and there was a whole bunch of items, weapons, armor, rings, and all sorts, but there were no skill books or ability books. The only problem was all of the items were grayed out, not allowing him to select any of them. To the side of the screen, it showed his inventory, where he had 16 basic tier crystals, 1 intermediate crystal and also an advanced tier crystal as well. He didn't know when he had obtained them, but at some point, he must have done. Was it while I was a bloodsucker? But Quinn couldn't remember killing anything other than Ian. It was the only explanation. When he had murdered Ian, did all his crystals transfer over into his system? The section to the right allowed him to select the item. He first chose the Ratakla crystals. The shop auto sorted itself and gave a message in the center. No items can be made with these crystals. Then, when selecting the other 2 crystals, items had appeared up in the center this time. Although these items were still grayed out, but Quinn now knew the reason why. 3 intermediate crystal required to create this item. The items required several crystals to make them. After searching through the shop more, he realized there were some weapons and items that only needed a number of crystals. while others were more specific and needed a specific type of beast crystal. When selecting the advanced tier crystal, the shop auto sorted itself once again, and a ring was shown on screen. 1/10 advanced tier deathbat crystals. Effects: allows the user to walk in the sun for 3 hours without being affected by the sun. This was a fantastic discovery. While Quinn was planning to create an outfit that completely blocked out the sun, there was a ring in the shop that had the same effect. The only problem was it required him to kill 10 of these deathbats, which were advanced tier beasts. Thinking back to how he had nearly died from the intermediate beast, there was no way he would attempt to kill an advanced tier beast. Then there was a second problem: beasts, especially on the higher tiers, were quite specific to what planet they lived on. At some point, if Quinn wanted to earn the ring from the shop, he would have to come back to this planet through the portal. All in all, the shop was a good find. Quinn started to question the AI system further on how the shop worked, and he had explained that as long as he brought the items that it asked for, it would be able to auto-create it and give it to him. This was another excellent find, as usually after obtaining beast crystals you would have to take it to a beast weapons crafter who would charge for the making of the item. Then a question hit Quinn's mind. Crystals could only be turned into one type of item which all had the same effect. The quality of the item created would depend on the crafter, but if the item was destined to be a ring, a sword was unable to be crafted from the same type of crystal. Did Ian know what item the deathbat crystal would give him? And if so, why would Ian need such a thing? It might have not even been Ian in the first place, but whoever had hired him and taking down the deathbats. Schedule change. Chapters will now be released at 8 AM GMT +8. This chapter was a little late from oversleeping. Hit 10,000 goal equals 4 extra chapters. 15,000 stones equals 6 extra chapters. With no way of getting any of the items from the shop, for now, he decided it was time for him to check out the Shadow tab, a whole new section of his system that had been added as soon as he obtained the ability. Underneath the tab was a list of around 10 different skills, each one grayed out apart from the 2 skills he had learned previously. Below he could scroll down further, but everything just appeared as several question marks. The first skill: dimensional storage. This skill will allow the user to store items into its shadow storage. As long as there is a shadow nearby, you can take out and put in items as you wish. This includes your very own shadow underneath your feet. If only I had this skill sooner, Quinn thought. Back in the storage room, there were many items that Quinn wished to bring with him. There were multiple skill books and ability books that he had already converted into EXP and wouldn't be able to gain anything again. At the time he wished to bring them with him to at least sell on the marketplace, but was unable to carry them. If he wanted to do that now, it meant leaving from the safety of the training center, and heading back outside where the beasts were. While Quinn's system allowed him to store crystals and specific ability books inside, it did not allow him to store anything else. So the dimensional storage was a great skill to have. The second skill: Shadow Control LV.1. Allows the user to control their own shadow. The description was short and didn't really reveal much. Even if he could control his own shadow, what use was that? But the significant difference with this skill compared to the last skill was the fact that it had a level by the side. If it was like Quinn's blood skills, then as long as he carried on using it, it would eventually level up. Maybe even allowing him to create shadows or use his own shadows. Quinn then looked at the skills tab again. At the moment, he was able to see 10 skill in total while the rest were covered. Next to each skill was a number. Shadow Cloak LV.110 skill points to unlock. There were multiple skills, but Shadow Cloak was the only one that he was able to unlock right now. He only had received 10 skill points and wondered how he would be able to obtain more. Judging by its name, perhaps the skill would be able to surround him like some type of shadow. He started to wonder if it would also be able to block out the sunlight, which made him feel so weak. His excitement got the better of him, and as long as he could unlock the other skills later on, what was there to worry about? You have successfully unlocked Shadow Cloak LV.1. This skill allows you to use your own shadow to surround you into the darkness. You opponents will struggle to see you depending on their level of perception. Best used in the shadow or at night. It wasn't exactly what he was expecting, but it seemed like it was a type of invisibility cloak, one that would work well on beasts that were weak but not those of a higher level. Quinn then stood up from the ground and was ready to test out his skills. He could see that Vorden was still walking around the stadium, seeing if he could find anything. It was hard for Vorden to see due to the lights being broken, and he didn't have the same type of vision as Quinn. That meant the whole room was dark. Perfect. Shadow Cloak activated. -1 MC for every 10 seconds of use. His own shadow below started to lift up from the ground and slowly crept up his body, from his toes, to his knees, all the way to the top strands of hair on his head. Now when looking from the outside, a strange foggy-like mist could be seen covering him. As Quinn walked around the arena, he could see that his MC stat was like a bar, while using the skill it was slowly going down. He crept up slowly to Vorden in the stands going between the chairs, and it seemed his skill was working. While Quinn was stood around 10 meters apart, it looked like Vorden had no idea he was there. But then when he took another step closer, Vorden immediately jumped back and attracted a chair into his hand. Although Vorden was struggling to see what it was, he could feel strange energy disrupting the flow around him. The hairs on his body were standing up. Then when he concentrated, he could see something shifting in the air. Vorden went to repel the chair, throwing it in Quinn's direction. The chair flew right past and into the stands. Hey wait, it's just me. Quinn said as he deactivated his skill and could be seen ducked down. What the hell, Quinn? You almost gave me a heart attack. Do you not remember just seconds ago I was fighting to the death against you? Vorden complained. I've been on high alert since. Sorry, Quinn said as he let out a little nervous laugh. But man, you already know how to use the shadow ability already? And that seemed like a skill. Vorden asked, amazed. Usually, it would take months to learn how to use an ability and some skills even longer. Yet here Quinn was being able to handle everything straight away. Like I said, when I read that book, it seems like all the information was inserted into my head. All I have to do is think about it, and I can do it. Vorden then walked over towards Quinn and took out his hand. Do you mind this time? Vorden asked. Sure, go ahead. The two shook hands, and the same message had appeared as last time. An ability has been detected. Ability has been blocked. What's the meaning of this? Quinn asked inside his head to the AI system. The system will try its best to do whatever it can to help the user. It will tell you when abilities are being used on you and all sorts. Can I temporarily cancel the feature? Quinn asked. It's not really a feature, it's just informing you of what your vampire body is naturally doing. Besides, even if the boy could copy your ability, he wouldn't be able to use it. What do you mean? That skill book you used is specific for vampire cells. Inside your body right now are vampire mutated cells. This is the reason why he can't copy it. Your body structures are completely different. But you could always turn him into a blooded one. Would you like to activate skill blood ritual? Yes, no. Goals have been hit for mass release next week. 15,000 stones equals 6 extra chapters for mass release. Quinn was wondering what the blood ritual was. After all, there wasn't much information revealed about it. But now that the system was offering for Vorden to become a blooded one, it all became clear to him. It was a ritual that would allow Vorden to turn into some type of vampire. Underneath the skill, it also had the number 0/2. This would assume that at most, he was only able to turn 2 people. This number might increase in the future, but for now, that was how it was. I can't just turn Vorden into a vampire. He would have to deal with the same crap that I had to deal with. Quinn thought, maybe I needed it to make myself stronger, but for Vorden who was already strong, there's no upside. A thought then came into his mind. The blonde man in the video had told him to grow his own army, and soon others would come for him. Was this what he was talking about? In the end though, Quinn decided it wasn't his decision to make. Vorden had helped big time, and if he wanted to, then it was his choice. And it would be nice to have people to go through this with. Hey Vorden, if you had the option, or let's say I could turn you into a vampire, would you? Quinn asked. I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything like that, but the answer would be no, Vorden replied. Being weak for most of the day, sure it's fine while we're on a planet like this, but, besides, what would happen to my ability? Quinn waited for the AI to answer his concern. The AI actually started to seem smarter than he first thought. From what he said earlier and also giving him the option to use his skill, meant it was listening in on everything that was being said. Fine, I can see you're waiting for an answer. His whole cell structure would change, and he would then become a vampire. Or something like one anyway. Which yes would mean he would no longer have his ability. Not only that, but it might be a while before he could learn one as well. What do you mean? Quinn asked. You didn't learn the shadow ability the conventional way. There is no longer an ability book to learn from. It would be nearly impossible for you to teach it to him. Then you would have to wait until you found an ability book compatible with your vampire cells. Yeah, sorry Vorden, it probably would get rid of your ability, Quinn said, scratching the back of his head. I just thought I would ask. You might have been one of those types obsessed with vampires. There are people like that. Vorden replied. The two of them then started to head down the stadium floor, an area that was designed for combat. They had been looking around the room for an hour now, and it seemed like they were unable to find a place where the portal could be. They needed to make a decision, whether or not to leave the training center and head outside to look for another place. But before deciding any of that, Quinn wanted to get the hang of his new skills. Vorden was also interested and thought he might be able to help since he had experience with using elemental abilities before. The first test was his dimensional storage skill. Just like with his other skills, all he needed to do was think about it in his head, and it would activate. While activated, the shadow from his own body started to wiggle and swirl about a bit. It looked like an ocean continually moving. Using a piece of metal he grabbed earlier, he slowly pushed it into his shadow, and the object started to sink in until it eventually disappeared. That's kinda neat, Vorden said, watching. Can you get it back out? Quinn then placed his hand into his shadow. As he did, his arm sunk into it, but he could feel nothing. He then thought of the piece of metal, and suddenly he could feel something in his hand. He pulled and out came the piece of scrap metal. The two continued to do more tests with the dimensional storage. Quinn found out that not only his shadow could be used to gain access to things but also Vorden's shadow or any shadow cast by the wall and buildings. When Quinn touched these shadows, they too would start to wiggle like his own shadow. The next test was to see if they could store items bigger than the shadow itself. Vorden gathered a bunch of chairs from the stadium and formed them into one giant flat metal circle. Then Quinn placed one hand on the circle while the other on his shadow to store the item. The shadow underneath his foot started to expand into the shadow created by the large circle. Eventually, the whole thing dropped inside. It seemed like the size of the item did not matter, and the good thing was it didn't take up any MC to use it. The next skill as the one Quinn was looking forward to the most. Shadow control, a skill that didn't say much in terms of description. Shadow control leave 1 active. Then inside Quinn's mind, something had clicked. He felt like he had a new set of arms he could control. The shadow underneath his legs was alive, and could freely move about. He lifted the shadow, and it was like a dark moving mist that continually surrounded him. I guess the skill is limited to just the shadow around you for now. It's like a level 1 Earth ability, said Vorden. I wonder why it needs so many mutant cells to activate and is considered a level 6. Using the shadow around him, Quinn was able to extend it out and lift the small piece of metal that he pulled from his dimension earlier. It was like controlling another person. After using it for a while, Quinn seemed to get the hang of it. He could move the shadow to go anywhere around his body, or he could form it into whatever he liked. Even weapons, but when changing it into a sword-like shape and trying to cut the metal, it did nothing but go around it. It seemed like the shadow sword did not have the same properties. Well, now that you got the hang of it, you want to spar a little? Vorden asked. 15,000 stones mass release goal equals 6 chapters. Having the shadow just active and moving about didn't take much MC. It only took about 1 point of MC per minute, which meant he could play about and activate the shadow for around an hour and a half if he didn't use any other skills. This didn't change, no matter what he did with the shadow. However, there did seem to be one downside. While he was using his shadow control skill, he was unable to cast Shadow Cloak or even use his shadow dimension. The shadow underneath him was no longer there and was being controlled. If he activated Shadow Dimension, the shadow would immediately fall to his feet again. Now the two of them stood opposite each other ready to have a friendly fight. Vorden this time had a couple of metal balls hovering around him instead of spikes. Be careful, Quinn, although these might not be like the spikes, they can still do a lot of damage. It's alright, Vorden, my body can handle it. Not using his full strength, Vorden repelled the ball at a decent speed heading towards Quinn. At that moment he lifted the shadow from his feet to form a type of wall. As the two made an impact, the ball seemed to slow down. It started sinking through the shadow slowly, then part of it could be seen from the other side. Quinn stared at the ball carefully, and then when the ball had nearly passed through the shadow wall, it started to accelerate. Oh. The ball left the shadow wall and slammed right into Quinn's stomach, falling to the ground. Arg! Quinn shouted as he tried to breathe in some air. Well, I wasn't expecting that, Vorden said. Try again. Quinn groaned. Vorden then fired the second ball of metal and once again Quinn lifted up his shadow shield, and the same result had appeared. Only this time Quinn moved to the side, allowing the shadow to stay where it was before moving the shadow. The ball then carried on moving forward and banged into the stadium wall. Let's see how physical attacks work, Vorden said as he moved forward and swung a long metal pipe he had in his hand. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked again, and the same thing happened. However, Vorden was easily able to pull the object away from the shadow and attack in a new place. He also noticed that the shadow was only covering Quinn's front and was not big enough to go around his back. If he was to use his attract skill on one of the metal balls, he would easily be able to hurt Quinn right now. Vorden continued to attack with the metal pipe, and Quinn continued to block, moving the shadow in the areas where Quinn was attacking. That's when he released something. Every time Quinn would hit his shadow, his MC points would go down by a chunk or so. The same thing had happened when he threw out the balls. The stronger the attack, it seemed the more MC points would be used from the shadow. Then when Vorden was about to attack one more time. Wait, stop, Vorden! Quinn shouted. His shadow had vanished, and he had run out of MC points. The shadow acted as a type of shield. It wasn't solid enough to block attacks but would be able to slow them down. Later, when Quinn's MC points were restored a little bit, he did a few other tests. If Vorden was close enough, he could use the shadow to grab onto him like an extra pair of hands, or even grab onto his legs, slowing him down. But there wasn't enough of the shadow to use it in both of these ways. He could simply either use the shadow to attack or to defend. Well, I can see why your ability is a level 6 now, Vorden said. I think it's more to do with how freely you can use the shadow, and my example would be the skills. Normally a skill would just be a different type of attack, but your ability, your shadows can actually be used to do entirely new things. A separate storage space, masking you in the night and even as a defensive shield. It's almost as if you have 3 abilities combined into one. Quinn was happy with the results of the shadow ability, and hearing Vorden talk about made him feel even more confident. He couldn't wait to unlock the other skills in the shadow tab of his system. With the spar over, the two of them decided that once Quinn was fully rested and his MC points were back, they would exit out of the training center and go exploring again. After all, if they did nothing, they would soon start to starve, and Vorden didn't want another instance where Quinn got too hungry. It took around 30 seconds for Quinn to gain back a single MC point, so it would take around an hour for all of his points to be restored. Then they would make their move back to the outside. Outside, in the abandoned shelter, somewhere in the city between 2 broken down buildings in the middle of the street, a specific area started to appear distorted. The space itself looked as if it was bending. Then little sparks of electricity were seen coming from it. Asterisk zap. Suddenly, 4 people appeared holding hands together on the street. As soon as they saw where they were, they immediately let go. Is everyone here? Faye asked as she did a head count. The homeroom teacher Dell was here, although he was still wearing clothing like he was ready to teach. Then there was the Dr. Haley. She was dressed more appropriately with high-end beast gear all over. She didn't look like her usual self in her white robe and looked almost intimidating. It was what one would expect, as her father was one of the generals of the school. Then there was Leo. He was wearing light armor that fitted tightly to the skin similar to Faye. Both of their abilities focused on speed, so it was important not to wear something too heavy. Alright, our goal is to find the children, Faye said. The rescue team had arrived. Remember to vote for mass release next week, and mass release tomorrow. 15,000 stones equals 6 chapter mass release. When entering the portal, as long as there was one on the other end, it would throw you somewhere within a 1-mile radius of another. As long as there was already a portal set up on the other end. The reason why the group were holding hands is to ensure that they would all be teleported to the same place. Unlike when Quinn and Vorden entered the teleporter one by one, they were chucked to different locations. On Dell's back was a fairly large rucksack that looked quite heavy. As he walked with the group, his footsteps stumped the ground and his back was arched. Why do I have to carry this thing? Dell complained. Right now you're the weakest of us four, right? Faye replied, so if you want us to protect you, it's best that you carry the portable teleporter. Dell then looked at Haley who was by his side, and even he had to admit she looked quite frightening for a doctor. She was in a full set of large beast gear. A frightening-looking chest piece that looked to have a face on it and spikes sticking out of the shoulder pads. On her back, she was carrying a large single great sword that was nearly the same size as herself. She almost looked like a professional traveler that went hunting in these types of places all the time. Rich people, that's what happens when your father is a general in the army. Dell thought. Fine, I understand that, but why even the need to bring the portable teleporter in the first place? Isn't the teleporter fine on this end? Dell asked. It's back up. Leo said, look around you and look at this shelter. It was basically the size of a city. Don't you think they had people protecting it as strong as us? We might encounter a strong beast and have to make an emergency exit, or there might even be beast blocking the current portal. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Okay, with that said and done, let's head for the training center. It was the place the portal was last known to be, and we can see if it's safe or not. Leo will lead the way for us. I don't want to stay on this planet for long, and I don't want to find out what destroyed this shelter. Leo walked up front and using his ability, the group were able to avoid trouble. In a way, although blind, his sight was better than the others. His ability allowed him to see an aura around things and see them in different colors. A beast's aura was always red, while humans yellow. It also allowed him to see the aura through most objects such as building walls and so on, allowing them to avoid any confrontation with beasts. However, if the group saw only a few Ratakla that they could deal with, instead of taking the long route round, Leo and Faye would often head out and deal with them quickly. The two of them were both swordsmen. While Faye would use her long sword, Leo would use his katana blade, not even giving the rats a chance to live. As they continued to walk, Haley had a question on her mind after seeing the two of them deal with the rats. I always wondered, which of you two are stronger? Haley asked. The two up front suddenly froze, and Dell looked at Haley like she had no sense of personal questions. Hey, you can't just ask something like that. Dell whispered. Of course, he was interested. Everyone was. These types of questions came up all the time. Faye and Leo were both of the same ranks. 2 of the 8 sergeants at the school. Talk always happened between the other teachers and soldiers about who was the strongest out of them all. This also happened regularly with the 3 generals. It's okay, Faye said. I can easily answer for you. It's Leo. I don't know if you two know this, but we had to practically beg him to join our ranks after the first war. Back then, he was only a private, but he had made so many accomplishments, it was unbelievable. He had one condition when joining the army. I would like to become a teacher. Leo didn't say anything after that. In fact, he never spoke much in the first place, but Dell was still wondering how it was possible. Leo's ability was handy, sure, and it might be a high-level ability, but that was only because it required a high amount of MC to use, not because it was powerful. While Faye had the ability of super speed, if the two of them fought, there was no way he could see her losing. In the end, Dell thought she must have just said that to be kind to her senior. Faye was still quite young, after all, only in her late 20s. Finally, the group had arrived just outside the training center. We'll make sure the portal is safe first and then after we will go out looking for the kids, Faye said. The entrance looks clear, said Leo. They walked onward and eventually saw the dead Rataklas just outside of the entrance. Not only that, but the entrance to the place was completely busted. It had been bent and mismangled but was still covering the door. Faye went to the access machine and tried the code. The sound went off, indicating that it was unlocked, but the doors wouldn't move. They were too damaged. What happened here? Haley asked. Do you think it was the kids? I think you mean kid, Dell added. Only one of them has an ability, remember. Vorden the original, correct. His ability is to copy that of others. Although we don't really know how it works, it could be possible. If he copied a strong ability, then I could see him being able to kill these rats, said Faye. Well, if we find Vorden we can go home, right? Dell asked. Are you suggesting we leave and not bother looking for the other one? Leo asked. The mission stated to only find Vorden. Anyone else is considered a bonus. Would you risk your lives for one student? When I joined that war, what do you think I was doing? Leo asked. I was risking my life for the sake of everyone. For the sake of the human race's future, and you know what? That is these children. Enough, you two, Faye snapped. Technically Dell is correct, but I see you are passionate about this. We will scout the nearby area using your ability. If we find nothing, then we leave. Fair. Leo didn't say much and started to walk up to the door. He drew out his katana blade and readied himself. Isn't that door made out of glythrium? It's one of the hardest materials we know of. It's why this training center remained unharmed in the first place. Del said, chuckling at the idiotic attempt Leo was about to make. I'm assuming you wanted to know why Leo is stronger than I am, Faye asked. Leo slashed the door with one swing. No sound was made, and it seemed like the door wasn't even touched. Then a few seconds later a diagonal slash was seen on the door, and the top half fell backwards onto the floor. That's why, said Faye. Made mistake, mass release is tomorrow, not today. Got days wrong. We hit 15,000 stones for 6 mass release next week. Thank you, everyone, and keep voting to show your support. After entering through the glythrium door, the group then went to lift the fallen part of the door up and place it back up. It was heavy, but with Haley's help, the door felt extremely light, and they managed to set it perfectly like a jigsaw puzzle. While it might not keep the beast out, at least, it would deter them from entering. Del, watching the whole thing, hated to think just how high a level of beast equipment Haley was wearing to be able to lift the door so easily. They continued to walk in the hallway, which was covered in darkness, although for Leo leading the way it made no difference. But while walking, Del couldn't get out of his head how easily Leo was able to break the door. It wasn't like Del was a student, he was a professor too. He had participated in the war back then as well and never saw anything like what he saw today. Could it be a demon-level weapon? He thought. But he quickly came to the conclusion that it was impossible. At the moment, there were only 2 demon-level beast weapons in existence. One of them belonged to the army, while the other belonged to the group known as Pure. However, it was clear to Del that what Leo was using was at least a top-level beast tier weapon. They had entered the reception area, where several doorways were leading to different sections of the training center. At the front, there was the reception desk with 2 hallways leading to the arena. Then there was the actual reception room, which could also lead you to the canteen and the living quarters. Wait, stop, Haley said to Leo and Faye up front. She bent down and studied the ground. Can you see what this is? It's blood and leading that way, she said as she pointed to the living quarters. How can you tell which direction? It's coming from the stadium as well, Del asked. Well, the blood tail, you can see that it's heading in this direction and there's a lot of it, almost as if someone was dragged this way. Come on, let's hurry. It could be one of the students, Faye said. They made sure not to rush but quickly headed in the direction of the blood, following the trail. If there was a beast inside, they needed to make sure they wouldn't startle it. Leo also no longer took the lead, and instead, it was Faye. Usually, Leo's ability would allow him to detect auras and abilities through walls and such, but it didn't work through glythrium, and the whole place was made of it. Although he could still direct himself, he couldn't tell if there was danger up ahead until actually seeing it. They followed the trail until finally, it led them to the hallway, with a broken door outside and a ripped-apart chair. Faye peeked her head into the room with the broken door and immediately turned away. Haley, I think you better take a look at this, Faye said, turning her head away. Haley took over and went inside the room, while Del also took a look and turned his head away. Did you see the body? Del said. Its body was ripped in half, guts spilling everywhere. Leo, who was standing next to him, turned his head and looked him in the eye. No, I didn't see anything. I haven't done so in a while now. Haley continued to examine the body. She went around the man's neck. Underneath his beast armor, she pulled out a colored dog tag. While holding the dog tag, she continued to inspect the body, and that's when she spotted something. Again, 2 bite marks on the neck, just like the other students. Haley thought, is there really a beast inside the academy somewhere, the same thing that killed this man? Or is it something else? Haley then stood up from the body and walked forward. Do you want the good news or bad news? She said. Just tell us everything, Faye replied. Well, the good news is it's not one of the students. Haley then pulled out the tag, which was attached to a chain, and dangled it in front of the others. The bad news is he was from one of the big 4 families. Each person's face dropped as soon as they heard the news. Which one? Faye asked. The tag says True Dream. Faye immediately slammed her fist against the wall as she heard those words. Why them out of all the families? The big 4 families were the ones who had the power to rival the military. They were originals with immense power who chose not to share their abilities. However, the True Dream family were the most unique out of the 4. They had the closest connection with the military, enough to even have a seat at the council table. This was all because of the head of the family, who had the ability to steal others' abilities. If anyone ever tried to rebel against the army, then they would get a visit from the True Dream leader, and they could never use their ability again. The only problem was True Dream could only take away their abilities but not use them. So he needed a strong ally, and that's why he got close to the military. Then when he felt safe and protected, he started to gather his own men. The abilities he had taken, he would give to those he trusted, and they were truly grateful to him. But there was always this fear in the back of his mind he could be betrayed by his own. With no powers for himself, he chose to stay by the military side. This fear kept people in line. This fear was what made people complacent with the system the military had today. Although many didn't agree with the cruel ways and the carrot and stick approach the current army had. They had no choice. We can leave him here for now, but it's best before we leave, we bring his body and take it to the True Dream family. It's a pain, but they should be thankful we brought back one of their own, Faye said. After leaving the body be, they decided to follow the trail of blood back outside and into the stadium, and that's when they spotted the 2 kids lying down on the floor. They're here, what luck. Del said as he ran forward. Haley, Faye, and Del immediately went forward while Leo was the only one who stayed back. For in the center of the arena he could see a color of aura he had never seen before, one which was purple. 6th chapter release tomorrow, prepare yourselves. 15,000 stone goal hit? For the mass release next week. Please continue to vote to show your support, it keeps me working hard. Before the rescue team had arrived, Vorden and Quinn were both sitting down in the center of the arena. The two of them didn't have much to talk about, so they just chatted about their old lives at school. Quinn's life seemed horrible. He went on to explain how he was raised with no parents and how he was bullied since entering school. The bullying wasn't really bad until the treaty was signed. When there was no more war, that's when people started to go crazy. However, whenever Quinn would ask Vorden about his school life, he would give a simple answer and ask Quinn a question. The first few times, he didn't really notice anything strange, but then, Quinn started purposely asking questions that were harder to avoid. But again, Vorden seemed to avoid the question. In the end, Quinn decided to stop. It wasn't right integrating someone like this. If Vorden had something he didn't want to share, then it was up to him. Hey, I just noticed something, Vorden said as he pointed at Quinn's wrist. Quinn lifted his hand and looked at it, and even he was surprised by what he was seeing. The number on his wristwatch was still saying he was a level 1. I thought you said it would change when I activated my MC points. Well, that's what's supposed to happen. Vorden then placed his hand on his chin as he thought about it for a while. Do you think it's because you're a vampire? Just like how I can't copy your shadow ability, the watch might not be able to measure your type of MC in your body. Hearing this news, Quinn was actually a little upset. With the use and gain of an ability as well as Vorden's plan, he was looking forward to being able to use his powers freely. As a level 6 user, people would no longer challenge him just as he walked around the school. But now, if he showed he had shadow powers and the number on his wristwatch still indicated 1, they would be just as suspicious about him. They would say the watch was broken and get him a new one, but it would just be the same result. I think it's best if you hide your shadow ability for now, said Vorden. You've already hidden your vampire abilities for this long, you can hide your shadow abilities, right? Vorden could see Quinn was a little downhearted by the news he had given him. After learning what Quinn had gone through at his last school, it was understandable. In a way, Vorden thought he was helping him by getting revenge and attacking those second years, but it was just making him and Peter a bigger target. I'm so selfish, Vorden thought. Don't look so down, said Vorden. If we find someone in the school that's good at technology, we can get them to tinker with the watch. They don't need to find out about your cells but just get someone to hack it, so it displays the number 6. Plus look at the bright side, the military tournament is coming up, and it would be good if you hide your ability until then. Show everyone on the big stage. Besides, if you came back with a level 6 now, they would be more shocked about how you learned it so fast, so it works in our favor. Hearing those words did cheer Quinn up a bit. There was always a geeky person who was good at technology in the school. The only problem was approaching said person. Maybe this was something Layla would be better at doing. Just then the sergeants and professors had entered the room, and surprisingly the first person who ran up to the both of them was their homeroom teacher Del. He continued to dash forward until he gave the two of them a big hug. I'm so glad you're both safe, he said with tears rolling down his face. Quinn and Vorden thought it was sweet and didn't realize the homeroom teacher cared about them so much. But the truth was, Del didn't care about either of them at all. He was filled with tears of joy that they wouldn't have to stay in this scary place any longer. He felt like the longer he remained in this place, the more likely he was to die, especially after seeing Ian's dead body on the floor. Haley then came over to the two of them and did a general checkup to see if they were okay. You look a little different from the last time I saw you, Haley said. You remember me? Quinn asked. Of course, I do. I remember you taking that girl to my office at that time. Not many people even remembered what Quinn looked like after seeing him the first time, which is why the other teachers had no reaction when seeing him, so he was quite surprised. Boys your age do grow quick, you're looking like a man already, she said, smiling. She didn't know why, but as she was touching Quinn all over, she could feel his bulging muscles. His body was toned for his age, and a certain feeling was coming over her a little. Looks like the charm effect is working. The system said, it's a shame you didn't save up all your stats and put all your points into the thing. She would have confessed to you right here and now. At first, Quinn thought the system was joking, but looking at Haley's face she really was taking a little longer to check up on him compared to Vorden. Suddenly she snapped out of it and took her hands away. After checking all their vitals were fine, she handed both of them a food pill. Vorden took the pill immediately while Quinn did the same. Although Quinn felt full, he decided to still take the pill regardless. However, as the pill went into Quinn's mouth and down his throat, he started coughing wildly. It was as if he was choking on the pill. Is he choking? Del asked. I highly doubt it. The pill is around the same size as a pea, and it dissolves almost immediately. Quinn continued to cough with his hands placed on his knees until he threw up all across the floor. Faye, who was standing by his side, had a worried look on her face. Haley, quick check up on him, there's blood in his vomit. Quinn hadn't eaten anything in the last 2 days. If this was the case with anyone else, then they would be starving with hunger. However, it wasn't the case for Quinn. Before eating the pill, he felt completely full, and he could guess the reason why. Ian's blood. The last thing he had eaten was the blood, and it was all he currently had inside his stomach. For some reason, as soon as he took that pill, it was like his body was rejecting it. Inedible substance consumed. 10 HP. 45/55 HP. Quinn had no trouble consuming foods before. Sure, his taste buds were bland compared to before, but he could always scoff the food down his throat no matter what it was. Haley rushed over to check on Quinn once again and placed him on the floor. She checked everything she could and even started to use her healing ability on his stomach. A soothing feeling came over him as the light emitting from her hands produced a faint glow. A healing ability has been detected. Unable to block ability. +1. +1. 55/55 HP. It was a relief to know that healing abilities still worked for Quinn. In the future, it would be handy to have one in his circle if he was ever seriously injured. Thank you, I feel much better, Quinn said. Your hunger grows. Although she was able to heal him back up to full health, the healing ability could do nothing about the food he had just spilled all over the floor. Did you find out what's wrong with the boy? Faye asked. Not yet, Haley replied, but I would need to take him back to the doctor's office when I get back. Just then Leo had returned carrying something over his shoulder. As soon as he entered the room, Quinn was able to tell what it was straight away. The sweet smell was calling to him. Blood bank used. 90/100 milliliters. You are no longer hungry. After taking some blood from his blood bank, he no longer had the urge to go grab the body of Leo's shoulder. However, the sweet smell did still remain in the room. Are we ready to head off now? Leo said, staring in the direction of Quinn. Is he looking at me? Can't be right, he is blind after all. Now, you too, Faye said, looking at Vortin and Quinn. When we head back, I want a detailed report of what happened. Although we have already heard the other side of the story, we would like to hear yours, so it matches up. Vortin and Quinn looked at each other. You mean you know someone pushed us into the portal? Vortin asked. Yes, the second year who was responsible came forward and admitted it. General Duke is dealing with his punishment as we speak. The two didn't know why, but someone was covering for Peter, which meant that Vortin and Quinn's suspicions were right. Someone had asked Peter to do this, and it wasn't just anyone. Someone with a high enough backing to be able to cover up and get a second year to take the blame. The group started to walk around the training center with the kids in the center and Faye leading the front. Behind them was Leo, and now Quinn was sure of it. Leo was staring at him intently, then he remembered Leo saying something about telling if someone was using an ability or not. Could Leo have discovered Quinn now had an ability, but if so, why wasn't he saying anything? Then before he knew it, Leo was by his side and moved his head right next to Quinn's ear. When we're back at the school, let's have a talk, just you and me. I promise I won't hurt you, he whispered. As soon as he finished saying his words, Leo went back to his position as a guard behind them. When Quinn turned around to take a look, he could see that Leo had a big smile on his face. Quinn was finding it hard to trust people these days, but with a face like that, he really couldn't see him doing any harm, and he wanted to know what Leo wanted to talk to him about. Worst case, if he was to meet, he would bring Vortin and Layla along. Finally, they had reached the reception room, the first place they had arrived at when they entered from outside. At the desk, there was a computer with a passcode machine next to it. Faye input the code, which allowed her to turn and log into the computer. After she typed away a few things, a large mechanical sound could be heard coming from the direction of the arena. Well, we would have never been able to open that thing ourselves, Vortin said. Although Quinn thought differently. With his inspect skill, he could have at least got past the passcode machine, but he wondered if it would have helped him with the computer. The group returned from where they had just come, and this time when entering the stadium rather than just the plain flooring on the arena floor. Out from underneath, a large portal had been lifted and placed there. It looks absolutely fine. Dell complained, looks like I carried this thing for no reason after all. As the group walked closer to the portal, Quinn was beginning to hear his heartbeat louder, and he wasn't the only one. What's wrong, boy? Leo said. It's nothing, he replied. But it was a lie. After throwing up the food pill, it was clear to him that his body had changed after the last evolution. He could eat food and now he couldn't, so what about other changes? Before, when walking into the sun, he would lose half his stats. What if this time he just burnt to ashes? Vortin, looking at Quinn, had realized the same thing. Hey, do you know if it's daytime or nighttime on the other end of this thing? I haven't seen the sun for ages. The sun should still be out for a couple of hours. Faye replied, but when you two get back, I suggest you rest. Quinn gulped after hearing those words. Oh, will you relax? The system said, don't worry, the sun won't kill you. Really? Yes, why would I lie to you? Although it will have a different effect on you? Like what? Well, just wait and see. With the system telling him he had nothing to worry about, his heart started to settle down a bit. It had no reason to lie to him, other than if he was playing some type of sick joke, but then why would it do that? Although knowing the creator's personality through the videos alone, it was something he would totally do. The group stepped into the portal and exited out from the other end. As they opened their eyes, they could see they were in the training hall. The same one where Peter had pushed Quinn. Since they were indoors, no system message had appeared telling him his defects. But I thought the portal would send us to a random location, Quinn asked. That's actually only the case with red portals. Faye replied, it's designed that way, so beasts are unable to know the location. Also, with a planet that has been undiscovered, which is usually the case with red portals, it's hard to pinpoint exact coordinates like we can on Earth. Vortin, you head back to class, there are some checks I still need to do on Quinn, Haley said. They did as they were told. Quinn followed Haley along while Vortin decided to head back to his dorm room. Del, you're free to go, and Leo, you come with me. We will report this back to Nathan, telling him the mission is a success, and I'm guessing he will decide what to do with the True Dream body. The students were currently in the middle of their classes. Layla was sitting in her seat, hitting her pen constantly on her table. She moved it up and down in the middle with her fingers. It was something she would do whenever she had something on her mind. She was hoping one of her connections would be able to get Quinn out of there, but he had to be taken to a relatively unknown planet. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and all that anger was being directed at Peter. As soon as classes were over and she entered the hallway, she could hear all the other students mumbling away. Did you hear? Apparently, the missing students are back. Are you sure? Yeah, I saw Vorden walking back to the dorms, and Professor Dell was cheering out loudly in the hallway. Vorden's back, but what about Quinn? Layla thought. She immediately rushed over to the boys' dorm to see if the rumors she heard were true, but before knocking on the dorm room, she hesitated. The last time she had done something like this, she was strangled by that psycho Vorden. But she needed to know. She wanted to know if Quinn was safe. She gathered her courage and knocked at the door. A few seconds later, and the last person she wanted to see had opened it. It was Vorden. Look, let me just get to chase. Where is Quinn? Vorden smiled as soon as he saw who was at the door. He's at the doctor's office. Thank you, she said as she rushed off. Wait, Vorden shouted. As she turned around, she could still see a huge grin on his face. You're not the only one that knows anymore, he said. What do you mean? Layla asked. Vorden then started to walk over to her slowly. The grin on his face was beginning to get creepier by the second. I'm saying you're no longer special and not needed by him anymore, because I know. Layla turned and continued to run, and as she did, she had the final say. I guess you're still a crazy boy. She ran and ran until eventually, she had finally reached the doctor's office. When she entered the room, she noticed that Haley wasn't there, but when she looked at each of the beds, she had finally found him. Quinn, she said, surprised. For a moment she had to look him up and down a couple of times. His jawline, his clear skin, and just something about him was pulling her towards him. What's going on? She said. Are you using some type of charm spell on me? She had read enough vampire novels to know what was happening. Although she was fascinated with Quinn because of what he was, she had never thought he looked handsome, but for some reason, her mind was now running wild with thoughts. Can you turn this thing off? Quinn said in his head. Of course, but I thought you would like this, the system replied. Of course I do, but if it's like this, she won't really like me, it's just cause of the system. Charm stat deactivated. Suddenly, Layla no longer had the urge. But still looking at Quinn now, he looked different from before, and she had to admit he was now on the same level as Vorden with his looks. Although she didn't like Vorden, she knew a pretty boy when she saw one. Are you okay? What happened? She asked. While no one else was in the office, Quinn proceeded to tell Layla everything that happened in the portal world. I'm sorry, I wasn't there. She said. I said I would help you, but I couldn't. Hey, don't worry about it, Quinn replied. I wasn't expecting anyone to jump in after me, that's practically suicide. He did, Layla mumbled just quite enough so Quinn couldn't understand what she said. For some reason, she felt like Vorden had one-upped her on the loyalty scale. Just remember, if you need any blood, you can call me. You don't have to really on Vorden, she said as she rushed off out of the doctor's office. It was a nice feeling to have people worry about him. For the first time in his life, Quinn truly felt like he had friends. It was a strange feeling he had never felt before. No one had looked out for him when he was hurt. In the past, when he came back home all beaten up, he always had entered an empty room. No one would ask if he was okay or how he was doing. But ever since getting the system, things were different. After Haley had given Quinn the all okay to leave the office, he finally returned to his dorm room. Inside, Vorden was busy playing on a handheld device. Hey man, is everything all okay? Vorden asked. They didn't find out you were a... He looked around the room before finishing the last words. Vampire, did they? Yeah, everything was fine. She said she could find nothing wrong with me and my blood levels were normal. So she sent me back. As the two of them were talking away, a beep sound was heard from the door, indicating that it had been unlocked. The door opened and in came P. With no one to talk to or no one to help him out of the situation he was in, Peter would often go out for walks on his own around the campus. His mind was filled with regret and Layla's words. In a way, he felt like he should have been punished for what he had done, yet Layla had just left him there. He felt even less significant than before. He wasn't even worth being hit. After walking around school a couple of times, he decided to head back to his dorm room as usual. But as he entered, he had nearly experienced the shock of his life. The two people who he had thought had gone missing, possibly dead on another planet, were in the room. Guys, Peter started to say with his eyes watering up. Get out. Vorden shouted as he pointed at the door. What? I said, get out. Vorden shouted again. If you don't get out, Peter, I don't know what I will do to you. But this is my room as well. He cried. I don't care. Ask them to change rooms, but you are not staying here. Peter then looked to Quinn for help, hoping he would say something. But Quinn just turned his head away as his body was shaking. He didn't like what was happening, but it needed to be done. What Peter had done was unforgivable. He and Vorden could have died, and if he really was still a level 1, he would have been killed by the first Ratakla he had seen. Peter stood there, still in shock. He didn't know what to do. As soon as he saw the two of them, he was hoping everything would go back to how it was before everything had happened. He wanted to tell them how sorry he was, but they wouldn't even let him speak. Vorden then went to his desk and grabbed a book, chucking it towards Peter, hitting the wall and falling onto the ground. "The next one is going for your face if you don't leave," said Vorden. "Peter, please just go," Quinn said. When Quinn spoke those words, it finally hit him. There was no redemption for him. No matter what he said or did, or even why, they had made up their minds. He was no longer their friend. He opened the door and closed it behind him as he left. Looking around, there was nowhere left to go. It was already nighttime, it was nearly curfew, so he couldn't go outside, and all the other parts of the building would be closed now. With nowhere to go and no one to rely on, he stayed in the dorm room hallway, curled up into a ball on the ground and cried himself to sleep. The next day when the two woke up in their beds, they could hear a commotion going on outside. As they opened the door, they could see a group had gathered just outside their room, and they were all circling around something. What happened to him? Look, the floor's wet underneath. Did he cry himself to sleep outside? I thought I could hear something last night. A boy from the group then knelt down and grabbed Peter by the hair, lifting his head off the ground and waking him up. "Hey, so it was you that was waking me up in the middle of the night," the boy said. Before deciding to do anything, the boy looked at Peter's watch and noticed he was a level 1. The boy himself was only a level 2, so he took this chance to show everyone he wasn't at the bottom of the food chain. "If you're going to stay out here like a dog, then you need to learn to shut up," he said as he lifted his hand and slapped Peter across the face. Peter was already defeated at this point. He didn't care what happened to him. What were a few slaps? This pain was nothing. What was the point of fighting back? He would only get hurt more. The only people who had bothered to help him in the past, he had tried to kill them. This is what Peter wanted. He wanted to be punished for his actions. As the boy lifted his hand to slap Peter again, he felt something grab his wrist. Then before the boy could even turn his head, he saw a fist right in front of his eyes. The punch was so powerful the sound of his jaw cracking could be heard, and the boy immediately was knocked out and collapsed to the ground. As Peter looked up through his watery vision, he could see Quinn standing there with a look of anger on his face. "I didn't do that for you," he said. "If anyone was treating someone like a piece of **t like that, I would have done the same." Without even looking at Peter, Quinn walked off with Vorden and headed to the canteen. "Hey, who was that?" "I'm not sure, but he was kinda hot. I don't remember seeing him in school, do you?" "No, me either." After breakfast, the group was to go to their homeroom class for the usual morning lesson before heading to combat classes. Everyone sat in their usual seats, which meant that Vorden and Quinn were sat next to each other with Peter on the side. They really did come back. I heard they got pushed into a portal by some second year. It's amazing they managed to survive. All of the students were talking about the two who had gone missing for a few days. It wasn't the talk around the school but was talked about frequently in Dell's class since the students belonged to their class. Dell had finally entered the room with a smile on his face, as he prepared to give an announcement to the whole class. "Good morning, everyone. Now that everything is back to normal again, I am proud to announce that your first portal outing date has been confirmed and will now be moved to next week. So please prepare yourselves as best you can. Oh, and remember to practice with your teammates. The same teams that were registered before will be used for this outing." This meant that Peter would be on the same team as the others. Mass release day, 2 more chapters will be released at midnight AM GMT +8. New goal will be released then as well. Keep voting everyone. Outside somewhere in the world, there was a city named Dreamland. The place was condensed, packed with buildings and skyscrapers everywhere, and there didn't seem to be a place of open land that could be seen. A large wall also stood surrounding it around 100 meters high. On top of the walls were several turrets and mechs standing guard day and night patrolling for any danger. Because of these things, Dreamland was considered one of the safest cities to live in. But it came at a cost. Security was a significant issue, and so was habitable land on Earth. After the war, many of the old cities were obliterated and destroyed. Too much damage had been done. Parts of land gone missing, blown into small pieces, too small for humans to live on. This was what caused the humans to create shelters on other planets. It was a lot cheaper than living on Earth, and often many travelers from different associations and families would live there protecting the place. But planet Earth would always be home to many, and it was hard for them to leave. They hated the fact if they lived on another planet, they might have to live in fear of beasts attacking them at any moment. Because of this, the few places left on Earth were only for the very top. There were only 2 ways to live in the city of Dreamland. To either be really rich or to become a part of the True Dream family, swearing absolute loyalty to the leader and doing whatever was asked. In the center of the city, there was a skyscraper bigger than any of the others around it. The whole building had been made of glithrium, the hardest material known in space. Inside, on the very top floor was a bald-headed man in a nicely fitted suit was sitting down in his large armchair at his desk. His name was Jack True Dream, the leader of one of the big 4 families. Just then, a female wearing business attire had entered the room. "Sir, there has been a report that one of our family members have died." "What rank was the traveler?" Jack asked. "Rank D, sir." Once students had left the academy, they were able to become travelers and either work for a faction, family or as a freelancer. The world government issued these travelers with a rank depending on the difficulty of tasks they can complete. At some point, power levels didn't matter too much on the outside. The attribute that high-level beast gear gave you was much more useful. It was more important how you used your ability in conjunction with the beast gear. When starting out as a traveler, everyone started as a rank F. The more tasks you would complete, the more points you would be awarded. Usually, it would take a couple years between each rank to level up. Ranks went from F all the way to A+. Because of the way the system worked, it was always hard to gauge an F's ability, but the strong would usually move quickly through the ranks. Therefore, travelers seemed to care less for power level and often looked at rank instead. Our rank Ds die often out in missions, why the need to tell me? Jack asked. Well sir, this one was received to us from one of the military bases, and it was one of our hopefuls named Ian. Jack sat there and thought about it for a while. It was usual for him to get reports from other families and organizations when they found the dead bodies of his family. They wanted to do anything to get on his good side. What troubled him, though, was the person who had actually died. To give a person an ability that he had taken away, he had to touch them and meet them in person. The low-level abilities he usually didn't remember too much, but he remembered giving Ian quite a handy ability. He had also only taken a year to go from a rank F to a rank D and was hoping for better things for him in the future. Send me the report. I'd like to take a look. The female then clicked a device in her hand, and in an instant, a holographic display appeared in front of Jack. He used his hands to navigate through the pages and quickly read through the information. There were also some pictures attached of Ian's body. Whoa, what a bad way to die, Jack said as he looked at the picture of the body cut in half. But then he spotted something that interested him and started to zoom in, right on Ian's neck. Alexa, bring me up the report of 2 years ago on Danny Fletchman. Report has been found. His computer system said as it brought up another file. He looked through them once again and noticed that another family member had the same mark on his neck. Usually, Jack wouldn't remember details like this, but Danny Fletchman was a level 8 user and was a B-rank traveler. One of the strongest men that the True Dream had in their family. When he had died, it had come to a shock to him, and no one knew who or what had done it. Could these two cases be linked somehow? He thought. Apparently they coincidentally came across Ian when they out looking for 2 students. I don't know much of the details. Do you know what military base they are from? The worker then placed her hand on her glasses, and images could be seen in the reflection. Words and articles started scrolling past her eyes. Military base 2, sir. Perhaps it's time I pay a visit to them. It has been a while, and I could find out more information. In the meantime, find out what you can about Ian's last mission. Jack then stood up from his chair and closed his eyes. Inside of him, he could see around 10 little flames swirling around his stomach, each of them looking slightly different from the others. It looks like I'm running low on abilities again. I guess it will also be a good chance to stock up as well.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.